Who could have imagined this adorable and soft one-year-old baby? This is already his second reincarnation. The same plot setting, the same troublesome events. In Susu's eyes were lifeless. She allowed her mother to dress her in the newly sewn festive cotton clothes. Around her ears were the maid's auspicious words, which made her mother so happy she couldn't stop smiling. The maid gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. In Susu blinked perfunctorily and forced a smile. She was originally a novel fan who had transmigrated. When she realized that she was the villainous female supporting character in the novel, to change her fate, she strived to improve herself from a young age and was kind to others. Everyone knew that the Een family's young lady was charitable and kind, like a reincarnated bodhisattva. Until the female lead, by Russian, appeared, her fate took a sharp turn for the worse. Her brother fell deeply in love with By Russian. He was even willing to remain unmarried for life, just to silently protect her from behind. Her fiancé abandoned her. He eloped with the female lead. Her younger brother told her not to interfere with the male and female leads because they were meant to be together. He told her not to cling on. Not only that, she also implicated her own mother. After her mother's death, her father immediately found his true love and lived happily together. He even adopted the female lead By Russian as his goddaughter. Just because By Russian was the female lead, opposing her would definitely not end well. And Een Susu was the one who died the most miserably in the novel. So in her previous life, to avoid implicating her mother and to escape the tragic fate of a supporting character, she voluntarily gave up her engagement, saw through the vanity of life, and spent the rest of her days in a peaceful hall. But she was reborn again, thinking about how she wholeheartedly devoted herself to everyone in her previous life, only to end up with that fate, made her angry. Today was her Zhuazhou ceremony. Her mother carried her over. Smiling like a flower, she looked at her and said softly, "Aman, when the time comes, grab carefully." Oh, Een Susu originally wanted to keep a low profile and not attract attention. But since her mother was so expectant, and for the sake of her mother's face, she decided to grab properly. After all, throughout her entire life, only her mother had consistently been good to her. This life, I must protect mother well. Her father, Een Hung, came over, patted her head, and said, "Grab whatever you like." Een Susu looked at the items laid out on the table. Her eyes couldn't help but glance towards the pile of gold, silver, and jade items. Those things were truly practical assets. What use were brushes? She had studied well in her previous life, but still ended up with a miserable fate. Her mother dabbed her handkerchief and smiled. "Aman, are you considering?" How could a child consider? She's just confused and bewildered. The Een family's old madam had also come over at some point. She pointed to the position where the women's ring was placed on the table. "Come and choose this one." This old madam had always held on to the power in the household and still hadn't handed over the position of mistress to her mother. She was always showing off her power here. Een Susu sneered. "Today, if this old madam doesn't bleed once, I absolutely won't let go. Want me to learn women's swordsmanship? In the next life." Looking at the particularly eye-catching emerald on the old madam's finger, she lunged directly at it. The old madam thought she was coming to grab the women's ring, as she had said. But Een Susu used all her strength, not caring if it would hurt her, trying to pull off her emerald. The old madam's face darkened. After pulling it off, she handed it to her mother like a treasure. The old madam's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. If there weren't guests present, she would have thrown a fit. That emerald was her dowry item. Een Susu was in a great mood. She smiled brightly, looking incredibly adorable. Since she was reborn again, the plot could go however it wanted. She wasn't going to play along anymore. Een Hung laughed heartily, placing the emerald in his wife's hand. "What a good daughter I have. You thought that thing was nice, so you wanted to give it to your mother, right? But since you grabbed it, keep it for yourself. However, it is your grandmother's dowry, so it might be too mature for you. I'll have your mother find a craftsman to make it into a pendant for our Aman to wear." The old woman's face was as cold as ice. She wanted to curse "damn girl," but couldn't make a scene. Een Susu glanced at the stern-faced old lady and smiled brightly, looking incredibly cute. Suddenly, a loud announcement came from outside. "The Marquis of Jinan, the Marchioness, and the young master have arrived." Een Susu's face turned pale. Unpleasant memories from her past life came flooding back. The familiar features, the familiar him, my so-called fiancé, to be with the female lead. He even threatened my mother. How could I not hate him? He was the male lead, Xiao Jingyun. But now, Xiao Jingyun was still a 7-year-old boy with a serious face. However, he couldn't hide the curiosity in his eyes. When his gaze fell on In Susu's face, he couldn't help but smile. In Susu turned her face away. Xiao Jingyun was stunned. This was the first time he had been ignored by a little girl, 6 years younger than him at that. In Susu pouted. It was exactly like the plot. At this time, Xiao Jingyun's health wasn't good. After hearing a wandering Taoist say that In Susu was a person of good fortune, the Marquis of Jinan sought out her family to share in that luck. Who knew that a month later, the Marquis of Jinan's household would obtain a rare flower from the western regions that cured Xiao Jingyun's illness? The Marquis was very grateful, so he arranged this marriage. Just thinking about it made her angry. Why did she have to be engaged to Xiao Jingyun? Why did she have to be the love cannon fodder for the male and female leads? Remembering how she compromised and ended up with nothing in her past life made her very resentful. This life, even if she knew the outcome, she would struggle with all her might. She would never resign herself to fate again. Ding! The female supporting character's guide to turning the table system has been activated. Host In Susu, Age 1. Mission: escape the fate of the vicious female supporting character, die of natural causes, and break free from the novel's events. In Susu was stunned by this huge surprise, feeling completely energized. Then she got excited. I actually bonded with a system. With a system, this cheat code could easily crush everyone. Host, I'm Momo. A cute child's voice rang out. Momo? Usually when a system is activated, isn't there a big gift package? Quick, where's my newbie gift package? In Susu thought expectantly. Host, low-level systems don't have gift packages. In Susu was a bit stunned. Before she could react, the Marchioness of Jinan picked her up. This little girl is so adorable. Don't you think so, son? Xiao Jingyun nodded. Yes, she's cute. In Susu forced a smile. Praise me all you want, I still don't want to have anything to do with you. Besides, I have more important things to do now. I don't want to waste time here. In Susu deliberately yawned. She looked a bit sleepy. Xiao Jingyun felt annoyed inside. Am I being ignored again? The Marchioness of Jinan smiled and handed In Susu back to her mother. I'm sorry, I'll take her back to her room now. Go ahead. The Marchioness of Jinan was very understanding. Such a small child, they either eat or sleep. It's perfectly normal. Hurry and take her back to her room. Don't let her catch a cold. In Susu cleverly closed her eyes, pretending to have fallen asleep from exhaustion. In reality, she was secretly communicating with the system. Momo, come out quick. Tell me what you can do. Momo told her that currently, the only available function was check-in. Thinking it was better than nothing, she said, all right, let's check in then. Momo, check-in successful. Reward, an inexplicable illness. In Susu was confused. Why would I want to make myself sick? What kind of reward is this? Suddenly, she realized she might actually need this in the next few days. A few days later, the Marchioness of Jinan said she had a recipe for fermented rice and invited her mother to the mansion. She specifically asked her mother to bring her along, just so her son could benefit from In Susu's good fortune. When the Marchioness invited, they dared not refuse. Her mother carried her to the appointment. The Marchioness even walked over quickly. Not far behind her, little Xiao Jingyun sat leisurely in a chair, also looking over. The Marchioness personally came forward, placed In Susu on a chair, and said, let the children play. Let's go make wine. In Susu's mother felt it wasn't quite appropriate. The Marchioness laughed heartily, pulling her along while saying, don't worry. The room is heated with silver charcoal. It's warm, they won't get cold. The two little ones. Then she gave her son, Xiao Jingyun, a look. Silly boy, make sure to absorb some of the girl's good fortune. It'll be very beneficial for you. Xiao Jingyun faced the baby girl, sitting on the soft couch, staring blankly. Remembering his mother's instructions, he couldn't help but frown. Xiao Jingyun walked over, carefully examining In Susu. He couldn't understand how his mother expected him to borrow any good fortune from such a small baby. How was he supposed to do that? In Susu looked indifferent. Want to leech off my good fortune? You've miscalculated. I don't have any good fortune at all. The fate of a villainous supporting character is truly miserable. After waiting for a while, Xiao Jingyun still reached out to touch the baby. In Susu turned her head away in disgust, making him miss. Xiao Jingyun awkwardly withdrew his hand. Damn, it's like this again. Why does it feel like this baby has some inexplicable resistance specifically towards me? Insusu opened her watery eyes and looked at him. Humph. You think it's so easy to touch this young lady with your paws? But the next moment, Xiao Jingyun brought over some sweet pastries, immediately attracting Insusu's attention. She rolled her eyes at him. Humph. In the last life you rejected me so ruthlessly. Now you get to taste the same feeling. Although I don't want to have anything to do with you, the plan still needs to proceed. Besides, these pastries smell really good. She then pointed at the pastries with her baby voice. Want to eat? After all, she was only 1 year old now. This appearance amused Xiao Jingyun. The dark clouds that had just covered his heart unknowingly cleared away. He personally fed her one. He put the rest on the soft couch, staring at the baby girl, who looked like a child attendant of a bodhisattva. He couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Insusu didn't want to pay attention to him, pretending to sleep. Xiao Jingyun just sat beside her, keeping her company. When the Marchioness returned and saw this scene, she was overjoyed. The two children get along so well. They seem to have grown closer. Her mother immediately picked up Insusu. Seeing her complexion was normal, she felt much more relieved. It's getting late. We won't disturb the Marchioness any longer today. As soon as they left the mansion, Insusu said to Momo, now's the time. Use that inexplicable illness on me. Early the next morning, Insusu's father invited the most famous doctor in the capital to come and diagnose her. But the doctor kept shaking his head and sighing. Your Excellency, I really don't know what illness this is. I've never seen it before. It's heading towards danger, but there's still a glimmer of hope protecting her. I believe your daughter will surely turn misfortune into good fortune. Yin Hung impatiently scolded. What do you mean you don't know what illness it is? You're the best doctor in the capital, yet you can't even give me a definite answer. His wife came over crying. My lord, it's all my fault. I just heard today that the Marquis and Marchioness wanted their son to absorb our Amon's good fortune. We just went to the Marquis of Jinan's mansion yesterday, and Amon became like this. It must be that the young master stole her good fortune. Insusu looked at her mother with some heartache. Mother, I've let you down this time. Today, the young master will receive his flowers and recover his health. I can only do this to make you oppose the child marriage. Fortunately, the effect of this illness only lasts for 3 days. Momo suddenly said, Host, if the female supporting character isn't ruthless, her position won't be stable. Insusu was speechless. Where did she learn all this from? The doctor pondered for a while, then stepped forward and said, Lord In, when I came, I heard that the Marquis of Jinan's mansion had invited many imperial physicians. Before he could finish, Yin Hung immediately ordered someone to prepare a carriage. He wanted to go to the Marquis of Jinan's mansion. Unexpectedly, the Marquis and Marchioness of Jinan brought imperial physicians and personally came to visit. There's no need, Lord In. I asked the imperial physicians to diagnose my son, then suddenly heard that your daughter fell ill. We specially invited the imperial physicians to come and help. Thank you for your concern, Marquis. Yin Hung didn't bother with reception etiquette and hurriedly asked the imperial physicians to treat his daughter. The Marchioness was very surprised and whispered, Jingyun's toys were just built. How did the Yin family's daughter suddenly fall ill? Could it really be due to stealing fortune? The Marquis of Jinan quickly hinted at her to be careful with her words. But in their hearts, they believed even more in the concept of fortune stealing. They exchanged a smile. The Marchioness spoke with a smile. Yesterday, your wife and daughter visited our mansion. Our son got along very well with Lord Yin's daughter. So much so that our son temporarily forgot the pain of his illness and even showed some improvement. The Marquis of Jinan also appeared friendly. Yes, this can be considered fate. I intend to petition the Emperor to have the Emperor bestow a marriage contract. I wonder what Lord Yin thinks about this. Insusu was also anxious. After all this commotion, would her parents agree? The Marquis of Jinan personally came to propose this child marriage. In her previous life, her father had readily agreed. However, in this life, her father actually politely refused, only because he discovered something more beneficial than becoming in-laws. More advantageous to him. The Marquis of Jinan didn't force the marriage either. If that's the case, then let's consider it further in the future. At this moment, the system quietly and excitedly told Insusu, Host, you've silently leveled up. Insusu was stunned. Leveled up on the spot? Momo, aren't you a system for supporting characters in harem struggles? Host, I'm a system for supporting characters to turn the tables, not limited to harem struggles. Alright, then what's the system task this time? Host, have you forgotten that the male and female leads still need to meet and investigate cases? Before they roam the Jianghu, you won't have a chance to appear. Now that you've completed the task, your active map has expanded. Hearing this, In Susu also got excited. She immediately asked, my active map has expanded, so does that mean there are more system tasks? Although it's not bad to live peacefully in the capital, being able to explore the Jianghu and see more scenery would naturally be better. With these rewards, I'm going to live this life freely and boldly until I die of old age. I won't be a tool-like supporting character. System Momo also suggested to the host, you can start practicing the Tianxin internal kung fu at a young age. In Susu nodded. This way, I can break free from the original setting of being weak and sickly. 3 days later, rumors spread in the neighborhood. The Yin family's daughter, who had been bedridden for 3 days with an illness that even imperial physicians couldn't diagnose, miraculously recovered. Rumors said she was a reincarnated bodhisattva, blessed with good fortune. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingyun, the young master of the Marquis of Jinan, also recovered, further confirming the fortune-stealing theory. So it was true after all. Just then, the emperor summoned In Susu's parents to the palace. It was probably about the marriage contract. However, In Susu wasn't worried anymore. After this incident, her parents would definitely not agree to a marriage with the Marquis of Jinan's family. Thinking about her previous life, it was the same. The royal family bestowed the marriage, thinking it was so great, but in the end, it was canceled just like that. As a result, after the engagement was broken off, no one dared to propose to her again. This time, I must make sure Xiao Jingyun gets what he deserves. Hearing footsteps from the door, Master, today the emperor summoned you and bestowed a marriage contract. I thought you would agree. How has A-Man been these past few days? I've seen it. How could I agree to this marriage? In Susu listened to her father's various explanations, almost rolling her eyes to the sky. It sounded nice, but she feared it was to keep the Marquis of Jinan on the hook. After this incident, the Marquis would likely offer more care. Isn't this more useful than a marriage contract? In-hung also instructed, your mother should think of a way to end the Marchioness's thoughts on this matter. I see the Marchioness hasn't given up on the marriage. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Her mother seemed to think of something, her face like frost, and let out a cold snort. In Susu knew that her father's hurried appearance meant he was definitely going to see Concubine Liu. Concubine Liu was her father's second wife, the birth mother of her yet-to-be-born brother, In Yuanqing. In Yuanqing was originally a son of a concubine. Later, he was registered under her mother's name by her father, becoming the second son of the main wife. It's just a pity that Concubine Liu schemed and plotted, vainly hoping to be promoted to the main wife through her son. In the end, her son bit the hand that fed him, indirectly leading to Concubine Liu's depression and early death at just 37 years old. My good A-Man has woken up? Her mother's voice came. As she was picked up, In Susu also happily called out, Mother, the only one who truly loves me. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a task. Delay the appearance time of the male supporting character, In Yuanqing. In Susu was a bit confused. Momo, what do you mean by delaying the male supporting character's appearance time? Host, according to the plot, the day In Yuanqing is conceived is about a month from now. In Susu immediately understood. This philandering father. Momo, check in. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 1 Bizidin pill. 2 seconds later, Momo told her it was a system error, giving her a prop unsuitable for her age, and was about to correct it. But In Susu refused, saying this item would be useful for her task. Momo reminded her, once a woman takes this pill, she can never get pregnant again. Therefore, it can't be used on Concubine Liu. The mother-son relationship between In Yuanqing and Concubine Liu is inevitable. In Susu smirked. If Concubine Liu is not an option, then how about my father? In-hung had just gone to Concubine Liu's place with his eldest son, In Yuanxin. They hadn't even taken a bite of food. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. In-hung was about to get angry, but he found that the one who came was actually his own mother. bringing the eldest son to eat at a concubine's room. What kind of reasoning is this? The old woman's voice was like a bell. The three of them were so shocked, they put down their chopsticks and stood up together. In Hung weakly said, "Mother, I was just bringing Yuan Xing to have a taste. Su Lian has been serving on the side. I just asked him to sit down." The old madam's cold eyes swept over concubine Lu. "Where's your wife? Does she not want to be madamine anymore? I see your wife can't stand me managing the household, so she's deliberately not handling these matters." In Hung had a helpless look. "Mother, it's not what you think." The old madam roared. "Enough! No need to say more. Your mind is not on official matters, but in this household, even helping these two women deal with your old mother. This ends here. I'm taking the grandson back. As for the 3 months allowance for the first and second wives," the old madam's face showed pleasure. She saved money for 6 people. How could she not be happy? She left with Yuan Xin. Concubine Lu looked pitifully at In Hung, her eyes brimming with tears. At this moment, In Hung had no time to look. He casually comforted her with a few words and left. In Susu's mother was sitting at home when trouble came from the sky. In Hung had a guilty and distressed look. Half an hour later, her father had already comforted her mother. In Susu's lips curled into a smile as she secretly formed a plan. She had already confirmed with Momo that if a man takes the Bizidin pill, it will only be ineffective for 3 years. "Daddy, hug me." In Susu stretched out her arms, looking adorably at In Hung. His joyful gaze could melt anyone directly. In Hung smiled and picked up his adorable daughter. He said, "When Yuan Xin was this age, he was a troublemaker. How could he be as well-behaved and cute as our daughter?" In Susu wrapped her arms around In Heng's neck and dropped the Bizidin pill she got from the system into In Heng's teacup. The Bizidin pill dissolved instantly in water, leaving no trace. "Daddy, drink TT." In Hung laughed happily. All right, I'll drink the TT." In Hung smiled as he picked up the teacup. Looking at his wife, he said, "Our daughter is truly my little cotton-padded jacket." He drank it all in one gulp. In Susu smiled happily. "Daddy, you'll know in the future, daughter is an iron wolf head." The system suddenly popped up. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You've been rewarded with 1 square meter of storage space." In Susu was overjoyed. In the future, as the system's check-in props increase, with this space, she could store or hide anything she wanted. It was incredibly convenient. At this moment, a maid came in from outside to report, "Master, madam, the Marchioness of Jinan has brought young Master Xiao to visit. She says she wants to see the young miss." Her mother frowned. "My lord, can we not see them?" In Hung said reassuringly, "My dear wife, associating with the Marquis of Jinan's family is all benefit and no harm. As long as we remember ourselves, this has nothing to do with a man. To others, we'll just say the young master is fortunate." They entertained until evening and saw off the Marchioness and the young master. Her father and mother also sent her back to her room to sleep. The task to get a promise from the male, lead Xiao Jingyun, suddenly appeared, with a reward of Huang Loxi's complete collection of readings, which made In Susu pause. But the subsequent reward made her curious. This time, the task and reward were announced together. But what was Huang Loxi's complete collection of readings for? Momo cheered. "Host, the female lead studies medicine. You just make poison and poison them all." Who could imagine that this soft, cute 1-year-old baby was already in her second reincarnation? This time, she must change the tragic fate of the female supporting character. A month passed in a blink. In Susu contentedly ate pastries and played with a rattle drum. She had decided to stop avoiding the male lead completely. After all, the plot had to progress, and they would inevitably meet. If things got ugly and they came to detest each other, it wouldn't benefit her either. Outside, a servant loudly announced, "Young Master Xiao." Xiao Jingyun rushed in excitedly. "Amen, little sister. How are you feeling today?" In Susu rolled her eyes internally. "You and your mother have come 4 or 5 times this month. Don't you know how I'm feeling?" She took a deep breath, looked up with a smile, and offered the pastry in her hand. Brother Edie, who told her to be just a baby now, she still needed to ask him for a promise. Xiao Jingyun looked at the saliva-covered pastry and frowned. In Susu also realized and said, "Let's get a new one for the young master." She lunged to get a new pastry, forgetting she was just a 1-year-old baby. She couldn't reach the pastry and was about to fall. Fortunately, Xiao Jingyun was quick and caught her. In Susu's face was full of embarrassment. It was too humiliating. Momo quickly reminded the host, "It's been a month already. Hurry and get the promise. In Susu was also helpless. How should she crawl to him, then stretch out her hands and say, "Brother"? Nona was enjoying the show and stirring up trouble. The system suggested, "Host can try it. Try your big ghost head." In Susu gave him another new pastry. Xiao Jingyun carefully examined In Susu's face. The rumors in town were too ridiculous. It had been a month and people were still gossiping behind their backs. That strange flower. My father got news of it a year ago and obtained it after much effort. How could it have anything to do with a baby? Thinking of how his mother used the marriage contract to test Madame Yin, the look and tone in her eyes. If not for the difference in status, she would have written disdain all over her face. And this baby, it was the same before. How come it feels like this mother and daughter? They both seem to dislike me. What did I do wrong? But after all, we've met so many times. This little baby has become much closer to me now. Coming again today. But this is the last test. If it's confirmed not to be, we can truly become friends. Xiao Jingyun looked towards Nanny Wang beside him. Speaking of which, I've come to the Yin mansion several times, but I've never seen the Yin family's eldest son. We're about the same age. If we get along, we could study together at the academy. Nanny Wang replied with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Young master may not be aware. Our eldest young master is personally educated by the old madam. Xiao Jingyun turned around and reached out to pat In Susu's head. In Susu dodged a bit impatiently. After all, she's a baby now. She can do anything. Xiao Jingyun chuckled lightly. I've always been in poor health before, so I didn't go to the academy. Now that I'm better, father wants me to go to school, but he thinks I'll be lonely by myself. Parents just worry too much. If I could have a companion, that would be nice. This speech reminded In Susu of her previous life. Her eldest brother indeed wasn't close to her and their mother when he was young. He always listened to the old madam. After growing up, he became quite discerning. He was good to her and her mother. But after meeting the female lead, he became completely devoted to her. According to the original plot, Xiao Jingyun and my so-called eldest brother would definitely become close friends at the academy. Since they don't know each other yet, why not introduce them earlier? They'll have to remember my kindness when they see me in the future. She immediately smiled and grabbed Xiao Jingyun's clothes, calling him brother. Brother and brother be companions. Nanny Wang smiled and said, Young master, Miss Amon heard your words. She wants to introduce the eldest young master to be your companion. Xiao Jingyun stroked her head and asked, Does little sister Amon want to introduce her brother to be my companion? In his heart, he didn't believe such a small child could understand, probably just imitating his words. But as soon as he finished speaking, In Susu smiled and nodded, making an sound. Xiao Jingyun turned to ask Nanny Wang, What's Amon's full name? The master and mistress call her Susu. Susu. Xiao Jingyun looked at In Susu before him and said softly, Su means plain and also has the meaning of simplicity. It seems Madame Yin's expectations for Amon are very low. She probably just wants her to live a safe and happy life. He took off the brocade pouch on his body and put it in In Susu's hand. Since little sister Amon wants to introduce me to the eldest young master of your family, I'll give this to you as a token of thanks. Consider it a promise. As long as it doesn't cross any lines, I'm willing to do one thing for you. Xiao Jingyun didn't care if In Susu understood or not. He reached out to pat her head, smiling happily. The system also popped up. Congratulations to the host for completing the male lead's promise task. Reward: 1 complete set of Huang Loxi's readings. Additional reward: 1 chance to repair family relationships. In Susu was bewildered. No way, I just said it. I haven't even started acting yet. It's already completed? After a simple and subtle probe, the Marquis of Jinan's wife was satisfied and took Xiao Jingyun to bid farewell, returning to the Marquis of Jinan's mansion. Originally, In Yuanxin and Xiao Jingyun should have met as classmates at the academy. But due to In Susu's actions, this plot was interfered with, leading to new possibilities. Not only for Xiao Jingyun, but the task of the Yin family's eldest son's marriage was also initiated early. In Susu hurriedly asked, What's the use of that additional chance to repair family relationships? The system quietly told her, the host's repair chance is activated during tasks. It can increase the success rate of tasks by 30%. In the original plot, Yuanxin only became close with the host after the age of 12. Before that, due to the old madam's instigation, their family relationship was weak. Currently, your family relationship is close to 0. In Susu's jaw dropped. It was the first time she knew that her so-called eldest brother disliked her and her mother so much at this time. She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The past life is the past life. If my eldest brother and I have a good relationship from childhood, even if the female lead has a halo, he definitely won't be so cold to me. Then using him to control Xiao Jingyun, wouldn't that be adding another layer of insurance? After realizing this, In Susu felt incredibly relieved. Her mother's birthday was coming up soon. Her adopted brother would surely come to celebrate. She had to seize that opportunity. With a plan in mind, In Susu was no longer in a hurry. She started pretending to be sleepy. In reality, she was practicing her inner energy techniques. Half a month later, on her mother's birthday, In Hung brought his eldest son, In Yuanqing, to Wudong Courtyard. In Yuanqing saw a table full of dishes. He was stunned for a moment, then respectfully came forward to wish his mother a happy birthday and good health. His mother's eyes reddened, with tears welling up. She beckoned him over, saying softly, come sit by mother's side. You must be tired from studying." In Yuanqing didn't go over. He coldly said, "Thank you, mother, but I'd like to see my sister first." His mother's heart ached as she nodded. In Yuanqing walked to the bedside. Seeing In Susu, he just stood there, not approaching. In Susu felt frustrated. What's going on? She had already used the love by all skill she checked in a few days ago. Why was her brother still standing there motionless? At this moment, his mother walked in. She smiled and picked up In Susu, saying, "Amon, be good. Look, your brother has come to see you." In Susu kept looking at her brother, and surprisingly saw a hint of envy in his eyes. At the same time, his expression also darkened. In Susu immediately understood. Her brother was raised by the old madam, fearing that mother couldn't take good care of the children while managing the household. Mother thought the old madam's care might be good, not knowing that children always long for their mother. As time went by, the old madam's kindness towards her brother and mother's indifference towards him created a stark contrast. Gradually, their relationship became strained. In Susu frowned. She couldn't let the old madam have her way. In Susu smiled adorably, reaching out her arms. Brother, hug." In Yuanqing was stunned, looking at his sister reaching out to him. As if possessed, he walked over. Hearing his 1-year-old sister asking for a hug, In Yuanqing instinctively took In Susu from his mother's arms. But even though In Yuanqing was mature for his age, he was still just an 8-year-old child. Holding his sister, who seemed to eat nonstop every day, he soon turned red in the face from the weight. In Susu felt a bit embarrassed. After being a baby for so long, eating and sleeping all day, was this weight really reasonable? Seeing this, In Hung took her over, weighing her and laughing. "Our little weight has gotten heavier again." In Susu angrily rolled her eyes. Who calls their daughter a weight? Her mother reached out and pinched her chubby cheeks. She couldn't help but chuckle too. Amon is a bit of a glutton. In Yuanqing was about to laugh as well, but seeing his parents gathered around his sister, he felt somewhat out of place, and his expression darkened again. Seeing his expression, In Susu couldn't help but sigh. Such a sensitive child. In Susu reached out again, calling brother in a cute voice. Her father brought her closer to him. In Yuanqing, who had been feeling unbalanced and upset, now felt warmer seeing his sister's adorable smiling face. His father also chimed in helpfully. "You like your brother so much, huh? Even in daddy's arms, you want your brother." Only then did In Yuanqing reach out to respond. In Susu's outstretched hand was soft and cool. Even though the room was warm, his sister's hand was still cold. He worriedly asked his mother, "Has sister not recovered yet?" "She's much better. The doctor said Amon is fine, just a bit weak. She'll be fully recovered in a month or so." His mother looked at him with great satisfaction. After all, this son had never cared about his sister before. He's finally growing up. In Yuanqing opened his mouth, then closed it again. He just silently gazed at In Susu. In Susu quickly called on the system to silently apply the love by all skill she had checked in yesterday. In Yuanqing suddenly felt that his sister was so pitiful. She was born with poor health. It took their mother's constant care for her to barely recover. After her haircutting ceremony, she met the Marquis of Jinan and seemed to have her good fortune stolen, falling seriously ill. Just as she was finally recovering, her fingers were still ice cold. The system couldn't help but praise, "Host, you're so clever. Your relationship with In Yuanqing has instantly recovered to 30%. It was 0 with Yuan Xian, you know." At this moment, In Hung smiled and said, "My dear, do you know that Yuanqing specially painted a picture of Han Shui Eo made to celebrate your birthday? I'll go get it for you to see." As soon as it was opened, In Susu's eyes widened. Such superb painting skills. Who could imagine they came from an 8-year-old child? In Susu took the opportunity to excitedly shout, "Paint! Paint!" In Hung then suggested to Yuanxing, "Why don't you come to your mother's place in your spare time? You can teach your sister how to paint. How about that?" In Susu was very excited inside. "Come teach me how to paint. As we paint, our sibling relationship will reach 100%. In Yuanxing also nodded in agreement. In Yuanxing had agreed to come teach In Susu how to paint the next day. However, by afternoon, he still hadn't shown up. His mother kept craning her neck, looking outside. In Susu couldn't help but frown. It was obvious. The old madam probably found some excuse to keep him there. Shortly after, In Hung came to tell them that he had just received a letter from Hongru Academy saying that the old madam was ill. Suyin and Yuanxin were by her bedside attending to her. In Susu was furious. Getting old men health became the best excuse. But being sick and not letting mother go attend to her, instead calling for concubine Lu, it seemed like she was up to something again. This wouldn't do. She couldn't let the old madam succeed. If she wouldn't let big brother come, then I'll drag mom and dad over there. In Susu pouted and pulled at her mother's sleeve. With tears in her eyes, she cried out for her brother. Her mother comforted her. "Aman, be good. Grandmother is sick. Your brother is with her." In Susu immediately started crying pitifully, getting more and more intense. "Grandmother took brother," she said brokenly, sobbing and hiccuping. Seeing this, In Hung said sympathetically, "Why don't we take him on to mother's place for a bit? It's not that difficult to see Yuanxin. It's not a big deal. All right, let's go. We can visit mother as well." As he spoke, he picked up In Susu. The system popped up. "Host, you haven't checked in today. Do you want to check in now?" "No, I want to check in at the old madam's place." Then her parents took her to Hongru Academy, where the old madam was staying. The old madam's maid stood at the door, blocking their way. In Hung shouted, "What? I'm bringing my daughter-in-law and granddaughter to visit the old madam, and we're being blocked outside." In Susu gathered her strength and immediately burst into loud cries, calling out brother through her tears. The maid blocking the way was startled. Before she could react, In Yuanxing had already rushed out. In Susu was sobbing pitifully, truly crying her heart out. Seeing In Yuanxing, she pathetically reached out for a hug. For him to rush out so quickly, he must have been trying to find a way out by the door. Her efforts to build up emotions hadn't been in vain. In Yuanxing didn't care if he could hold her or not. He just wanted to take her. In Hung quickly said, "Yuanxing, let's go inside first. It's freezing out here." In Susu silently thought system check-in. A pleasant child's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host. You've obtained one dizzy and weak talisman. Host, this talisman came at just the right time. Quickly use it on yourself. If you fall ill, your brother definitely won't want to stay here. He'll want to leave with you." As a result, In Susu told Momo to use dizziness and weakness on her brother. Although Momo didn't understand the host's intention, the system still obediently followed the instruction. Soon, In Yuanxing, who had been worriedly watching In Susu, suddenly blacked out. All the resentment in him seemed to be drained away, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Fortunately, In Hung reacted quickly. He gave In Susu to her mother, who caught In Yuanxing. "Qingzhu, quickly call for a doctor." In Hung picked up In Yuanxing and said to the nanny blocking the way, "I'm taking Yuanxing away. If mother asks, just tell her the truth." The nanny blocking the way hurriedly said, "Young master and old madam are very close. It might not be appropriate to take him away directly." "Enough!" In Hung interrupted abruptly. He carried In Yuanxing out of the room. Brother! In Susu also burst into tears, adding fuel to the fire. The child's shrill cries immediately echoed throughout the courtyard. This provoked the old madam to come out. She shouted, "Where are you taking Xia?" The old madam was faking illness, deliberately keeping In Yuanxing from interacting with his mother and sister. She sounded so vigorous. In Hang's face darkened. Looking at the old madam, he said coldly, "I heard mother was ill, but now I can't see any sign of it at all. Pretending to be sick, making an 8-year-old child worry and serve by your side, forcibly dragging Yuanxing into this state." The old woman panicked. "What, Xian? My child is sick. Quickly find a doctor." She hurriedly came forward, wanting to check on In Yuanxing's condition. In Hung said in a hard voice, "Son, I'm taking Xianer to see a doctor now. Mother, since you're unwell, please rest well." After the doctor checked Xianer, I'll come back to visit you properly." The old madam's face slightly changed. Feeling guilty in her heart, she didn't stop them from leaving. Susu made a face at her. "Serves you right for always bullying mother." Shortly after Hung carried Yuanxing back to the room, Dr. Sun, who had examined Susu, was invited over. After a thorough examination, he sighed in relief. The family's daughter was sick. Now the young master is sick. Thank heavens, at least this time, it's not some undiagnosable illness. Otherwise, my reputation would really be damaged. He stood up and said, "Lord don't worry." The young master fainted from excessive worry and exhaustion. After acupuncture, he's already 80 to 90% better. He just needs to rest quietly now. Hearing this, Hung also breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Sunday." After the doctor left, Yuanxing sat up. "Since there's nothing serious, I should return to grandmother's side." Hung, unusually firm, pressed him down. "No need. Stay in your parents' courtyard for these 2 days. I've already spoken to your grandmother. Yesterday's incident won't happen again." Yuanxing smiled helplessly. "Grandmother must be worried. I still need to go see her." Hung said again, "If you go like this, she'll be even more worried. Besides, your grandmother is worried, but isn't your mother too? She hasn't slept all night." Only then did Yuanxing suddenly remember last night's events. His mother had been crying by his bedside. He hurriedly tried to get out of bed. "How foolish of me to sleep all night, causing mother to worry all night. I'm truly unfilho. I must go see her quickly." Hung also smiled with satisfaction. "This is my good son, but there's no rush to see her right now. Your mother just went to rest. Let her sleep well. Your sister cried terribly last night. As soon as she woke up today, she wanted to find you. Let your sister keep you company for breakfast first." Susu stretched out both hands excitedly and shouted, "Brother, brother!" In her heart, she thought, "Good, brother, let's repair our sibling relationship." Yuanxing picked her up, seeing Susu's slightly reddened eyes but bright gaze looking at him. He couldn't help but think of how his sister had cried heartbreakingly last night. "I didn't expect my sister to be so close to me just by seeing me once. After all, blood is thicker than water. Yet I've been so jealous of her." Susu knew that her brother's meals at the old madam's were very plain, unlike the delicious food they had here. She pointed and called out, "Brother, eat." Yuanxing casually picked up a piece of snack and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up, looking full of happiness and contentment. Seeing this, Qingzhu also smiled happily and said, "Madam said that young master likes crispy snacks, not sweet ones. So she's been experimenting in the small kitchen, making them every day. She's even taught the head cook how to make them. If Madam were here, she'd definitely make them herself." Indeed, Yuanxing couldn't help but frown, his expression turning slightly unpleasant. "Mother has been thinking of me every day, quietly doing so much." Qingzhu, holding back tears in her eyes, continued, "It's great that young master likes them. Madam will be especially happy. Last time, when Madam and I were waiting outside Hongru Academy, we wanted to let young master have a taste. But the old madam's maid said young master had already had breakfast, and eating more would be unnecessary." Susu was now staring at Qingzhu with starry eyes. What a great wingman! Yuanxing finally realized that his mother wasn't as the grandmother had described, favoring only his sister and neglecting him. It was actually his grandmother. He immediately stood up, wanting to go to his mother's room. Susu happily called out, "Momo, use today's check-in reward, the pitiful and sad charm." Momo suggested to the host, "Wait until Yuanxing comes out before using it. Let your brother feel sorry for you and pity you. Your sibling bond will skyrocket." Susu waved her hand. "No, you don't understand. This charm is better used on my mother." Momo immediately understood and gave a thumbs up, praising the host for being so clever. As soon as Yuanxing stepped into the room, he saw his mother's appearance. All the resentment in his heart dissipated. The mother and son reconciled. Outside, Susu heard a ding in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You've completed the heartfelt repair task. 100% heartfelt repair achieved. You've obtained 1 phoenix tail chin." Her heart felt like fireworks exploding, overflowing with joy. Since completing the heartfelt repair, Susu had become completely free. Every day, apart from pestering her brother to teach her painting, she had nothing else to worry about. Due to her father's good relationship with the Marquis of Jinnan's family, her brother had also gone to study at Qingyuan Academy a few days ago. This Qingyuan Academy was where all the excellent children from great families studied, and the top students in the academy were her brother and Xiao Jingyun. In Susu suddenly remembered that she was supposed to introduce her brother to Xiao Jingyun. Now that they were both studying at Qingyuan Academy, according to the plot, they should have already met, right? Frowning, she quickly went to find him. In Yuanxin called out in a childish voice, "Brother, that brother." In Yuanxin was quite smart and immediately understood. His sister had only met 2 brothers in total. That brother must be referring to Xiao Jingyun. Thinking of Xiao Jingyun, In Yuanxin's face became very unpleasant, his eyes filled with anger. In Susu was confused. Why did his expression become so terrible at the mention of Xiao Jingyun? His expression suddenly became so frightening. Momo suddenly popped up with a task: repair the friendship between Xiao Jingyun and In Yuanxin. In Susu found it strange. In the original story, the two had studied together since childhood and were very close friends. Later, even when her brother fell in love with the female lead, their friendship wasn't affected. How could such a friendship need repairing? What was there to repair? In Susu couldn't figure out where the problem was for a moment, but Momo understood immediately. "Host, have you forgotten about the jade snatching incident?" In Susu suddenly realized, oh no, it was because she had deliberately made herself cold to touch her brother, making him more concerned about Xiao Jingyun snatching the jade. No wonder he had this expression now that he doted on her so much. In Susu pulled In Yuanxin, innocently calling out, "Brother playing with that brother. We need to bring them together first to know what happened. Then we can mediate with that brother." In Yuanxin hesitated, looking at his sister's hopeful eyes, and said, "He probably can't come. I'll go find him when he's better." In Susu sighed. In the plot, studying was usually glossed over, but in reality, falling ill from hard studying was quite normal. At this time, Qingzhu brought a bowl of chicken soup to nourish In Yuanxin. In Susu looked on with worry. Poor scholar. She took out the body-strengthening pill she had recently obtained from check-in, secretly taking it out. While In Yuanxin was talking to Qingzhu, she put the pill into the chicken soup, then urged her brother to drink the soup quickly. In Yuanxin started drinking. His mother's chicken soup was fragrant, but not greasy, full of happiness. A few days later, Xiao Jingyun's illness got better. He hurried to make up for his lessons at the academy. In Susu immediately approached him. "Xiao Jingyun, my sister requests. Hope that after school today, you can come to our mansion for a while." The 1-year-old baby was concerned about her brother's friendship, but she didn't expect that after that day, her brother became even busier. There was no chance to ask about Xiao Jingyun's situation. Fortunately, a few days ago, the Marquis of Jinan sent a brush, saying it was from Xiao Jingyun. It seems that her brother must have met him at the academy. As In Susu was making her little calculations, she heard her brother's voice. "I thought A-Man was asleep. Didn't expect her to still be playing here." Looking up, Xiao Jingyun and her brother came one after another. In Susu raised the brush and protested dissatisfiedly, drawing. Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh. This tiny person actually understood and was mocking herself. Xiao Jingyun also liked the baby in front of him. Seeing her protest, he casually picked up a drawing and frowned, asking, "Is this a rock?" In Yuanxing looked at him and answered expressionlessly, "It's a rockery." Xiao Jingyun pointed, "Then this is grass?" In Susu nodded, "It's bamboo." "Then this is a pond? And inside are tadpoles." In Susu glanced at it. "This is a landscape painting of Yulin." Xiao Jingyun silently put the drawing back. He felt embarrassed that In Yuanxing had praised his sister at school, saying she had a high talent and her drawings were already quite good. But it turned out to be like this. But thinking about it, for a baby, it was indeed quite good. Xiao Jingyun smiled and walked over, gently pinching In Susu's chubby cheek. "Your brother said you wanted to see me." In Susu frowned. Sister hasn't met many people, and she's young, just loves to play. If she meets more people in the future, she'll have more playmates. Xiao Jingyun was puzzled. What's wrong with the In family? It feels like even the brother doesn't welcome me. In Susu was also confused. How did this person start touching while talking? But thinking that she's just a baby now, touching is fine. The task is most important. In Susu took her rattle drum and gave it to Xiao Jingyun. "Brother, play." After Xiao Jingyun took it, he shook it twice. "When I was 3 years old, I also had one and was extremely happy. But when my father came back, he said boys playing with this would lose their ambition. So he replaced it with a bow and arrow for me." As he spoke, his eyes became somewhat lonely. In Susu was shocked. It turns out she didn't understand Xiao Jingyun either. He was also somewhat pitiful. In Susu then pushed the rattle drum, looking very generous. "Is this for me?" Xiao Jingyun asked. In Susu nodded. Xiao Jingyan smiled and proudly shook it twice in front of Yin Yuanqing. Yin Yuanqing's face darkened. The system panicked and popped up. Host, quick! The friendship is about to be destroyed. In Susu finally remembered what she was supposed to do. She happily called the brothers over, grabbed one hand each, and put Yin Yuanqing and Xiao Jingyun's hands together. Yin Yuanqing didn't know what his sister meant. Xiao Jingyun understood and smiled. A man is asking us to be friends. Seeing Xiao Jingyun so understanding, Yin Susu was very happy and took out pastries to share with them. After Xiao Jingyun took a bite, he looked at Yin Yuanqing very happily and asked, Yuanqing, these pastries are really delicious. Where did you buy them? I want to bring some back for my mother. Yin Yuanqing smiled and said, these are handmade by my mother. She said it's because I study hard, but most of them are eaten by my sister. I'll pack a few more things for you to take back. He knows that being a mother is not easy for anyone in this world. This young lord always thinking about being filial to his own mother. He's worth befriending. Xiao Jingyan also asked Yuan Xin directly, have you heard any rumors between Amon and me? Something about stealing Qi and Yun? Yin Yuanqing shook his head. Those are just baseless rumors. Father and mother never took them seriously. I just worry about my sister. I suspect she got sick that day because it was so cold. If you wanted to see her, you could have come to our mansion. Why ask my sister to go to your prince's mansion? Xiao Jingyun's ears turned red at this question. He sighed. It was inconsiderate of our prince's mansion. It was our fault. Yin Yuanqing picked up the brush he gave to Yin Susu and smiled. Considering my sister's good recovery and your gift, let's put this matter behind us. Xiao Jingyun quickly responded, thank you. With things cleared up, the friendship value between the two continued to rise. The friendship repair task was completed. What could make a one-year-old baby have such an expression? Amidst the sound of firecrackers, winter plum blossoms, and snow, the new year arrived. In Susu's mother dressed her up like a doll from a New Year painting. She listlessly stuffed snacks into her mouth. As soon as Yin Yuanqing came over, he saw the red circles on his sister's cheeks. He couldn't help but laugh. Sister is so cute. In Susu glared at him sideways, mumbling with her mouth full, brother paint, brother cute too. Yin Yuanqing put a gift box in front of her, teasing happily, I won't paint. Young Lord Xiao sent a letter saying he couldn't come for New Year, but he sent a gift for sister. Receiving and opening gifts is always exciting, regardless of age. When she opened the box, the sparkling light made her eyes squint. After a moment, she saw clearly that Xiao Jingyan had sent her a whole box of rubies. She cheered inwardly. I'm rich. I'm rich. With so many gems, even if I can't beat the female lead, I can still run away and become a landlord somewhere else. Yin Yuanqing felt a bit jealous. He quickly said he had prepared a gift for her too. Yin Susu immediately tugged at Yin Yuanqing's hand, coaxing, brother is the best. Yin Yuanqing instantly became happy. He put a rare blood jade around Yin Susu's neck. Yin Susu quickly touched the blood jade. Xiao Jingyun's ink jade was already a good thing, but this blood jade was even rarer. It was more precious than that ink jade. She wondered how her brother could have such a rare and valuable item. Yuanqing stroked her head, smiling and asking, does sister like it? Yin Susu smiled brightly, responding, like it. But Yin Yuanqing suddenly became tsundere. But it seems sister likes young Lord Zhao's gift more. Yin Susu stood up and kissed her brother on the cheek. In this life, the siblings' relationship couldn't be better. At this moment, her father Yin Heng walked in, his eyes slightly surprised. This is the treasure jade from the Zhao family. How did it end up here? How is it here? Yin Yuanqing explained that he had made a bet with Zhao family's sixth son and luckily won. Zhao's sixth son accepted the loss and had already informed his family. He also didn't take advantage of him for nothing. He made a painting for him, which he was very happy with. So the deal was done. Yin Heng looked at Yin Susu, feeling that this blood jade was ultimately extremely rare. Although it was won by his son, he thought they might still come to ask for it back. Yin Yuanqing stood in front of Yin Susu, solemnly telling his father, the Zhao family knows. They even sent it to Jingguang Temple, put it under the incense burner, and had the abbot recite sutras. Only then did they send it here for Amon. So it belongs to sister now. After hearing this, Yin Heng finally felt relieved. Then let Amon keep the turmeric with her. Yuan Xin, go prepare. Your second and third uncles might be coming over soon. Help your mother take care of things. Een Susu recalled. Her second and third uncles were coming. This was part of the plot. The Een family was a large clan, but they had split up earlier. Her father, Een Hung, had a successful official career and gained the favor of the emperor. The Southern Marquis respected him. Now he had established himself in the capital and could be considered a rising star. Her second uncle was also an official, but not as successful as Een Hung. However, the old madam favored this second son the most because he looked most like her and understood her heart best. Birds of a feather flocked together. Een Susu disliked her second uncle's family the most. As for her third uncle, Een Susu liked him very much. He was a business genius, extremely wealthy and generous. In her previous life, the original owner had visited him many times and always received a large sum of pocket money. In her previous life, the old madam favored the second branch. She made Een Susu and her family clean out their rooms to let her second uncle move in to live together. The second branch ate their food and used their things every day. What was more infuriating was that they joined forces with the old madam to give her mother the cold shoulder. Presumably, the old madam had the same intention this time. Een Susu chuckled. This time, it wouldn't be so easy for them to move in. Early in the morning on the third day of the new year, the old madam began giving orders. To welcome the second uncle, Een Fu had already prepared thoroughly, but the old madam was still not satisfied. Two maids couldn't help but complain. When the Southern Marquis's wife visited recently, there wasn't such a big fuss. It's just relatives visiting. Why go to such lengths? They heard that there were special censors in the court watching these things. If the master were to be impeached, his official position might not be secure. When the old madam heard this, she was furious and severely scolded the two maids. But she understood in her heart. The current glory and wealth of the Een family ultimately came from her eldest son, Een Hung, so she couldn't let the display affect him. She secretly ordered all the things she had previously arranged to be removed. At noon, Qingzhu carried Een Susu and Een Yuanxing, one after the other, in a Hongru hall. As Een Yuanxing and Een Susu entered the room, a strong, pungent smell hit them, making it hard to breathe. They couldn't help but frown. The old madam still cared very much for Een Yuanxing, her eldest grandson. She quickly came forward to ask about the situation. Een Yuanxing responded that he was fine, just feeling the room was a bit stuffy. The second aunt apologized, saying, "Aunt, it's my fault. I thought I had gotten such a good thing and wanted to show filial piety to you. I didn't expect Yuanxing wouldn't like it. I meant well, but did wrong. Happy New Year, second aunt." Een Yuanxing greeted very politely. Een Susu stood blankly to the side, looking at that cunning woman. What she just said made it sound like her brother disliked the fragrance. Wasn't this indirectly saying that our family looked down on their family? Then Een Yuanxing, with a guilty expression, explained, "Recently, the studies at the academy were intense. To prevent students from getting drowsy, we used such strong incense. So I became very sensitive to smells. I've caused second aunt and grandmother to be displeased." What displeasure? During that time, you were tortured to the point of looking inhuman. The old madam immediately ordered the incense to be removed. The second aunt was stunned. This child, at such a young age, had learned to deflect skillfully, turning the tables. Not easy to deal with. She then looked at Een Susu standing nearby. She had heard that this child was very favored by the Southern Marquis's household. Perhaps she could use this to connect with the Marquis's family. She planned to start with Een Susu. This must be Aman. She's so beautiful. She smiled and half squatted down, about to pick up Een Susu. Een Susu looked at her outstretched hands, which clearly showed she was pampered and didn't do any work at home. "If you can lift me, then go ahead and try." Een Susu opened her arms, smiling happily, calling, "Hug, hug." As soon as the second aunt picked her up, her expression changed. This baby, with such a small face, was unexpectedly so heavy. She could only continue holding her, looking for a chance to put her down. Een Susu smiled, even more happily. In her heart, she sneered, "Easy to pick up, but not so simple to put down." Then in the next moment, the second aunt lost her balance. Holding Een Susu, he suddenly collapsed. Een Susu immediately had the system silently use the crying bitterly talisman on him. In the next instant, a thunderous cry startled everyone. Een Susu was crying her heart out. The second Madame Een was also scared and didn't know what to do. The old lady, hearing this cry, also had a terrible headache. Yin Yuanxing picked up Yin Susu with a pained expression. He ordered someone to quickly go fetch a doctor. Yin Susu pouted. "Bastard, how dare you bully my brother?" He just fell down. The family gathering came to an abrupt end after this. After examining Yin Susu, the doctor said she was fine and only needed to take some mild herbs. The old lady hurriedly said, "Did you hear that? Your daughter just fell. It's nothing serious. Yet you use this to throw a fit at your mother and younger brother?" The second madam, with a gloomy face and puffed cheeks, retorted, "It's the second branch's fault for insisting on carrying her. What if something serious had happened? Mother, stop speaking for the second branch. If they have something to say, let them come to my study themselves." The old lady frowned deeply. She had originally wanted the second branch to move in, but now with this incident, it would be difficult to bring up the topic. Hearing the argument outside, Yin Yuanxin immediately covered Yin Susu's ears. Only when the arguing stopped did he let go and give Yin Susu a candy to comfort her. Yin Susu appreciated the gesture and quickly ate it. Yin Yuanxin then smiled, still a bit worried. "I'm on, brother will go get some books. You rest well. I'll study here with you today." After Yin Yuanxin left, the system popped up. Because Yin Susu had caused trouble for the second branch, a new mission was triggered. Prevent the second branch from entering Yinfu. Reward, 3% increase in investigation skill points. Yin Susu murmured. "As I expected, almost every place that can affect the original plot will have a mission. Originally, she had a marriage arrangement with the male lead, but now it hasn't been established. Also, she repaired her relationship with her brother, making them close since childhood. All of this deviated from the original plot. Since she was reborn with a system, she might as well live a good life." Excitedly, she shouted, "System, check in. Congratulations, host. You've obtained one truth-telling talisman. It can make people reveal their true thoughts. Duration, 3 hours." Insusu was just feeling happy. Suddenly, she heard some commotion outside. Qingzhu opened the door to check. A little girl seized the opportunity and rushed past Qingzhu, running to Yin Susu's side. She pointed at her and shouted, "Cousin Amon, my mother was injured because of you." Yin Susu looked up. Although it was a miniature version, she couldn't forget that face. This little girl accusing her was the eldest daughter of the second branch, Iner. In her previous life, she was one of those who admired Xiao Jingyun. Due to her foolishness, she was eventually dealt with by the female lead, by Rushuan. She was just a stupid cannon fodder. Now this stupid cannon fodder had come to her doorstep, wanting to seek justice for her mother. She didn't have the brains for this. Yin Susu couldn't help but look behind her. A petite little girl caught her attention. It was indeed her, Yin Mingzhu, the concubine-born daughter of the second branch. Yin Mingzhu was very clever. Every step she took was well planned. In her previous life, she made a name for herself at a carefully orchestrated poetry gathering. Afterward, there were discussions in town, and she suddenly became equal to Yin Susu, both known as the Yin family's twin beauties. On the surface, she appeared gentle and likable. But in the previous life, whenever Yin Susu's marriage arrangement had problems, Yin Mingzhu's shadow was always there. She was the most vicious among the supporting female characters. At this moment, Iner suddenly lashed out, grabbing Yin Susu with a somewhat gritted teeth expression. "It's because of you that my mother fell and broke her hand." Yin Susu smiled darkly. This was truly a gift delivered to her doorstep. Might as well take advantage of it. Yin Susu's lips quivered, about to cry. At this moment, the blood jade slipped out from her bosom. That clean and transparent blood jade immediately caught the baby's eye, wanting to claim it for itself. Yin Susu's little hand moved, reaching forward a bit. This young miss was spoiled at home by her mother, getting whatever she wanted. Whether it belonged to her sister or brother, as long as she wanted it, it had to be hers. So arrogant. This isn't your family compound. I want to see who will indulge you if something really happens. The baby got angry and directly grabbed it, pulling hard. Yin Susu fell forward, her forehead immediately turning red from the impact. At the same time, the blood jade was snatched into the baby's hand. Relying on being a few years older, it even mocked Yin Susu for overestimating herself. Inwan was laughing smugly, but suddenly, a force took the blood jade from his hand. At the same time, a pair of cold eyes looked at him. Inwan shrank back in fear. Yin Yuanxin angrily retorted, "Is this the harmonious family and well-mannered sister that second aunt spoke of? Knowing that Een Susu was injured from having her blood jade snatched, Een Yuanxing informed his father. He summoned everyone to gather in the main hall. Een Heng's face turned cold as he questioned. My brother is taught well. His daughter actually used such force against her cousin. Een Susu's mother had always been forbearing, but this time she couldn't tolerate it. Even if the old madam hated it, she would never agree to let the second branch move in. No matter how pitiful they were, they should solve their own problems. She would never let them harm her children. The old madam pressed again. Are you blaming me? Een Susu's mother didn't back down. If mother hadn't had Amon beaten like this, why would I blame mother? Didn't mother say she wanted to see for herself who hurt someone and not to wrongly accuse anyone? The guilty should be punished. Your daughter-in-law knows who to find. Een Heng stepped forward, standing in front of Een Susu's mother, blocking the old madam's line of sight. He told Qingzhu to explain the matter carefully to the old madam. Young Master Wan, when no one was paying attention, saw the blood jade on our young Miss's neck and wanted to snatch it. He pulled hard, causing our young Miss to fall. His second uncle, with anger stuck in his chest, glared at the baby and said through gritted teeth, "Where are your manners? That's your cousin." The baby's mother, holding the baby, cried out, "It's just children playing around. You really think so?" Een Heng looked coldly, directly interrupting the wailing from that side. Second brother, handle your family's matters in your own house, behind closed doors. Don't make a scene here. Your eldest daughter's actions were so vicious and malicious. It seems she must have done similar things at home before. His second uncle looked ashamed, turning to the old madam. Mother, it's all my fault. I only thought about being close to you and fulfilling my filial duties. Who knew these useless children of mine would try to snatch others' things and even hurt Amon? I'm truly ashamed to face my elder brother. His eyes were red, looking pitiful as if he had wronged everyone. How can this be your fault? Children playing around. Who would have thought an accident could happen and someone would get hurt? The old madam couldn't bear to see her son cry so pitifully. In just a few sentences, she defined it as children playing, showing clear favoritism. Een Susu pouted, thinking she's really biased. Anyone who saw it wouldn't say it was children playing. They would say that child was vicious and ill-mannered. The baby spoke without restraint. Whatever the adults at home said, the child learned. Let me experience my second uncle's family education. Een Susu thought silently, using her true speech ability on the baby. The baby suddenly burst into tears. Mother, why can't I have that blood jade? Didn't you say that grandmother likes it? When father comes to the capital, we can live in the main house, eat their food, drink their drinks. Whatever the main house's daughter has, I'll have too. He pointed at Een Susu and shouted, Mother, didn't you say father said that by clinging to the main house, he could become a high official? Look at where Amon lives. I want to live here. I want to be a young lady like Amon. No one can surpass me. And those concubines can't come over either. Strangle all those bastard sons and daughters. Don't let any of them come over. Don't let any of them come. The second madam, Een, tightly covered the baby's mouth. Her expression turned ashen as she looked from the Een family's main house to the old madam, finally landing on her husband's pale face. The tightly strung string suddenly snapped. It was over, completely over. The room fell into dead silence. Only the sound of crying could be heard, word by word. The old madam's mind was in chaos. How could the second branch's legitimate daughter be so brainless? It was one thing to be overbearing at home, but to not know restraint even outside. Een Heng's face turned ashen. He hugged Een Susu and turned around, coldly saying, My small residence is really unable to accommodate my second brother. I hope you'll understand. Een Wan struggled free, angrily shouting, Mother, why are you covering my mouth? You said the main branch has connections with the Marquis of Jinnan's family. If we connect with them, I could become the wife of the heir in the future. Her second uncle collapsed to the ground. Everything was ruined. Now the main branch definitely wouldn't help them connect with the Marquis of Jinnan's family. Without their support, this 7th-rank official position would be a struggle to maintain in the capital. Everyone in the room had strange expressions. Een Susu was particularly shocked. So, Een Wanner didn't fall in love at first sight with Xiao Jingyun's appearance. Instead, the second uncle's wife had long planned for her to become the heir's wife. This was related to Een Heng's career and touched his sore spot. He directly asked the old madam, Mother, what did you tell second brother? The old madam felt like fainting. Then she fixed her gaze on Een Wan, gritting her teeth. That's the only heir of the Marquis of Jinnan's family. How dare you? Just then, a loud announcement of Marchioness of Jinnan and the air restored silence to the scene. The Marchioness of Jinan smiled, her eyes falling behind her, sizing up Lord Een and his wife. "Is today not a good time for your visit, Lord Een?" Een Susu's mother quickly replied, "Not at all. We welcome your visit. In fact, I was hoping to ask for some of your family's wound medicine for Amon." The Marchioness of Jinan was slightly surprised. She took Een Susu from her mother's arms. Wound medicine? Upon seeing the blue, purple, and swollen marks on Een Susu's forehead and neck, one couldn't help but feel heartbroken and tearful. Her face darkened. Such a vicious attack. "Son, take Amon back to rest. I want to see who's responsible for this. Such a troublesome child." Even the grandmother who loved him most felt that giving birth to him was simply a sin. The arrival of the Marchioness of Jinan made the old madam even more distressed. This little demon from the second branch was truly sinful, a troublemaker. Een Heng's eyes flashed. He respectfully bowed and welcomed the Marchioness of Jinan in. "What are you doing? Why are you covering this child's mouth?" The Marchioness saw the girl crying like that, thinking she must have been punished. The one who hurt Amon was likely her. The second uncle's wife firmly covered the child's mouth. If she spoke rashly again at this moment, even if the Jade Emperor himself came, it wouldn't help their second branch. The child made a mistake and was just disciplined. She's speaking without thinking. "Marchioness, we'll take our leave now." But the Marchioness didn't allow them to leave. Instead, she questioned. So it was her who hurt Amon. How old is Amon? And how old is this child? How can she be so arrogant and disrespectful? Her second uncle immediately came to smooth things over. "She was just playing witch. We apologize for embarrassing the Marchioness." Een Heng introduced, "This is my second brother. There was an issue with his house, so he came to discuss moving in to share a room." Upon learning they were Een Heng's brothers, the Marchioness couldn't help but examine this man more closely. His demeanor was somewhat timid, unlike Lord Een at all. With such a grown son, yet still troubling his mother. The elder brother is truly incompetent and unfilial. The old madam quickly spoke up to defend, lying that if it weren't for the house problem, they wouldn't have troubled the elder brother. In this cold winter, with the house leaking everywhere, how can they stay long? She was secretly delighted, intentionally saying this. With brothers in need, in front of the Marchioness, you as the elder brother can't find an excuse to refuse now, can you? The old madam continued, "Let's wait until spring to find a new house for your brother. For now, let them stay in the mansion. This time, we must find a good one. Don't let anyone fool us." The old madam and the second uncle were overjoyed, thinking it was settled. Een Heng only sighed inwardly. "Mother, second brother, how can you be so foolish? That house was found with the help of the Marquis of Jinan's family. How could there be a problem?" The Marchioness of Jinan's face darkened. "Lord Een, is the house the old madam mentioned the one our estate manager introduced to you some days ago?" "Old Madam Een, rest assured, if it's truly our people who made a mistake and deceived Lord Een with an inferior house, I will punish them severely." Only then did the old madam realize she had made a mistake. The Marchioness of Jinan was not someone she could afford to offend. Her body trembled slightly as she hurriedly said it wasn't necessary. She immediately changed her tune with a smile. "There must be some misunderstanding. Since it was introduced by your estate, we naturally trust it. It must be the servants at home being lazy and fearing punishment, so they lied about the house leaking." The Marchioness of Jinan smiled. "If that's the case, you should strengthen the management of your servants. Brothers shouldn't let misunderstandings harm their relationship." After saying this, she took Een Susu's mother to go look at the backyard again. This time, Een Heng also took a firm stance. Weha County is a good place with beautiful scenery and simple folk customs. As long as you don't make mistakes after taking office, you might be promoted during the triennial assessment. Let today's matter end here. I hope second brother won't disappoint mother's good intentions in the future. Being set up by his daughter and then running into the Marchioness of Jinnan's iron plate, his second uncle could only nod helplessly. Meanwhile, in Wudong Garden, Nan Yi and Nan Air surrounded Een Susu, looking worried. It gave him the illusion that he was about to become the master. Looking at Een Susu's wounds, Xiao Jingyun's face darkened. Such poor upbringing. The Marchioness of Jinnan had just walked in and continued, "A family with proper values would never raise such a daughter. I've already ordered someone to fetch medicine for wounds." We'll leave after applying it to Amon. At this moment, the system popped up. Congratulations, host. Task completed. You've gained 3% in investigation skill points. Insusu suddenly opened her eyes. Then she smiled happily. Inyuan gently stroked her head. You're smiling so happily. Others might think you've encountered something good. Don't worry, Amon. Such a family, even if they're relatives, if they want to touch you again in the future, they'll have to get past your brother first. Insusu called out adorably. Brother is great. But for her, it was indeed good news. She didn't expect the second branch to truly fail in moving in. The Marchioness of Jinnan comforted her mother again. Amon had many misfortunes as a child. When she grows up, her luck will improve greatly. Insusu slowly sat up, leaning against Inyuan, smiling particularly brightly. She didn't know if her luck would improve when she grew up, but the second branch and the old lady had schemed so much, only to end up with nothing. Just thinking about it made her happy. The second branch caused a big commotion at the main house. Insusu's third uncle naturally knew about it. To avoid suspicion, he came only at dusk. Infu gave Insusu 100 taels of gold as New Year's money, saying that when a child is frightened, they should use money to suppress it, to push down bad luck and turn their fortune around. His second uncle's family, because they had touched the blood jade sent by the minister's family and were reprimanded by the Marchioness of Jinnan, felt uneasy. They sent her many gold and silver jewelry. This time, Insusu truly became a little rich girl, but it also troubled her. Now that she was rich, what could she do? She couldn't spend this money on a baby's body. The system popped up, telling her that unused money could be used to upgrade the system. Insusu was stunned. System upgrades required money? Could these things be used as collateral? The system gave a long answer. Yes. Insusu thought for a moment. Never mind. Right now, all these things are managed by Mother. If they suddenly disappear, it would definitely alarm her. I'll wait until I'm older. When I can keep them myself, then I'll upgrade. By then, no one will know. At this moment, Xiao Jingyun strode in. Amon, I heard you're feeling better. Xiao Jingyun breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down nearby, looking at Insusu. I told you our family's wound medicine is extraordinary. It's only been a few days, and your injury has already healed, Amon. Yes, you left me behind alone. Next time, I guarantee you'll regret it. A cold, somewhat displeased voice rang out, startling everyone in the room. Xiao Jingyun casually nodded, acknowledging the greeting. He stood beside her. Insusu looked straight at the little girl who came in, appearing confused and innocent on the surface, just looking curiously. But in her heart, she was in turmoil. This is the miniature version of The Female Lead by Ru Shuang, isn't it? What's going on? Aren't the male and female leads supposed to meet more than 10 years later? It's not time for his storyline yet. Insusu decided to take the initiative and test the waters. She offered a pastry. Sister, have some. Bai Rushuang frowned slightly. No need. You eat it yourself. Xiao Jingyun, somewhat displeased, blocked Bai Rushuang's line of sight, and smiled at Insusu. He reached out his hand. If she doesn't want it, brother will eat it. Insusu actually placed a pastry in Xiao Jingyun's hand. Bai Rushuang said coldly, Xiao Zi, be more careful when you're out. Remember your status. There are many who want your life. Insusu glanced at Bai Rushuang's expression, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. This Bai Rushuang doesn't speak like a child. Could it be that this female lead is also playing at Rebirth? Yin Yuanqing had just rushed over when he heard the sentence. He laughed angrily. Yes, you should remember your own status. Don't come running to our Yin family for no reason. Otherwise, if you get poisoned one day, it'll be blamed on us again. This girl Yuan Xian speaks without thinking. I will certainly discipline her well when we return. Xiao Jingyun looked apologetically at Yin Yuanqing. It's not your place to discipline me. Bai Rushuang was also angry. Without waiting for Xiao Jingyun to speak, she turned and left. After Yin Yuanqing sat down, he bluntly asked, Where did you buy this maid from? Xiao Jingyun sighed lightly, sat down and said, She's my mother's former disciple. Her master is passing through here, visiting my mother to reminisce about old times, and will stay for a while. So she asked me to take her around. Xiao Jingyun lowered his voice and continued, Her name is Bai Rushuang. According to her master, she's related to the Hezhou prefect involved in that disaster relief embezzlement case from before. Yin Yuanqing immediately understood. This by Rushuang was the daughter of that Hezhou prefect. It was said that Prefect Bai had incurred heaven's wrath, and his mansion suddenly caught fire, burning for 3 days and 3 nights, reducing everything to ashes. Hearing this, In Susu was dumbfounded. What kind of god was this? The disaster relief embezzlement case was a major case that Xiao Jingyan handled with the female lead when he was 23 years old. How did it come up now? She even suspected that this female lead also had a system. Momo silently, but firmly told her that there was only one system in this time-space, and a second one couldn't possibly appear. Why is Amon's mouth open so wide? Drool is coming out. In Yuanqing took out a handkerchief. He gently wiped her mouth. In Susu cried out in her heart, "Brother, my mouth is open this wide because I'm shocked." The sudden appearance of the female lead would scare anyone to death. Qingzhu walked in and reported, "Young master, that young lady who just left the Yin mansion got into a carriage and hasn't left yet." Xiao Jingyan shook his head. "This girl really gives me a headache. Originally, Amon couldn't stay long today. I'll have to take my leave now." In Yuanqing looked at the doorway and instructed Qingzhu, "That young lady really displeases me. If the young master comes again next time, and that young lady is following him, don't let her in." In Susu looked at her brother and sighed inwardly. "My dear brother, you shouldn't speak so absolutely. You might have to pay for these words in the future. But this is good too. Let the male and female leads be lovey-dovey together. Don't harm us poor supporting characters. But in this life, even as a supporting character, so what? As long as you work hard, you can turn things around. Bring it on by Rushuang. I'm not afraid of you in this life." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. The once 1-year-old cute baby had grown into a graceful young lady. On a winter morning, In Susu put on a rather plain jacket and skirt, planning to go to Jingguang Temple with her mother to pray for blessings. In Susu looked up and saw a thin figure standing in the long corridor, seeming to have waited for a long time, with slightly flushed cheeks from the cold. He ran over happily, calling out, "Sister." This was the illegitimate son born a few years after the disciple Danwan. "Sister Inyun," he said, "I heard that Jingguang's winter snow scenery is beautiful and captivating. Brother Snow landscape painting was modeled after the scenery there." Inyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, mixed with a hint of shyness and anticipation. "I also want." In Susu directly interrupted Yuan Cheng. "Last night, Aunt praised your great progress in your studies. Father said he wanted to personally check. Do you remember? I guess Father will test you when he returns today. You should study hard and not disappoint him." In Susu smiled, appearing to be a kind sister genuinely concerned about her brother's studies. Hearing what his sister said, Yuan Cheng's face turned pale, and he froze in place. Stupid male supporting character, In Susu thought. If I didn't know your true nature, I might have fallen for your act. I won't take you there and let you use me. After In Susu sent Yuan Cheng away, her mother had been waiting for quite a while when they were about to leave. In Susu explained what had delayed her. Her mother listened and chuckled coldly. "Many people are going to Jingguang Temple today. He wanted to use you to gain access to Qingyuan's study." In Susu also found it amusing. With his limited knowledge, he's not even as good as me. Those studying at Qingyuan are either from great families or talented individuals like my brother. Since Yuan Cheng had this idea, it seems he realizes his own lack of knowledge. Her mother smiled knowingly. His mind is not on the right path. Unlike you, who has been personally taught by Yuan Xin since childhood. He often praises that few can even pick up a brush as well as you. That Qingyuan study doesn't even let your brother go out, making him focus on preparing for the exam just to secure the top scholar title this time. In Susu noticed that since her mother started managing the household, her speech and actions seemed completely transformed, and she smiled more often. Then today, we must pray for the best fortune for brother, and also for his safety. The winter road was not easy to travel, and it took a long time to reach Jingguang Temple. In Susu helped her mother out of the carriage. She surveyed the surrounding scenery and said with some regret, "If brother could come, he would surely be very happy." Her mother was very confident. "Your brother won't disappoint us. Next time, perhaps. Next time we come might be when we're pregnant." After entering, In Susu sighed. According to the original plot, today was supposed to be her first meeting with the female lead by Rushuang. Jingguang Temple would be forced to close its roads due to heavy snow, and all pilgrims who came up the mountain would have to stay overnight at the temple. In her previous life, Xiao Jingyun, following his mother's orders, came to escort In Susu down the mountain. At that time, He first saw the female lead, then caught these two secretly showing affection, which greatly angered him. Afterwards, he actually went out alone at night to vent his anger and was almost kidnapped by thieves. Thinking about it now, it was truly stupid. However, this time, I've practiced martial arts for over 10 years and learned poison techniques. If anyone dares to provoke me, I'll definitely make them regret it. Miss, be careful. Her personal maid only managed to shout. Susu instantly came back to her senses, feeling her foot slip. Her whole body suddenly fell backward. A strong arm suddenly supported her from behind. Susu used her right hand for leverage, gracefully stood steady, and took 2 steps back. She looked at him carefully. Cupping her hands in greeting, she said, "Thank you for your help, sir." The man seemed surprised that Susu knew martial arts. He looked her over for a while before saying, "It's nothing, just a small matter." Susu had already recognized this person as Liu Yi, the junior minister of justice, but she felt no goodwill towards him and turned to leave. Liu Yi's expression changed slightly. He didn't understand which family's young lady this was, and she even knew martial arts. He thought that even if he hadn't helped, she wouldn't have been hurt. But her expression and her hurry to leave. "Do I look that scary? Aman, are you all right?" Her mother hurried over and asked anxiously. Susu quickly reassured her, "I'm fine. That gentleman was polite and didn't touch me." Her mother sighed in relief. But Susu herself felt uneasy. That man was even more fearsome than the Imperial Guards. Louis, huh? With even this person here, tonight at this temple is bound to be eventful. Can you believe it? These young ladies from noble families are crouching in the corner. And it's actually to watch someone's arm being cut off. Aman, let's go. We're so lucky. We can go in and offer incense without waiting. Her mother smiled, pulling Susu inside. In fact, it was because Susu had used a good luck charm, so everything went smoothly and fortunately. She knelt before the Buddha statue. Quietly opening her eyes, she looked up. Today, Buddha looked kind and benevolent, with a broad mind, saving all living beings. In her previous life, she often worshipped Buddha too, but still couldn't escape tragedy. Better to rely on oneself than on Buddha. Only by becoming strong can one avoid being bullied. She shook the fortune stick container a few times. The maid excitedly shouted, "Miss, it's the best fortune." At the same time, a voice said, "Sir, it was the worst fortune." Susu turned to look. Liu Yi had somehow knelt beside her, holding that worst fortune stick. His gaze was somewhat cold. He then directly broke it in half. He stood up and left. Susu held the best fortune stick. She glanced at Liu Yi walking away with big strides, then looked at the worst fortune stick broken in 2 on the ground. She reached out to pick it up, then handed the best fortune stick to the fortune teller. The fortune teller took Susu's best fortune stick, looked at it for a long time, then slowly spoke. After the dark willows, another village appears. The clouds part to reveal the bright moon. "Miss, this is a great fortune. All you wish for will come true. Everything will go smoothly." Susu smiled, not surprised at all. After all, she had the blessing of that good luck charm and a unique system. "Sir, can you interpret this fortune stick?" Susu handed over the broken worst fortune stick. This time, the fortune teller's expression became much more serious. After half a thought, he told her, "This fortune stick seems to foretell a bloody disaster." Whether Liu Yi would face a bloody disaster, Susu didn't know. But she knew that a murder would definitely occur at Jingguang Temple tonight. Since Liu Yi was the junior minister of justice, he would certainly get involved. Looking at it this way, this fortune was quite accurate. Unexpectedly, the fortune teller immediately started promoting, saying he could introduce her to some high monks to perform rituals to ensure her safety. Susu smiled and quickly waved her hands. It was still the same old trick. She had thought too much into it. As she came out, her mother's maid informed her that the 3rd miss of the Duke's mansion had invited her. Susu also wanted to find them, because in the original plot, or rather in her previous life, she never had deep friendships with ladies from noble families. But in this life, she didn't want to follow the original plot, so she had indeed made some true friends. She had just walked out of the courtyard when she saw the 3rd miss of the Duke's mansion, Chung Yinran and others, crouching sneakily by the courtyard wall. By the looks of it, they weren't waiting for her, but rather hiding from someone. "What are you hiding from in broad daylight?" Susu asked amusedly, suddenly startling them. Miss Jiang Rong, was the first to turn around. She patted Susu. "You scared me to death." The 3rd miss of the Duke's mansion, Chung Yinran, gestured and said they saw something unclean. She was referring to Miss Feng Huanyang. In the original plot, she was known for being unreasonable and was one of the more prominent supporting characters. The Feng family had produced a noble consort, so their status had risen. As a result, Feng Huanyang became even more arrogant and domineering. But if you can't handle her, just avoid her. It's not a big deal. Chung Yinran put her arm around In Susu's shoulder, finding her the best vantage point. Why avoid? Amon, don't say anything. Just watch. In Susu was a bit surprised. How come she saw Lu Yi again, and in this situation? Chung Yinran told her it was because Feng Huanyang liked this junior minister of justice. Lu Yi designed such a heroic rescue scene. However, this deputy minister of justice was truly ruthless. He cut off the thief's arm with one sword strike, scaring Feng Huanyang into fainting. The few people squatting in the corner quickly fled in fear. In Susu couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Feng Huanyang's little scheme wouldn't work on anyone else, yet she chose to try it on someone from the Ministry of Justice who handles cases. How could she not see through such plots and tricks? How could she fall into his hands? The moment they left, Louis had already noticed and ordered his subordinates to question what they were doing. He also informed them that there would be heavy snow today, so they might have to stay overnight at the temple. If there was nothing else, they should return to their rooms to rest early. In Susu knew that the bloody incident destined to happen tonight in the plot was coming. Zhao Yinjin pulled In Susu and sighed, saying that Lord Lu actually struck with his sword immediately, without any hesitation. It was frightening just to think about it. Feng Huanyang had taken a liking to Lu Yi, while Feng Yurong from his family didn't fancy Ninjin's persimmon cousin. The Feng family was quite meddlesome up and down, and they were bold enough. Amon said, "About my persimmon cousin, do you really have no feelings for him at all? After all, he's one of the 4 beauties of the capital." 4 beauties of the capital? Zhang Rong asked in confusion. When was this evaluated? Chung Yinran explained to her. The 4 beauties of the capital were evaluated by a storyteller at a tea house some time ago. People generally agreed with it, and it gradually spread. Ranking first is the jade-faced Judge Lu Yi. Second is Lord Lu. Third is your close friend Amon's older brother, In Yuanxin. Third is Ninjin's cousin Xiao Jingyun. And fourth is the current 5th prince. Jiang Rong pouted. The storytellers have never even seen the 5th prince. It's baseless. I don't believe it. Zhao Yinjin covered her mouth and laughed. My brother believes it wholeheartedly, though. These are the 4 beauties, and my brother wasn't included. He was so upset he wanted to cry to Amon's brother several times. But he's been secluded studying hard and can't be seen. Crying, he told me. Even the friendship from when they sent off Xie has faded. Speaking of her own brother, In Susu chimed in. This blood jade was actually lost to my brother in a bet. Everyone in the capital knows how hard my brother studies. He couldn't even come together this time. If the teacher at Jingguang Temple hadn't insisted on not letting him take the exam, he would have already come back with the top scholar title. The other 3 sisters indeed had no rebuttal. We know your brother is amazing. You just love to show off. Your brother is good at literature, good at martial arts, good at everything. People can't find any fault with him. If he hadn't taken the imperial exams yet, people would have already worn out your family's doorstep with marriage proposals. Of course, In Susu said to herself. My brother seems perfect in every way, but he's actually quite dark-hearted. When he gets angry, he could scare you to death. The 4 chatted for a while longer before parting ways. She had just walked about 100 meters away when she felt a figure getting closer and closer. In Susu stopped at the right moment. When the person arrived, she bowed politely. Oh, it's Lord Lu. Lu Yi stopped and stared at In Susu. So you recognize me now? In Susu nodded and thanked him for his help on the mountain earlier. Lu Yi curiously asked her, You came to find me just to thank me? You know martial arts yourself. Although it was dangerous, even without me, you wouldn't have been hurt. In Susu awkwardly explained, I didn't specifically come to find you, my lord. We just happened to meet on the way. I originally heard that the view at the temple pavilion was excellent, so I had arranged to meet with my sisters there for a small gathering. But on the way, I saw you and Miss Feng, so I changed my mind. Louis raised an eyebrow. No wonder. If you want to view the snow scenery, the best place should be at Wangxing Pavilion on the mountainside. Keep going straight ahead from here, go around a large courtyard, and there's a path that leads directly up. In Susu thanked him and left immediately, but he had a hint of doubt in his mind. It was about to snow, yet this young lady from the Yin family was going to view the scenery at this time. It seems she's not so simple. After walking for a while, In Susu saw that large courtyard. Coincidentally, someone came out of the courtyard. Upon seeing her, they were startled and looked wary. In Susu smiled and explained that she was just passing by on her way to Wangxing Pavilion. The old woman sighed in relief and nodded slightly. She didn't say anything. She just closed the door. In Susu glanced back. The bloody incident tonight would happen in this courtyard. And in her previous life, she was tied up at Wangxing Pavilion. These two places were not far apart. Could there be some connection? Half an hour later, In Susu finally arrived at Wangxing Pavilion. She began to look around, searching for clues. Soon she found a piece of paper in the crevice of the table corner. In Susu unfolded it and immediately clutched it in her palm. There was indeed something fishy. Jingguang Temple, Wangxing Pavilion. After finding the note, In Susu had originally planned to return the same way. But suddenly she had a bad feeling and took a different route. On the original path, a shadowy figure that had been crouching in wait couldn't help but move its sore legs. That woman didn't return the same way. What keen intuition! Who sent you? The shadow was startled and immediately dodged. A cold sensation aimed directly at the neck, carrying a hint of killing intent. After calming down, the person in black threatened, "Lord Lu, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you." Lu Yi coldly snorted, "You're sneaking around in Jingguang Temple, and you accuse me, the Deputy Minister of Justice, of meddling? Lu Yi, you're courting death." The shadow gritted his teeth. He waved his sleeve, and a cloud of powder flew towards Lu Yi. When the powder dissipated, the shadow had vanished without a trace. A subordinate nearby asked, "My lord, why didn't you pursue? This person hasn't achieved their goal. They will surely appear again." Rashly chasing after them might be falling into their trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Louis said as he gently sheathed his sword, "This person's martial arts are not bad. I wonder who's so unlucky to be targeted by them." Wangxing Pavilion. In Susu's image flashed through Lu Yi's mind. Could it be her? But he immediately shook his head slightly. How could a sheltered young lady, who never leaves home, offend such a skilled martial artist? Meanwhile, In Susu took a detour back to her courtyard. Outside, snow was falling heavily. As she was drinking hot tea to ward off the cold, Momo suddenly spoke up. "Host, if you hadn't used the good luck charm, you would have had to fend off 3 assassination attempts." In Susu held the teacup, her fingertips gently rubbing the warm rim. "Fortunately, I followed my instincts and didn't return the same way. Otherwise, it might not have been so easy to escape." "Momo, do you know who it was?" Momo didn't know. In Susu thought to herself, "These rats hiding in the dark are the most troublesome." But since coming here, her internal energy cultivation had made some progress. Those scoundrels shouldn't be a match for her now. Just then, the maid came in to report. Lord Lu had come braving the snow. In Susu thought to herself, perfect timing. She was just anxious to get rid of this hot potato, and Lord Lu was the most suitable candidate. Snowflakes drifted down gently. Lu Yi stood in the courtyard without an umbrella, letting the snow fall on him. Seeing In Susu come out, he turned slightly. "Does Lord Lu have some business?" Lu Yi stepped closer, holding a blood jade between 2 fingers. It's said that the Zhao minister's family obtained a blood jade years ago, then gave it to their eldest son. His wife then lost it to your brother in a bet. And finally, you've been carrying it with you. Is this the one? Lord Lu. In Susu immediately reached for her neck. She didn't even know when she had lost her blood jade. She was unsure of what this person intended to do. After agreeing, she looked at him with slight wariness. Lu Yi suddenly smiled, as if the ice and snow were melting, revealing 1,000 charms before her eyes. In Susu suddenly remembered what Cheng Yanran had said about the 4 beauties of the capital during their midday gathering. He truly was as beautiful as a supernatural being. This should be returned to its rightful owner, Louis said as he stepped forward a hand over the blood jade. In Susu felt her heart racing and immediately reached out to take it. Lu Yi's fingers released, and the cold blood jade landed steadily in In Susu's palm, calming her somewhat nervous heartbeat. "Now that the item has been returned to its rightful owner, I shall take my leave," Louis said, composing himself and turning around. "Lord Lu." "Wait." In Susu took out a piece of paper from her sleeve. She handed it over. "Lord Lu, I went to Wangxing Pavilion. My family's guard found this in the crevice of the table corner." After Lu Yi opened and glanced at it, his expression darkened slightly. "This matter is of great importance. I shall come to express my gratitude another day." After he left, In Susu held the cold blood jade, her expression changing several times. Since it was almost snatched away when she was young, her mother had checked it periodically. The string wouldn't have fallen off on its own, Someone must have deliberately cut it. Suddenly, a chime sounded in her mind. Host, a new task has arrived. 1. Find out why the blood jade fell. 2. Follow Louis. 3. Participate in the investigation. In Susu's hand paused, feeling somewhat speechless. Are these tasks coming in groups? A young lady from a noble family, yet her martial arts were even more formidable than a grandmaster's. Late at night, when everyone was sound asleep, she nimbly leaped over the wall and out of the courtyard. Since a task appeared, it meant Liu Yi was in danger now. And she had given Liu Yi information about Shangshan Yuan earlier, so he must be nearby. With a leap, her toes lightly touched down as she headed straight for Wangxing Pavilion. There were no obstructions around Wangxing Pavilion. If anything was happening nearby, it would be visible at a glance. Just then, a shadow flashed by at an extremely fast speed. Another shadow was in hot pursuit behind it. In Susu immediately channeled her internal energy and quickly descended from Wangxing Pavilion, chasing after the black shadow. However, behind In Susu, 3 more black shadows were pursuing her. Liu Yi's face was pale as he clutched his waist. Blood continuously seeped through his fingers. He had been careless tonight. He hadn't expected this group to be so bold and reckless. Suddenly, his feet halted, and he stopped. Why did you stop running? The black-clad person laughed coldly. Louis looked at the person and sneered. Since you know, why don't you dare come kill me? The black-clad person frowned, quickly scanning the surroundings, then coldly instructed Louis. Someone wants to spare your life, but sometimes you still need to be taught a lesson. Lord Liu, I'm afraid I'll have to offend you. The black-clad person wasted no more words, holding a short blade and advancing step by step. At this critical moment, a silver needle flew in, instantly breaking the blade. The black-clad person gritted their teeth and shouted, "Who? Your ancestor." In Susu cursed in a low voice. In an instant, she passed the black-clad person and supported Louis. Everyone marveled at her swift movement. Meanwhile, the 3 black-clad people chasing In Susu also arrived at the scene. In Susu, supporting Liu Yi, said, "You hold them off. I'll take him away first." Before the black-clad person could react, a sword aura approached. The man in black had his arm slashed. The flesh was torn open. The pain made his face turn pale instantly. Which bastard hurt me? The 3 men in black didn't answer. They belatedly realized they might have hurt the wrong person. Looking back at In Susu, she was almost out of sight. They immediately flew after her. The man in black chasing Liu Yi felt a sharp pain. He realized, I've been used as a shield. Meanwhile, In Susu held Liu Yi and asked him softly, "Is there any secluded place nearby with cover?" Liu Yi pointed to a spot. 300 meters ahead, drop straight down. There's a ravine. The surrounding cliffs are slippery. It's easy to go down, but hard to climb up. I don't intend to go down. In Susu didn't explain further. After placing Liu Yi in a safe spot, she raised her inner power to the extreme and flew towards the place Liu Yi mentioned. Liu Yi was puzzled, wondering what she was planning to do. Soon she was caught up by the 3 men in black. But by now she was getting closer to the ravine. Seizing the opportunity, In Susu stopped and asked, "Who sent you?" "To hire 3 master-level assassins to kill me. That's quite extravagant." The 3 men in black closed in. "Stop talking nonsense. Surrender now." A smile appeared on In Susu's face. She leapt into the ravine. "If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the guts to follow." The 3 men in black didn't hesitate and jumped after her. At that moment, it was as if time had reversed. It was just night, but after falling into the ravine, it suddenly became day. It was just a snowy winter day, but now it was a warm summer day, everything lush and green. The lead man in black realized, his eyes filled with fear. "Bad. It's an illusion. I've been poisoned." Trapped in her illusion, multiple cuts appeared on his body. The men in black immediately gave chase, bloodlust in their eyes. But they didn't know that In Susu had climbed back up the ravine using a rope. Before jumping, she had scattered half a packet of poison powder. Though not lethal, it was enough to make the men hallucinate, thinking they were still chasing her. After a glance back, she went to find Liu Yi without pressure. When In Susu returned to the original spot, Liu Yi was leaning against a dead tree waiting for her. His face was as white as paper, but his expression remained calm, as if the one who was severely injured and lost so much blood wasn't him. He still joked, so we're both fallen souls in this world. In Susu shook her head, supporting Liu Yi. "Not the same. You only have 1 killer, But I have 3. Louis asked curiously. I know who's trying to kill me. I won't let them off easy. What about you? Susu gritted her teeth and replied, I don't know who, but I won't let them off either. Louis raised his chin, a smile appearing on his pale face. He looked at Susu with interest. It seems Miss Yin's way of doing things is very close to our Dali temple. Susu smiled faintly. Mr. Liu is joking. Let's go. We need to find a place to bandage you up first. Back in the room, Louis took off his outer clothes. Susu took out her homemade golden ointment to apply on him. Louis looked at the ointment. I must ask, Miss Yin carrying these things with her, did you guess Mr. Liu might get injured tonight? Susu handed over the golden ointment and turned her back. Liu, he didn't ask further. Everyone has their own secrets. There's no need to explain everything. After temporarily stopping the bleeding, Liu put his clothes back on. Looking at Susu's back, he said, I'll keep tonight's events secret. Susu calmly replied, so will I. Louis leaned back slightly against the chair to rest. Since we both have secrets and have been through life and death together, may I ask, Miss Yin, did you come out late at night to lure those 3 men in black? Susu answered honestly, no. Because of that note, I felt uneasy. After all, I discovered the note. I couldn't say. I already knew a murder would happen tonight. Louis smiled. I know who's staying in Shangshan Hall, so I've already sent extra people to protect them. Miss Yin can rest assured and go back to rest. Susu didn't speak. She turned her head and slightly pursed her lips. If the plot could be changed so easily, I'd really be thankful. Louis lowered his eyelids, his eyes flickering. He softly asked, Miss Yin, do you think that even if I sent people to protect, what's meant to happen will still happen? Susu's brows moved slightly. If she acknowledged this, he might think she was some kind of monster. So she said it was a woman's intuition, just feeling uneasy. But more than that, I want to know about something else. Louis seemed to have anticipated Susu's question. He answered almost without thinking. Your blood jade was found in a side room, but it wasn't on the floor. It was hidden under a soft couch, in a recessed compartment, well kept in a fine brocade box. Susu recalled the scene of the sisters' gathering. At that time, Chung Yinran said she wanted to see her blood jade, so she took it out from her clothes. Later, when they were joking around, she smelled a strange fragrance. Her hands clenched involuntarily. Mr. Liu, with your vast knowledge, do you know of a strange fragrance that at first smells faintly of flowers? And then, Liu continued, there's a fishy smell, but only for a moment. Is that it? That's the Western region's beauty sin. Extremely rare. Those who are knocked out by it even forget they were drugged after waking up. Liu explained with a smile. It seems Miss Yin already knows who it is. At the same time, the system silently popped up. Congratulations, host, for completing the Blood Jade mission. Reward, 1 ice lotus. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to save Louis. Reward, 1 fire lotus. At this moment, Susu found it hard to describe the feeling in her heart. She didn't know if it was anger or disappointment, along with a strange sense of vigilance and caution. A myriad of emotions surged in her heart. Yinran, why did you do this? Susu put on her cloak and smiled at Louis. I know, but I don't plan to pursue it. Louis slowly stood up, gently brushing off the dry twigs on his body. I suggest Miss Yin should still look into it. The blood jade is valuable, that's one thing. But valuable items don't necessarily make innocent people take risks. Perhaps there's a deeper reason. As Louis spoke, he slowly walked to the door and opened it. The cold wind immediately blew in. Not far away was a sea of red. Mr. Liu, it seems there's a fire, Susu said, seemingly hinting at something. She stared intently at Louis. Miss Yin, I'll go ahead, Louis said and immediately ran out. Susu didn't immediately follow. Instead, she leapt onto a dead tree, observing the situation at Shangshan Hall. When the murder occurred, someone panicked and made it known to everyone, causing widespread fear. Some noble family members were shouting for Jingguang Temple to send people to protect them. So the scene was chaotic at the time. Someone must have deliberately done this to create confusion and escape. As people were fighting the fire, the blaze at Shangshan Hall gradually diminished. A figure slipped through the firefighters like a slippery eel, disappearing into the darkness. In Susu immediately locked onto the target. Following the person's footprints, she finally stopped outside the courtyard where Chung Yin ran and the others from the Duke's mansion were staying. In Susu hid herself. Not long after, the courtyard door was gently pushed open. The person who had just slipped in now came out again. The gray silk clothes had been changed to a blue long robe. The demeanor had also changed from that of a servant to a scholar. Momo was excited. "Host, we should follow them." "Of course we'll follow. Otherwise, what leverage will we have to ask Lu Yi to let us participate in the investigation?" In Susu carefully followed not far behind. She watched as the person turned into a side street and blended into a large courtyard with mixed residents. They were indeed well prepared. In Susu memorized the person's room, then, fearing her mother might worry if she couldn't find her, she took advantage of the chaos to return to her own courtyard. She put away the blood-stained cloak and changed into a new one. Only then did she let the knocking maid enter. "Miss, there's a fire elsewhere." The maid, just woken up, was still a bit groggy. In Susu pretended not to know and asked, "Is our courtyard all right?" The maid hurriedly replied, "All is well." Madam drank some calming tea and went to bed early. Qingzhu is on night duty today and is now ordering people to check the fire and candles. In Susu made a mental note. "Let's go take a look." Seeing people, Qingzhu quickly reported, "Miss, there's a fire at Shangshan Hall. After the big fire was put out, they found someone dead inside. We should quickly inquire who that person is." Qingzhu, still somewhat shaken, answered, "I don't know. They say it was Junior Minister Lu who arrived, and his men carried the body out. I heard people outside saying half the body was burned away." In Susu grabbed Qingzhu's hand and said softly, "Sister Qingzhu." Qingzhu immediately realized, "Miss, you're not thinking of going to take a look, are you?" She had guessed correctly. Only by going to see could she solve the case. Just as In Susu was thinking about how to slip away, someone came to report from outside. "Miss, the young master is at Shangshan Hall right now. He asked me to let you know. Once things are handled there, he'll come to take you down the mountain." In Susu immediately understood. They probably had made some initial judgments, knowing the person wasn't burned to death. That's why Xiao Jingyan sent someone to protect their courtyard. The timing was perfect. In Susu's eyes lit up. "Sister Qingzhu, I need to see Brother Jingyan. If he's coming up the mountain to find me at this time, it must be urgent." Qingzhu finally relaxed a bit. "Manager's son, our miss is curious and wants to use the young master's name to go take a look at Shangshan Hall." Sana nodded. "All right. Miss In, please stay close to me. I'll escort you there." Hearing footsteps, Xiao Jingyun turned around. "Ama." His voice deepened. "I sent Sun and to protect you, but he ended up protecting you to the crime scene?" In Susu laughed dryly and waved her hand. "I just wanted to see what's going on." She and Xiao Jingyun were childhood friends, almost like siblings, so she spoke rather casually. Then In Susu's smile faded as she noticed the serious and worried Xiao Jingyun and the person standing beside him. The female lead, Bai Rushuang, was really here. Bai Rushuang's cold eyes fell on In Susu. "You can protect her for now, but not forever. A sheltered young lady who never leaves home is fragile and easily broken. Since you're here this time, you might as well accompany her to take a look." In Susu completely ignored Bai Rushuang. In her previous life, their first meeting was chaotic and made them a laughingstock. In this life, she couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to her. In Susu quickly walked up to Lu Yi. "Mr. Lu, can you take me inside?" When Lu Yi saw In Susu, his expression seemed to soften a bit, and his earlier fierceness dissipated somewhat. Xiao Jingyun was somewhat shocked. What was their relationship? Lu Yi was known as an iron-faced judge, ruthless and merciless. Fearing for In Susu's safety, Xiao Jingyun stepped forward and seriously asked Lu Yi, "Do you know each other?" Lu Yi smiled lightly and said calmly, "We've met before. I helped Miss In retrieve her blood jade." Hearing this, Bai Rushuang once again turned her gaze to In Susu, her eyes cold, glaring slightly at In Susu. Xiao Jingyun sensed it wasn't that simple. He lowered his voice and asked Amon, "It's normal for you to lose other things, but you never let this valuable item out of your sight. How could you lose it?" In Susu wanted to keep something from her close friend Chung Yinran. She hurriedly explained that the string had worn out and broken. Lord Lu found it and returned it to her. Bai Rushuang, acting like the lady of the house, said to In Susu, "What valuable item? If it's so precious, you should keep it safe, not show it off to everyone inviting people to covet it. In Susu thought to herself, "Oh great, she's starting on me already." She smiled at Bai Rushuang and said, "Sister, if you think it's so pitiful that I almost lost the blood jade, why don't you give me a few gold ingots? I'll naturally thank Buddha for your generous help later." Bai Rushuang was about to explode with anger. Xiao Jingyun quickly stood between them, trying to placate both sides. "Aman, don't make trouble. The things I brought back for you this time are no worse than gold ingots. I'll have them sent to your house tomorrow." Bai Rushuang shook her head and snorted. "So those were bought for your little sister. You really dote on her." Xiao Jingyan laughed and called her Shuang tenderly. "You know my intentions." In Susu shuddered again, deciding she must stay far away from these two. In Susu turned back to Lu Yi. "I saw a suspicious person among the crowd shouting fire. I followed him and saw him enter Puty Yuan, change into a dark scholar's robe, and go to the mixed residence, Dingzi Yuan. I'll draw a portrait for you in a moment." Lu Yi was slightly delighted, staring at In Susu. "Miss In, you truly are my lucky star. The person you found is very suspicious." Lu Yi's almost bewitching face and tone made In Susu a bit dazed. After a moment, she came to her senses, feeling slightly embarrassed. She directly made her request. "Lord Lu, I'm curious. I want to participate in the investigation of this case." Lu Yi noticed In Susu's change in expression and chuckled softly. "Since you're a lucky star, of course I agree to let Miss In participate." He casually took out an envelope and handed it over. "Miss In, your status as a young lady might make it difficult to be involved in a murder case. So it's certainly not possible in front of so many people. Just follow the instructions written here." In Susu held the envelope, her expression constantly changing. This guy clearly guessed I would ask to participate and had already written down the case details, just waiting for me to ask. After giving the envelope, Lu Yi left without looking back. In Susu glanced at the lovey-dovey male and female leads, feeling quite annoyed. Can't they show their affection farther away from me? Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Jingyan called out to her, "Aman, I remember you have an estate in Daishinkan in the outer suburbs." In Susu already knew he would bring this up. In her previous life, when Bai Rushuang came to the capital with nowhere to stay, he, wanting to show his generosity, immediately agreed to lend out the Daishinkan estate when Xiao Jingyun inquired about it. But it ended up being borrowed without return. Thinking of this, In Susu pretended not to know and looked at Xiao Jingyun, saying, "Yes, there is an estate, but it's managed by my mother. She says she'll give it to me when I get married." "Brother Jingyun, are you asking about the estate for this sister to stay? Then I'll go ask my mother." When Xiao Jingyun heard that the estate was managed by her mother, he immediately gave up. "No need. Let's not trouble Madame In with such a small matter. Your mother and my mother are very close. If I borrow the estate from your mother today, my mother will ask me tomorrow why I borrowed it." In Susu lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. She suggested, "Inns aren't safe. All kinds of people stay there. If this sister wants to feel more at ease, why not just buy a small house in the capital?" Xiao Jingyan also thought this was a good idea and immediately set about arranging it. He left with Bai Rushuang. The old servant helped explain, "Miss In, the young master's behavior was a bit excited. Don't mind him. Let me escort you back." In Susu watched the backs of the two as they walked away. She happily waved her hand. "No, I think it's fine." Her face bore a brilliant smile. "You two go enjoy your world for two. Don't bother me." Late at night, In Susu changed into simple clothes. She easily jumped over the wall, planning to go to Shangyuan Temple to check on Miss In. "Haven't seen you for a day. Out for another evening stroll, I see." Lu Yi leaned against the wall, his gaze sweeping over In Susu before landing on the dark courtyard. In Susu, not wanting to get entangled, went straight to the point. "It was clearly you, Lord Lu, who wrote in the letter. At this time, forget it. I want to go check on Shangyuan Temple. Please, Miss In." Lu Yi waved his hand casually. Several shadowy figures immediately disappeared from sight. In Susu knew there were hidden guards around, but with Lu Yi's men guarding the surroundings, at least no one else would interfere. In Susu looked at Lu Yi questioningly. "I want to look at the most badly burned room," Lu Yi explained. "That was Consort Su's residence. The deceased wasn't Consort Su, but her servant. But of course, Miss In, you can go anywhere. I'll wait here for you. Just be careful not to disturb the scene." After speaking, Lu Yi sat down in a chair, looking as if he truly wouldn't interfere. In Susu, noticing Lu Yi's still pale face, asked softly, "Lord Lu, your previous injury hasn't healed yet?" "It's nothing, Miss In. Don't worry about me. In Susu then swallowed the words she was about to say. She walked directly towards Consort Su's room. At this moment, she could use the investigation skills she had gained from signing in, giving her extraordinary eyes that could discover easily overlooked clues. After looking around the entire room, she stopped at the dressing table. She pulled open the drawer of the dressing table. A square brocade box appeared in In Susu's line of sight. Opening it, she found a partially melted piece of gold inside the box. It looked like a token, but she had never seen this style before. She thought about trying to sketch and restore it when she got back. Then she went to the adjacent room. According to the information in Lu Yi's letter, this room was the origin of the fire. The victim had an impact wound on the back of the head, but it wasn't fatal. There was black ash around the mouth and nose. The actual cause of death was suffocation. He turned his head to look. He thought this In family's daughter, who never left home, believed that learning martial arts would allow her to punish evil and promote good like in storybooks. Once her curiosity was satisfied, she would probably lose interest. Thinking this, Louis turned his head back, no longer paying attention to her. In Susu searched through the ruins. Finally, under an overturned wooden stool, she found a lotus-shaped candlestick. After finding what she was looking for, In Susu stood up. However, because she had been crouching for too long, her foot was numb and she lost her balance. Instinctively, she grabbed onto the nearest thing she could reach, a broken wooden frame. The external force caused it to snap completely. Along with the unstable shelf above it, everything came crashing down. Lu Yi, quick as lightning, wrapped his arm around In Susu's waist and leaped, avoiding the collapsing shelf and landing safely. In Susu sighed in relief, her hands tightly gripping the candlestick. That was dangerous. I almost lost the clue I had just found. Lu Yi was stunned. Suddenly, he realized from the bottom of his heart that this young lady was truly determined to solve the case. In Susu handed over the candlestick. Lord Lu, I've found the murder weapon. In your letter, you wrote that someone accidentally knocked over a candlestick, igniting the curtains and starting the fire. But now there's blood on the candlestick. It doesn't seem like it was accidentally knocked over. Too engrossed in the investigation, they had forgotten they were still in an embrace. Realizing their position, both of them blushed. They reacted almost simultaneously, turning away from each other. In Susu added, in any case, the wound on the victim's head should match the marks on the candlestick. Lu Yi nodded. That's right. The victim was knocked unconscious with the candlestick. So the truth is that the fire was deliberately set. In Susu analyzed the situation. This fire could only have been set by the murderer to cover their tracks. But when the building caught fire, no one in the entire courtyard noticed until the flames were sky high. This clearly shows that someone with high authority is blocking the way, silencing people to cover for the perpetrator. There must be a big secret hidden here. After saying this, In Susu looked meaningfully at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's eyes flickered slightly. For a young lady to investigate to this extent, he was becoming increasingly curious about In Susu. Miss In, you're quite bold. You're implying that Consort Su is involved in this case. Lu Yi took out a handkerchief, carefully wrapped the candlestick, preparing to take it back to the Ministry of Justice. In Susu immediately responded, I'm just presenting the evidence. As for how to investigate and conclude the case, that's Lord Lu's business. Also, Lord Lu, could you arrange a place for me? I've been rummaging around so much, it's not appropriate to go back like this. Lu even noticed that the young lady who had come with him earlier was now in a disheveled state. If she were to return like this, it would cause trouble for both of them. Louis nodded, holding the candlestick. All right. The Ministry of Justice staff worked quickly, immediately preparing a courtyard with hot water for cleaning up. When she had cleaned herself and was ready to go back, she discovered that the clothes prepared for her were actually men's clothes. She was incredibly embarrassed. Has Lu Yi gone mad from investigating? He actually gave me a set of men's clothes to change into. If they weren't new, I wouldn't wear them. At this point, she had no other choice but to walk out wearing the men's clothes. Lu Yi explained that he had brought a new set of Xingjing clothes up the mountain, which unexpectedly fit Miss In quite well. Only then did In Susu realize she was wearing his clothes. Her face unconsciously flushed red, and she thanked him somewhat awkwardly. Lu Yi then belatedly realized that his words earlier were inappropriate. He had forgotten she was an unmarried young lady who shouldn't casually wear men's clothes. Fortunately, Miss In didn't get angry. Lu Yi prepared to see things through and escort In Susu back to her courtyard. After just a few steps, Louis furrowed his brow. Missing, someone's coming. You go first. In Susu nodded, leaping up with her lightness skill and disappearing into the night. Xiao Jingyun was walking towards Lu Yi, his eyes seemingly filled with doubt. The man beside Lord Lu just now looked somewhat frail, but his lightness skill was extraordinary. Lu Yi shook his head slightly, seeming somewhat disdainful. Young Master Xiao saw my guard. It seems his kung fu still needs improvement. Hearing this, Xiao Jingyun no longer paid attention to that matter. Instead, he looked at Lu Yi and said, Lord Lu, I want to investigate an old case. The tomb robbery case from the 23rd year of dashing. The files for this case are in the Ministry of Justice. Lu Yi felt some suspicion in his heart, but his face didn't show it at all. He furrowed his brow and said, Young Master Xiao, the files from the 23rd year of dashing are indeed in the Ministry of Justice. However, those case files are sealed in the archives room. Only the Emperor's order can retrieve them. I'm afraid I can't help you. Xiao Jingyun's heart sank. He hadn't expected this matter to be so far-reaching that even the case files were separately sealed. Asking for an imperial edict would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Forcibly entering the Ministry of Justice was even more impossible. Thank you for the clarification, Lord Lu. Xiao Jingyun bowed and turned to leave. Lu Yi remained motionless. Soon, a secret guard appeared, landing beside Lu Yi and whispering, My lord, Missing has safely returned. Should we report this? Lu Yi looked at that figure and shook his head. Not for now. 3 days later, the ban was lifted. Various noble families returned in their carriages. Lu Yi gazed at Xingting, staring for a good while, but was unable to distinguish which was the Yin family's carriage among the crowd. He had to give up. Suddenly, a secret guard appeared. My lord, we've found the identity and address of the person in the portrait your young lady sent. Lu Yi turned his head abruptly, a cold smile curling his lips. Let's go catch him. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Yin Susu saw by Ru Shuang and understood. So this was why Xiao Jingyun had begged and promised to give her a coral tree, asking her to ride in his carriage. It was to pave the way for Bai Rushuang. As a free-spirited swordswoman without a clan to rely on, she would probably find it difficult to take even a single step in this capital city. That's why this situation arose. While Bai Rushuang knew Xiao Jingyun's good intentions, she felt some aversion towards In Susu in her heart. In Susu didn't mind. For the sake of money, she smiled and asked, Miss Bai, what would you like to know? Bai Rushuang thought for a moment and said, First, tell me about the families in the capital. In Susu understood. She wanted to learn about the factions in the capital. After all, Bai Rushuang was here to overturn her family's case. The first step in overturning the case was to know which court officials had handled the old case back then. That's easy to find out. Miss Bai, once you're in the capital, people will likely send you invitation cards. Then you'll know their names from the cards. Bai Rushuang asked, confused. Invitation cards for what? Flower viewing, garden parties, basically invitations to go out. They want to see what you look like. After all, Brother Jingyun is quite popular. Miss Bai is new to the capital. Many noble young ladies and gentlemen will likely be interested in you. As Bai Rushuang listened, her face grew cold. She said sharply, Missine, are you joking? In Susu calmly listed all the high officials in the capital. She deliberately mentioned some inter-court affairs, like who was jealous of whom, who got into a fight. She also made it clear that she only saw Xiao Jingyun as a brother. Bai Rushuang scoffed. They're just pampered women, only concerned with their small world. Fighting over men, living at the mercy of men. How pitiful. A hint of mockery flashed in In Susu's eyes. You speak of independence, but what about reality? She smiled at Bai Rushuang. Miss Bai, are you covering your own expenses in the capital? Bai Rushuang felt her face burn. She wanted to lash out, angrily asking In Susu what she meant. In Susu lifted the curtain, looking at Xiao Jingyun riding outside. She said slowly, I don't mean anything. Miss Bai, if you really receive invitation cards and can't refuse, you can always ask Brother Jingyun for help. As he turned his head, he met Bai Rushuang's piercing gaze. There's nothing I can't refuse, Bai Rushuang said, shifting her gaze from In Susu. She closed her eyes. I'm tired. Let him take you back. In Susu laughed coldly inside. You call me over when you need me, then dismiss me when you're done. You can't have it all, Bai Rushuang. This female lead's temper is really something. A few words she doesn't like, and she throws a fit. I can use this to strike back. In Susu lifted the curtain and called out, Brother Jingyun, Miss Bai is tired. Please take me back. Xiao Jingyun was surprised. Oh no, this has upset our man. He immediately ordered the carriage to stop. He dismounted and lifted the curtain. He saw Bai Rushuang with her eyes closed, but she clearly wasn't tired. She was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to talk. "Shuanger," Xiao Jingyun called out, but Bai Rushuang ignored him, keeping her eyes closed. Xiao Jingyun frowned slightly. Then he said softly, "Oh man, brother will take you back," and helped In Susu out of the carriage. After they had walked some distance, In Susu finally spoke. "Brother Jingyun, Miss Bai doesn't like me much. It's better not to call me in the future." Xiao Jingyun nodded. "You've been wronged." He knew Bai Rushuang's temper. He had called In Susu to accompany her, but she wasn't appreciative and had made a man lose face. In Susu waved her hand and smiled as she entered her family's carriage. She planned to tell her brother about this when she got home, to let him know that his sister had been bullied outside. This would prevent him from liking the female lead and repeating the bitter path of his past life. After sending In Susu back, Xiao Jingyun returned. He sat directly in the carriage. "Shuanger, you went too far." Bai Rushuang opened her eyes and looked at him coldly. "I went too far? How? Did I hurt your dear sister? Do you know what she said to me?" Xiao Jingyun gripped the curtain tightly and said softly, "Shuanger, I'm a martial artist. I was right outside the carriage. I heard every word a man said clearly." Bai Rushuang scoffed. "You heard it all, and you're still defending her?" Xiao Jingyun sighed. "You already know my identity. The things behind this identity can't be cut off with just one stroke." Bai Rushuang turned her head away and snapped, "You're unwilling to give up your life of luxury." Xiao Jingyun looked at Bai Rushuang, his expression cooling. "Since I was 16, to not disgrace the name of the Marquis of Jinan, I've been to the borders and the Miao regions in the southwest. I've faced death countless times. When have I ever indulged in luxury?" After saying this, he lifted the curtain. He mounted his horse, his expression colder than the chilly air outside. They continued on their journey. In Susu explained to her mother why Xiao Jingyun had sent her back halfway. After hearing this, her mother drew In Susu into her arms. She softly instructed, "Next time young Master Xiao comes asking for help for that Miss Bai, even if it means offending the Marquis of Jinan's household, I absolutely won't let you go." In the evening, Xiao Jingyun dropped In Susu and her family off at the Yin residence. Then he left with Bai Rushuang. In Yuanxin was waiting early at the door. Father went out to buy some bird's nest to help mother and sister calm down. In Susu quickly responded to her brother, "We're fine." In Yuanxin held his sister's face, seeing that both of them seemed in good spirits. He finally relaxed. "I was so worried. I wanted to go myself. But Jingyun said it would be easier for him to take people up the mountain, so I felt reassured. I'm glad you're safe." Seeing the loving siblings who hadn't met for days, their mother told Qingzhu to accompany her back to her room. She left time for the brother and sister. In Yuanxin and In Susu obediently bowed to their mother, then turned to go to his study. On the way, In Susu quickly asked her brother, "Are there any rumors in the capital?" In Yuanxin sighed. "The Jingguang Temple incident has already spread to the capital. Now everyone knows that Consort Su's maid was burned to death. Rumors say Consort Su is ill-fated. She made mistakes when she was young, so heaven is punishing her. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a fire in winter." In Susu clung to In Yuanxin's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother, let me tell you, at Jingguang Temple." In Yuanxin suddenly stopped talking, his eyes showing some displeasure as he looked at the figure appearing in front of them. In Susu looked up and frowned. "Sai, just got rid of Bai Rushuang, and now here comes In Yuancheng." They saw that figure quickly running over in a few steps. His mouth trembled, and he started crying. "Sister, I've been praying for you day and night at the temple. I'm so glad you're all right. Big brother has been studying hard. He just finished his seclusion today and went to the gate to welcome sister." Yuancheng really envies brother and sister's relationship. The system silently popped up. "Host, I've learned something new today." In Susu also sighed inwardly. "I've learned something new too. When a man acts like a green tea, women can't compare." In Yuanxin looked at this green tea boy and asked calmly, "Are you trying to say that I don't care about a man, only focus on studying, and only want to greet her today because I knew she was coming back? That it was deliberate?" In Yuanxing suddenly raised his head, looking incredulous. Big tears fell from his eyes. "Big brother, that's not what I meant. I didn't." Although In Yuanxing was young, they had seen too many of his little tricks over the years. In Yuanxin couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He pulled In Susu along and left. After reaching the corner of the long corridor, In Susu looked back at In Yuancheng. She raised her sleeve to wipe away tears while standing still. In Hung asked a question, and he answered obediently. This made In Susu snort coldly. He had just played the pitiful father act and coincidentally happened to pass by on his way home. How could it be such a coincidence? What a scheme. In Susu tugged on In Yuancheng's sleeve and asked softly, "Brother, aren't we going to do anything?" In Yuancheng shook his head. Last time he said his studies weren't good, so he worked hard. Now, after Concubine Lu's prompting, his big show is about to begin. We need to play along to see the more exciting parts. He pulled In Susu back to Qingzhou Garden. In Yuancheng told In Susu to just wait and watch the show. He was planning something for Qingyuan's study, but I just need to say a few words to father, and I guarantee he won't be able to enter even in 10 lifetimes. In Susu couldn't help but laugh. Concubine Lu's hopes are about to be dashed again. Brother, let me tell you what happened at Jingguang Temple. In Susu then recounted everything that happened at Jingguang Temple, from Shiyu's disappearance to being returned by Lu Yi, from finding the note at Wangxing Pavilion to being chased and saving Lu Yi, from the fire at Shangshan Hall to requesting to participate in the investigation. In Susu explained in detail. Brother Lu Yi, I've heard of his reputation. Although his methods are a bit harsh, it's not a big deal for criminals. Seeing her brother's evaluation, In Susu quickly asked, "Then, brother, can I still find him to continue investigating the case? If you like, go ahead. I'll accompany you. Besides, sister has such talent, even finding evidence. Of course, you should investigate to the end." In Susu nodded. Brother is the best. In Susu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at In Yuancheng. Brother, this time when Brother Jingyan came up the mountain, he brought a beautiful girl with him. Do you know who she is? In Yuancheng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, I know. Bai Rushuang came to our mansion once before. You were still young then. I didn't expect Jingyan to meet her again while handling business on Wudo Mountain. After In Susu recounted some of the events of his encounter with Bai Rushuang, she said firmly, Brother, I don't like her. In Yuancheng nodded. I felt the same way when I was young. I don't like her either. Really? In Susu looked at him somewhat uncertainly. Brother Yin Yuangsen thought for a moment and said, It's strange. When I see her, I just feel this girl is too arrogant, even annoying. But that day when Jingyan came to see me, and Bai Rushuang got off the carriage, I saw her. At that moment, I felt a stirring in my heart. Later, after seeing her save someone without hesitation, I felt that this person was different from all the noble ladies I had met before in Jincheng. She was too special. And then, In Susu looked at Yin Yuangsen, anticipating his next words. Yin Yuangsen coughed lightly and continued. Then, I reviewed the series of events from the day I saw her. I felt my emotions were inexplicable. My sister, in both looks and personality, is no worse than Bai Rushuang. Moreover, you also know martial arts and medicine, and are a skilled painter. Why would I think she's special? After reviewing, I felt something was off and became wary of her. In Susu also found it strange. This person has nothing to do with me, but she just doesn't like me. I'll avoid this Bai Rushuang in the future if possible. If Xiao Jingyan comes again, just let him come find me. In Yuancheng loved In Susu the most, so he grew to dislike Bai Rushuang even more. In Susu laughed. As expected of my brother, you're so smart and capable, 100 or 1,000 times better than that love-struck Xiao Jingyan. As they were talking, Qingzhu walked in with an envelope. Miss, the third young lady of the Duke's mansion has invited you to a small gathering at the hot spring resort tomorrow. In Susu's face immediately darkened. This was to probe whether I knew about the Blood Jade affair, and if it had anything to do with her. The next morning, In Susu accompanied her mother for breakfast. She then asked Qingzhu to go to the palace and say that her mother was frightened at Jingguang Temple, so she needed to stay with her and couldn't go. Her mother was confused. If you don't want to go, just don't go. Why use your mother as an excuse? In Susu lowered her eyes, deliberately hiding her emotions. That matter must be related to Yin Ran. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to send an invitation. Let's just keep them waiting for now. She told her mother, if I directly say I don't want to go, I'm afraid Yin Ran will lose face. At this moment, her personal maid ran over excitedly. Miss, young Master Xiao is here. He says he's looking for you and the young master. It seems he wants to invite you both out. As In Susu was wondering what Xiao Jingyan was up to, her mother said. Since he's come to invite you personally, you and Yuan Xin should go out with him. Consider it a distraction. Afterwards, In Susu changed into a winter plum blossom-patterned pleated dress, put on a fox fur coat, and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Xiao Jingyun and In Yuanxing were waiting outside. When In Susu arrived, their eyes couldn't help but show amazement. Xiao Jingyun smiled and said, "Who would have thought that the little chubby I watched grow up has now blossomed into such a stunning beauty?" In Susu walked over, holding her brother's arm, and said, "Brother Jingyun, I was just a bit chubby when I was little. That's all." Bai Rushuang lifted the curtain, took a look, snorted coldly, and then let the curtain fall back down. She showed no intention of greeting them. Xiao Jingyun coughed lightly to cover the awkwardness. "Since you're new to the capital, I thought I'd take you both out for a tour." In Yuanxing looked away from the carriage and gazed at Xiao Jingyun, already understanding his purpose. In Susu remembered the previous incident and deliberately said, "Brother Jingyun, didn't you say you wouldn't look for me again? Why are you inviting me this time?" Xiao Jingyun became even more embarrassed after hearing this. In Yuanxing lightly brushed his robe and looked at his sister. "If it's just two men, it might damage her reputation. Since we're already out, let's get in the carriage." The carriage was lined with oiled paper, keeping out even the slightest breeze. The floor was padded with soft cushions, and on the low table were fruits rarely seen in winter. As soon as they entered the carriage, warmth enveloped them, along with a faint fruity fragrance, not at all stuffy. In Susu knew that Xiao Jingyun had placed Bai Rushuang in his heart, which was why he was so considerate. As the carriage slowly started moving, In Susu casually picked up a fruit and took a bite. "Brother Jingyun, I've kept all the gifts you sent very well. I've taken good care of them all." Xiao Jingyun smiled at In Susu. "Next time I find something good, I'll send it to you again." With these things in the future, those noble young men who try to win your favor with precious items will surely be beneath your notice. As Xiao Jingyun mentioned this, In Yuanxing suddenly remembered something about Qing Yuan's study. He looked at Xiao Jingyun with a slightly darkened expression. "No need to wait for the future. There are already several at Qing Yuan's study. I just haven't had time to deal with them yet." Xiao Jingyun laughed coldly. "Someone really dares to set their sights on Amon? Zhao Xiaolu has been frequenting Baiwa Lu too much lately. He's even forgotten our instructions not to let others pursue Amon. He's thrown it all to the back of his mind." In Susu felt a bit schadenfreude. Xiaolu actually goes to brothels? Next time I see Ninjin, I must tell him about his brother's behavior. Bai Rushuang suddenly laughed coldly. Men who go to brothels, what can they remember? Just a pampered young master. In Yuanxing looked up. There are virtuous women in Baiwa Lu too. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks a virtuous lady. Xiaolu occasionally going to listen to some music isn't a big deal. Hearing this, Bai Rushuang's voice became even colder. A gentleman seeks a virtuous lady? To take her back as a concubine? In Yuanxing calmly replied, "Any relationship requires mutual consent." In Susu silently cheered for her brother, but the atmosphere was too tense. She had to smooth things over. Brother Xiaolu really just goes to listen to music. He's never done anything improper. It's just a youthful acquaintance. When the girl redeems herself, he might even help her start a new life. Bai Rushuang understood. Li Jin's eyes grew colder. This young master ain't speaking up for that person. He must also want to have multiple women and enjoy their company. Xiao Jingyun's expression changed slightly. He nervously looked at In Yuanxing. In Yuanxing didn't get angry. The inexplicable flutter in his heart just became even fainter at this moment. For him, it was actually a good thing. Seriously, I won't. In this life, I will only have loyalty and grow old together with her. In Susu put her hand on In Yuanxing's shoulder, smiling and saying, "I believe you, brother. Brother will only have one sister-in-law. I will respect my future sister-in-law too." Bai Rushuang also noticed that In Yuanxing didn't seem to be lying. Realizing her words just now were a bit harsh, she lowered her eyes and stopped talking. In Yuanxing became even more certain that there was no reason for someone like this to move his heart. The carriage suddenly stopped. The sound of weapons clashing came from outside. The four of them were startled and stood up. They lifted the curtain to look outside. "Amon, stay in the carriage. Don't come out," In Yuanxing instructed before. Getting off the carriage with Xiao Jingyun, he asked sternly, "What's going on?" The attendant immediately replied, "Young master, these 3 carriages suddenly blocked us in. Without a word, they drew their swords and attacked. Yin Yuanqing and Xiao Jingyun exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts. They quickly moved to subdue the attackers, to prevent the situation from escalating. Daring to assassinate the prince's carriage in broad daylight, the identity of the attackers was worth pondering. After the two joined the fight, the pressure on their side immediately lessened. They pressed the assassins, step by step, narrowing their range. Daring to attack the Zhun Nan Wang's carriage in broad daylight, you must be tired of living. After Xiao Jingyun and Yin Yuanqing joined the battle, their superior martial skills directly overwhelmed the assassins. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, Bai Rushuang suddenly jumped off the carriage with her sword. In Susu watched the commotion outside, also witnessing Bai Rushuang leap between the three carriages. She successfully found a woman wearing luxurious clothes and kicked her out. With her sword at the woman's throat, her eyes were cold as ice. "You little bitch, you dare kill me?" A shrill voice rang out. Xiao Jingyun and Yin Yuanqing both stopped fighting at once. They turned to look. In Susu also got off the carriage, peering at the woman on the ground. She felt somewhat familiar. It turned out to be the wife of the former Vice Minister of Revenue. Her son was an idle troublemaker. In the original story, he encountered the female lead and offended her verbally, then got beaten up badly. He was just a cannon fodder antagonist to draw hatred. Madame Qian spoiled her son. She wanted to kill Bai Rushuang to avenge her son, but happened to run into them instead. Yin Yuanqing glanced at her indifferently before walking back to the carriage. "Aman, were you scared?" "Not at all." In Susu smiled, showing her fist. "In this capital, I'm fully capable of protecting myself." In Susu was suddenly startled by the wailing and howling from over there. In Yuanqing said calmly, "In the previous life, the Lang family son had some drinks and offended Miss Bai. Miss Bai directly used silver needles to paralyze him." His expression changed, looking a bit embarrassed. "Never mind, it's better you don't hear it. It would pollute your ears. Anyway, that person was crippled." Hearing crippled, In Susu could roughly guess what happened. No wonder she hated so much, recklessly intercepting and trying to kill. If it were herself encountering such a spoiled brat, she would also be ruthless. After In Susu understood the situation, Xiao Jingyun also learned the whole story amidst Madame Qian's curses. His expression became solemn, seemingly deep in thought. "With all this commotion today, I guess we won't be able to go anywhere," In Yuanqing said, seemingly relieved. "It's also good to avoid getting involved with that by Rushuang again." In Susu nodded in agreement. A moment later, Xiao Jingyun came to apologize. "Yuanqing Aman, I'm really sorry. I have to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. It seems we won't be able to continue our outing today." The siblings didn't mind at all about the matchmaking trip. They quickly said it was fine. "You take care of your business. Aman rarely gets to go out, so I'll take him out for a meal before we head back." Xiao Jingyun nodded in agreement and left with Bai Rushuang and the former madam for the government office. At present, this matter probably couldn't be resolved quietly. Who knows how big it would become? In Yuanqing looked at In Susu earnestly and said, "Aman, if you ever encounter such a situation, don't hesitate. Just take action. If you can't handle it yourself, your brother can do it for you." In Susu smiled, her eyes narrowing. "Brother, who in this capital would dare to speak disrespectfully to me? But we can't blame Miss Bai for this incident. It's the fault of those good-for-nothing young masters. I've heard about that young Master Qian. They say his father was planning to send him to Qingyuan study, which almost scared Master Sun into submitting a memorial to the emperor. You can imagine how bad his reputation is. He's truly a typical useless playboy. Brother, if young Master Xiao pleads for leniency in this matter, will it affect him?" In Yuanqing shook his head slightly. "He needs to find a way to protect his own woman. I guess his approach will probably be to find faults with the Vice Minister of Revenue and then extricate Bai Rushuang from the situation." In Yuanqing paused, looking at In Susu with a smile. "Actually, I used to worry about Jingyun. I thought you might fall for him when you first started to have romantic feelings. I often try to keep him from visiting our Yin family, but later I realized you wouldn't fall for him." In Susu laughed softly. "Brother, why would you think that? Young Master Xiao is quite outstanding." In Yuanqing shook his head, saying with certainty in a low voice, "Because of the way you look at him. Sometimes you even seem to dislike him. In fact, there's even a hint of aversion that you yourself might not notice. Though I don't know why." In Susu straightened up. She thought she had let it go, but she still couldn't help feeling averse. "Xiao Jingyun, brother, I don't think it's aversion. I just feel that sometimes the Xiao family's thoughts are a bit excessive. Yin Yuanqing gently rubbed Yin Susu's head, smiling. Jingyun does tend to keep things to himself, but that's not important. In my heart, my sister is the most important. Miss Yin. Yin Yuanqing and Yin Susu stopped in their tracks, looking somewhat surprised at the newcomer. Lu Yi's gaze casually swept over Yin Yuanqing. He wondered to himself, who is this person? How can he be so close to Miss Yin? Yin Susu looked at Lu Yi in surprise. She had originally planned to find an opportunity to seek out Lu Yi tomorrow to inquire about the case, but now they've met today. Lu Yi stepped forward, cupped his hands, and bowed. We had some fate at Jingguang Temple that day, Miss Yin. Yin Yuanqing returned the bow with a smile, saying in a gentle tone, I mean Yuanqing. Thank you for taking care of my sister when you were trapped in the temple. Lu Yi glanced at Yin Susu, feeling inexplicably better. So this person is her older brother. Actually, if we're talking about gratitude, I should be thanking Miss Yin. Yin Susu waved her hand. Lord Lu is being too modest. We were just helping each other. I have an appointment with some colleagues at Shonyu Tower up ahead, Louis said, then bid farewell to the siblings. Before leaving, Louis quietly told Yin Susu, the bodies of the 3 people chasing you have been dealt with. No one will know. Yin Susu hadn't told her brother about being chased. She knew that if she didn't explain clearly today, it would be difficult to go out later. Yin Yuanqing, protecting Yin Susu, also went to Shonyu Tower. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Yin Susu poured a cup of tea for her brother. Oh man, you still have something you haven't told me. Yin Yuanqing put the teacup Yin Susu handed him aside and asked seriously. Yin Susu spoke softly. Actually, when I saved Lord Lu, I was also being chased by 3 people. 3 people chasing you? What level were they? Yin Yuanqing's face was cold as frost, his tone icy and filled with killing intent. They should be at the master level, but I managed to deal with them using strategy, Yin Susu finished. She carefully looked up at Yin Yuanqing. The frost on Yin Yuanqing's face hadn't lessened at all. In fact, it had grown even more severe. This blood jade is more troublesome than I imagined. Yin Susu continued. Brother, how are you certain it's the blood jade? The Yin family is newly rich. If it were just ordinary girls fighting over a man, wanting to get rid of you, they wouldn't dare to make a move at Jingguang Temple. Yin Yuanqing quickly figured out the situation. I'm afraid it's related to that Chung Yinran who wants your blood jade. Yin Susu smiled. Just as she was about to speak, there was suddenly a loud crash outside. Yin Yuanqing's expression changed. What happened? After exchanging a glance with Yin Susu, he pushed open the door and walked out. Yin Susu looked at the person who had fallen from the 2nd floor and said softly, Brother, this person seems to be the 2nd young master from the Duke's mansion. At the same time, the door of the private room next to theirs was also pushed open. Lu Yi walked over. He was thrown down. They saw that 2nd young Master Chung had somehow fallen from the 2nd floor, landing directly on a dining table on the 1st floor. The table shattered into pieces, and he himself was spitting blood, unconscious. Lu Yi gestured downstairs, indicating for Yin Yuanqing and Yin Susu to look in that direction. Yin Susu looked up and immediately recognized the handsome, white-haired man. It was Lu Wanggao, the master of Qinyu Pavilion. This Chonyu Tower was also a property of Qinyu Pavilion. Qinyu Pavilion specialized in collecting information from all over the world, even knowing the affairs within the imperial palace. They had countless enemies, but the 2 generations of pavilion masters had always stood firm. However, this Lu Wanggao was afflicted with a strange poison. Every 15th of the month, the poison would flare up. Once, when the poison attacked, he was wounded by a traitor and ended up at Bai Rushuang's Cloud Valley Mountain. Bai Rushuang was curious about his poisoning and cured him. Later, he wanted to invite Bai Rushuang to Qinyu Pavilion, but Bai Rushuang had already met Xiao Jingyun and naturally refused. So he had been secretly protecting and helping the female lead. Bai Rushuang was also a cannon fodder character. His coming to the capital this time was most likely for Bai Rushuang. A soft voice gently called out, Oh man. Yin Susu looked up. It was Yinran. How did she come out from there? Her 2nd uncle had fallen down, but Chung Yinran's face showed no concern at all. Yin Susu sensed something was amiss. Yinran, your second uncle. In Susu had just started speaking when Chung Yinran interrupted her. She said softly, someone will take him back. It was his fault for speaking offensively. Then she pulled In Susu aside. Grabbing her hand insistently, she said, Well, I've been trying to find time to meet you, and now I've caught you offline. In Susu hurriedly explained, it's not that I wanted to come out. It's just that young Master Xiao personally came and asked me and my brother to come out to keep him company. We didn't expect something to happen halfway, so we got separated. Hearing this, Chung Yinran's expression changed. She asked anxiously, what happened? We were intercepted and attacked, In Susu said while observing Chung Yinran's expression. Who would be so bold? In Susu told her in a low voice. It was the wife of the former Minister of Revenue. Her son misbehaved while drunk and offended Miss Bai. He was beaten up by Miss Bai. Today, the former minister's wife intercepted people on the street. She hired quite a few thugs. Later, it escalated and went straight to the magistrate's office. Miss Bai? Who is this Miss Bai you're talking about? A voice exclaimed. Impressive. A slender hand suddenly reached out to grab In Susu. As In Susu turned around, she was also surprised. When did Lu Wangao come over? Just then, another slender hand, as white as jade and as cold as ice, blocked Lu Wangao's, pushing him to the side. A low voice shouted, Who are you? In broad daylight. What do you want to do? Louis coldly looked at Lu Wanglu. He moved a block in front of In Susu. Miss In, your brother went downstairs. Let me guard here. I'll leave when he comes back. In Susu felt relieved. She moved slightly behind Louis, then looked at Chung Yinran and asked, Yinran, is this your friend? Chung Yinran frowned, her eyes dodging as she replied, Today was just a small gathering. I didn't expect to meet second uncle. In Susu found it very strange. What was he doing? A noble lady without an escort, dining alone with a man. Then this man pushed down her own elder. If this got out, Yinran's reputation would be ruined. Luo Wanglu also apologized. I was too abrupt just now. It's just that I saw this lady was friends with Miss Yinran. Plus, you just mentioned young Master Xiao and Miss Bai. I panicked and acted clumsily. I scared you, miss? In Susu looked over with some dissatisfaction in her voice. Young sir, who are you? I don't know you at all. How could I easily tell you about other people's news? Lu Yi looked back at In Susu, secretly sighing that she was truly a bold young lady. The miss had already started probing the other party's situation. Lu Wanglu looked at In Susu apologetically. I am the behind-the-scenes owner of this Cheongyu Tower. I once received kindness from Bai Ru Shuang, Miss Bai, and young Master Xiao. I thought I'd never have a chance to repay their kindness in this life. Unexpectedly, I heard their names from the miss's mouth, so I got a bit nervous just now. In Susu softened her tone and told about the attack they encountered on the road. She and her brother left first, while the others went to the government office. Hearing this, Luo Wanglu bowed and said, I apologize for disturbing everyone's meal today because of me. So let me treat you to this meal today. I hope you won't blame me. After saying this, he turned and took his leave. Chung Yinran looked reluctant. Without even saying goodbye to In Susu, she chased after him directly. In Susu clicked her tongue twice behind her. Yinran had really gone crazy. In less than half a day, the news about Cheongyu Tower would definitely spread with exaggerations. Louis couldn't help but remind her, Miss In, you seem to have forgotten something. In Susu was a bit surprised. What is it? Louis reached for his neck, then looked at the hastily departing Chung Yinran. He asked in a low voice, the blood jade. Is it him? In Susu was shocked, as expected of someone from the Ministry of Justice. He had already deduced that the blood jade matter was related to Chung Yinran. She forced a smile and said, What are you talking about, Mr. Liu? Louis looked at In Yunshin slowly coming up the stairs and continued. At that time, I couldn't understand why the Duke's mansion would do such a thing. Today I finally understand. It wasn't the Duke's mansion, but that Miss Chung. Or perhaps that Mr. Liu. As Louis finished speaking, In Yunshin came up. Oh man, let's go. Something happened to Uncle Chun. We shouldn't stay here long. After Liu, he politely bid farewell to the two. He turned and went back to his private room. The Yin siblings had no appetite to continue eating, so they got up and left Cheongyu Tower. After the two left Cheongyu Tower, Louis slowly closed the window he had opened. He sat back down in his seat. Who could make our jade-faced Judge Liu so concerned? Louis chuckled. The fifth prince left the palace just to find fault with me. The fifth prince, Xiao Mingrue, shook his head slightly, with a gentle smile. I just said one sentence about you, and it made you so unhappy? Lu Yi's gaze fell on Lu Jifeng's window. Working at the Ministry of Justice, the first rule is to separate public and private matters. Even if you are the fifth prince, inquiring about my private affairs will naturally displease me. The fifth prince slowly stood up and walked to the window. Fine, then let me talk to you about official business. I want to ask Lord Liu to help me investigate a case. The tomb robbery case of Daxing 23rd year. Liu Yi's mind was filled with doubts. It was this case again. Yin Yuanxin and Yin Susu had just returned home when they saw their father waiting with an angry face. Father, what's wrong? Yin Susu asked with concern. Yin Hung turned and asked, Young Master Xiao came today and took you out together? Hearing this, Yin Yuanxin understood everything. Father, do you mean the assassination attempt on young Master Xiao on the street today? Yin Yuanxin's eyes flashed as he led Yin Susu to sit down. Yin Hung, feeling upset, slammed the table hard. At the government office, I only heard that Madame Qian intercepted to assassinate young Master Xiao, and someone saw you there too. I became anxious. Lord Qian and young Master Xiao were both unrelenting, so I came back. Yin Yuanxin carefully said, Father, that Miss Bai is the apple of young Master Zhao's eye, so he will definitely protect her at all costs. He will spare no effort to find a way to help Miss Bai escape. Yin Hung wanted to use Yin Yuanxin's relationship with Xiao Jingyun to persuade him to take a step back. After all, he had just invested 100,000 taels in a business deal with Lord Qian. If both sides started fighting, his 100,000 taels would go down the drain. But Yin Yuanxin shook his head. Father, I grew up with him. I know him very well. He will absolutely not take a step back. Moreover, he will do everything to find Lord Qian's weakness and strike decisively. Yin Hung felt his vision darken. I just invested 100,000 taels. Yin Susu was speechless inside. Just like in her previous life, her father was regressing. Now he was focused entirely on private dealings and forming factions. There was nothing more to say. Yin Yuanxin led Yin Susu away. Yin Hung gazed at him deeply, making a decision in his heart. If Lord Qian wouldn't give up, he would have to abandon those 100,000 taels and cut ties with Lord Qian. Leaving the courtyard, Yin Susu sighed. Today was really unlucky. Finally got to go out, but encountered someone trying to kill by Rushuang, involving the Minister of Revenue. Having a meal with Liu Yi was fine, but then saw Lu Wanglu, learning about his relationship with Cheng Yinran. Going round and round, it all came back to Bai Rushuang in the end. Brother, speaking of Chengyu Tower, if Lu Wanglu and young Master Xiao were to face off, who do you think would have a better chance? Yin Susu asked with interest. Yin Yuanxin looked at Yin Susu's gossipy face and smiled helplessly. Jingyun, after all, Miss Bai chose Jingyun, so even if there are others, they're not worth worrying about. Yin Susu lowered her eyes and thought. Yinran chose Lu Wanglu. Lu Wanglu chose Bai Rushuang. In the end, these two people will definitely be cannon fodder to further the relationship between the male and female leads. Suddenly, Momo popped up. Host system task. Save Cheng Yinran's reputation. Reward. 1. Evil-breaking talisman. Yin Susu was stunned. Why would the system suddenly give this task? Seeing her not moving, Yin Yuanxin asked with concern. Yin Susu took a deep breath and looked at Yin Yuanxin. Brother, I'm worried about Yinran. Do you have any way to help her? She's a noble lady. If her reputation is ruined, I'm afraid the Duke won't let her off easily. Yin Yuanxin suddenly laughed. That Lu Wanglu only has eyes for Bai Rushuang. His sincere heart will likely be misplaced. I have an idea, but Lu Wanglu and Miss Bai will have to pay a price. Yin Susu quickly said, Lu Wanglu seduced the Liang family's daughter. He doesn't seem like a good person. As for Miss Bai, she should be overwhelmed with problems now. I hope they have more troubles, so they bother me less. Yin Yuanxin thought for a moment. Since Jingyun wants to use Susu's reputation to accompany that Bai Rushuang, it's fine if I return the favor, right? He agreed to it. Leave this matter to your brother. If it's successful, it'll kill two birds with one stone. Yin Yuanxin said, patting Yin Susu's shoulder, telling her to go rest first. He then left Yin Fu, going who knows where. Momo popped up, asking the host what killing two birds with one stone meant. Yin Susu walked slowly towards her Qingzhu garden, explaining as she went. First, Yinran wants my blood jade, possibly because of Lu Wanglu. If we can make him suffer a big loss, that would be best. Second, it's not the first time Xiao Jingyun has approached me. He wants me and Bai Rushuang to become good friends, thereby making his status clearer and preventing people from looking down on him. Thinking of this, Yin Susu couldn't help but curse silently. Xiao Jingyun is either daydreaming or being stupid now? The female lead naturally attracts attention. How can she establish herself in the capital without going through many experiences? He's so single-minded in love. After cursing, she felt much better and returned to Qingju Garden with light steps. Susu believed that with her brother taking action, there was nothing that couldn't be accomplished. She waited quietly. Suddenly, she heard Momo's prompt, "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward, 1 evil-breaking talisman." The host completed the task. As expected, her brother was stronger. Susu wrapped herself in a blanket and rolled around happily. Brother is so strong. Momo, how do you use this evil-breaking talisman? Host, the evil-breaking talisman is used in times of danger. It can turn danger into safety. Susu was a bit surprised. Just helping Yinran maintain her reputation, and there's already such a good reward. Momo analyzed. Maybe this person will be very useful in the future. Susu thought it was probably so. Since brother took action, he would definitely let Yinran know that I was behind this. Let him remember my kindness. There will be a time to repay my favor in the future. Momo held Susu's hand, reminding the host, the previous system task is urgent now. If it's not completed soon, it will be invalidated. You'll have to wait for the next upgrade task. Susu nodded in agreement. Tomorrow, I'll go to the estate and find a way to stay for a few more days. If Lewis hasn't caught that person, I'll participate fully. We must catch him. The next morning, Susu and Yuanxing took a carriage out of the city gate, heading towards the estate. Susu remembered the message about completing the task yesterday, so she looked at Yuanxing curiously and asked, "Brother, what method did you use yesterday?" Yuanxing smiled and told her, "First, the news about Second Master Hu Desheng falling from the second floor, saying that Kyanjiulo was bullying customers. Then, we spread rumors about Second Master Chen's arrogance, letting them fight among themselves. This shifted people's attention away from Chun Yinran." Susu looked at her brother with admiration. The Duke Guo in the capital is like a mountain, not someone anyone can mess with. This way, most people will be more curious about what backing Luanglu has. Now Luanglu has to worry about by Rushuang on one hand, and on the other, they're too busy dealing with various probes and hiding their identity. Suddenly, Susu sighed. With Luanglu preoccupied, they won't be able to look after Yinran. I hope Yinran can figure things out soon and escape from this misery. Yuanxing laughed coldly. After dealing with Luanglu, next is Xiao Jingyun. Speaking of Xiao Jingyun, Yuanxing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. His gaze became increasingly sharp. He truly loves Miss Bai to the bone. At the government office, he argued fiercely, not giving an inch. He even used the power of the Jinan Wang's mansion, all to protect her and leave the office first. Susu was shocked. Has he gone mad? The once calm Xiao Jingyun has completely disappeared. The whole person is like a reckless youth. How is it resolved in the end? Yuanxing said with furrowed brows. That Miss Bai came forward herself and said she would take responsibility for her actions. She can cure Qian Mingyu, but she insisted that after Qian Mingyu recovers, he must admit his guilt and go to prison. Otherwise, she won't treat him. Judging by her attitude, she seems confident. I just can't understand why she didn't say this from the beginning and had to make such a big fuss before speaking up. Susu knew in her heart why. This is a strategy. How else could she showcase her medical skills to more people without making a big scene? Susu laughed dryly. Brother, if Miss Bai's medical skills are so amazing, if she really cures him, I'm afraid many people will come seeking treatment in the future. Yuanxing suddenly realized. This Bai Rushuang's schemes run deep indeed. Suddenly the carriage stopped. There was a familiar voice outside. Yuanxing led Susu off the carriage. Lewis waved his hand, clearing a path. Young Master Miss this way please. Yuanxing nodded slightly and continued walking in. Seeing Susu's excited demeanor, he also felt happy. It seems there's no problem taking her out more often. As they walked in, after a while, they saw many people standing outside a house. Lewis informed them the person they had discovered earlier lived here. Susu looked at the house curiously, finding it strange. The person I discovered was dressed like a poor scholar in the end. How could he afford such a large house? Lewis then explained to Susu. That person wasn't a poor scholar. Just 3 months before going to Jingguang Temple, he suddenly found a declining school, paid money to buy a student identity. Yuanxing scanned the room's furnishings and said coldly, he paid tuition and even bought this residence. Looks like he made quite a bit of money. Have the neighbors had any contact with him? Susu thought to herself. Brother said he only came along because he was worried about me, but he's clearly enjoying this. Lewis shook his head. He had asked the neighbors, but they all said they weren't familiar with this person. Later, they even investigated the entire street, but didn't get any useful information. However, Susu noticed a key point. She asked Lewis, "Do these neighbors know you're from the Ministry of Justice?" Lewis nodded. "Of course they know. The Ministry of Justice never hides when investigating cases." Susu agreed, then found it somewhat amusing. "That's right. Lord Lewis probably doesn't realize that ordinary people are even afraid of regular constables, let alone you from the Ministry of Justice, who handle major cases." Lewis's expression darkened. In his 2 years at the ministry, this was the first time he had stumbled on such a matter. Missing means that these neighbors thought it better to stay out of trouble, so they just brushed us off when we inquired? Susu secretly laughed. "Even Lord Lewis has his moments of confusion." She replied, "It's not that they brushed you off. They just didn't dare say too much, fearing that officials would take them in for questioning. They're even more afraid of unreasonable officials using torture to force confessions." Lewis pondered for a moment, feeling Susu's words made sense. He decided to send people in disguise to inquire again. Suddenly, he bowed to Susu with some anticipation. "As expected of Miss in finding evidence, you surpass me." Susu knew this sudden praise must have an ulterior motive. Sure enough, Lewis's men had turned the house upside down, but found nothing. "I wonder if Miss could help me look for any overlooked spots, like you did at Jingguang Temple before." It was just as she had guessed. Susu quietly asked Momo to activate the investigation skill. Susu used the investigation skill, searching around Jia Scholar's room. She finally stopped in front of the wooden bed. She called out, "It's here, brother, Lord Lewis. Could you two please move this bed?" Yuanqing and Lewis immediately stepped forward to move the bed. Lewis was once again amazed. The ministry's professional staff had searched for half a day without finding anything, yet she managed to locate it. In the corner where the bed met the wall, they found a raised stone brick. Inside was a wooden box. Lewis excitedly praised, as expected of Miss "You've truly opened my eyes." Yuanqing also proudly praised his sister. Susu chuckled. She stepped forward to open the wooden box, but was stopped by Yuanqing. "I'll open it," he said, instructing Susu to step back. He then reached out to open the box. It wasn't locked and opened easily. But the moment it opened, a silver needle shot out. Lewis's face changed dramatically. He quickly warned, "Be careful." However, Yuanqing was prepared. He swiftly wrapped the needle in his sleeve and flung it towards a wooden pillar, where it embedded deeply. Lewis looked at the two of them, somewhat amused. It seemed both siblings were hiding their abilities. Susu wrapped her scarf around her neck, carefully pulled out the needle using the inner fabric, and examined its sharp tip closely. "This needle is poisoned. It looks like black scorpion venom." Unsure, she leaned in to smell it. "It really is. But this poison is only found in Miao territory. How did it appear in the capital?" Lewis's face changed dramatically, worried that Susu might be harmed by contact with the poison. "Aman." Yuanqing nervously took the poison needle from Susu's hand, looking at her with concern. Susu quickly explained, "Don't worry, brother. I'm Fine. I've concocted some pills earlier that I've taken to protect me from certain poisons, so just smelling it won't cause any harm." Lewis looked at the poison needle, his expression unclear. How did Miss recognize this poison? Susu thought to herself that she had known about it since she was 5 or 6 years old. She had seen it in the complete works of Huang Laxi, given to her by the system. But she couldn't reveal the system's existence, so she attributed everything to a mysterious master. She replied, "I saw it in a book my master gave me. The poison on this isn't lethal because the dose is too small. But the problem is, Miao poisons aren't shared outside their territory. Now it's appeared in the capital. This could be troublesome." Lewis gave a cold laugh. "This case is really getting bigger as we investigate." Yuanqing carefully checked the box for any other traps before letting Susu look. Inside were 2 500-tael silver notes, some land deeds, a jade piece, and a box of rouge. Susu opened the rouge box. She sniffed it. This should be rouge from Yuexiang Tower. One box costs about 10 taels of silver, enough for a common family's expenses for a year. This poor scholar bought such an expensive box of rouge. He must have intended to give it to his sweetheart. Yuanqing held up the jade pendant, examining it against the light. With a hint of uncertainty, he said, "I think I've seen this somewhere before." "You've seen this jade pendant before, young Master Yin?" Lewis was somewhat excited. He hadn't expected this stalled case to finally make progress. These siblings must be lucky stars. Ian Yuanqing thought carefully, then looked at Lewis and said, "This jade pendant seems to be a personal item of the second Master Chun from the Duke's mansion. When I was 15, I accompanied my father to a banquet at the Duke's mansion and saw it then." Lewis cupped his hands and said, "Now that we know whose jade pendant this is, I'll start investigating from second Master Chun. I'm truly grateful for your help, young Master Ian and Miss Ian. I'll personally come to thank you another day." Ian Susu stepped forward, looking incredulous. She asked Lewis, "Lord Lewis, what are you saying? Aren't you going to investigate the rouge?" Lewis was stunned, having completely overlooked the importance of the rouge. Ian Susu unconsciously rubbed her forehead and muttered, "Typical man." She looked at Lewis seriously and said, "He carefully kept those silver notes and land deeds, which shows he was truly poor before. The rouge being placed with these items means it must be very important to him. Besides, second Master Chun is such a timid person. Yesterday at Cheongyu Tower, he didn't dare to make a fuss even after being treated that way. It's unlikely he'd have the courage to use this jade pendant to cause trouble for Empress Dowager Su." Lewis suddenly realized and immediately summoned his subordinates. "Investigate and bring me a list of unmarried girls on this street." Ian Susu added a point. "The color of this rouge isn't very bright. It should be for a girl who usually dresses modestly." An hour later, the secret guards brought the investigation list. Surprisingly, there was only one girl named Ruan Jilan, 17 years old, living in Pomegranate Alley, very close by. That being the case, the three decided to pay a visit to this Miss Ruan. This time, they didn't bring people from the Ministry of Justice. Just the three of them went, making less of a commotion and attracting less attention. Ian Susu stepped forward and knocked on the door. The door creaked open a crack. A pair of somewhat cloudy eyes peered out from the gap, filled with extreme caution. Upon seeing it was a woman, instead of relaxing, they became even more nervous and tried to close the door. Lewis reluctantly held the door open and had to take out his Ministry of Justice badge. "The Ministry of Justice is here to question a modestly dressed young lady." The woman bowed slightly. "This humble one is Ruan Jilan. Greetings, Lord." Ian Susu couldn't help but sigh. Truly a woman who stirs one's heart. Lewis glanced at Ian Susu and sighed. It seems sometimes we still need to use official identity. He was well versed in the art of interrogation. Now, seeing Ruan Jilan, all those prepared speeches could be discarded. He went straight to the point, directly stating the information he had investigated. Ruan Jilan also cooperatively led him into the room, detailing the information she knew. However, Ian Susu suddenly stopped Lu Yi. "How can you, a man, casually enter an unmarried woman's boudoir?" Lu Yi was completely bewildered. In his eyes, there were only cases, not gender distinctions. Ian Yuanqing shrugged. "A man has a point. Lord Lu, let a man handle this." Ian Susu followed Ruan Jilan into the room. After introducing herself, Ruan Jilan hesitated, her cheeks flushing red. She asked softly, "Miss Ian, are those two gentlemen both from the 8 cases of the Court of Judicial Review?" Ian Susu inwardly sighed. She hadn't expected this delicate girl to have developed feelings for her brother and Lu Yi. But thinking about it, those two outside were considered 2 of the 4 beauties of the capital. It was normal to attract some innocent young girls. Understanding this, Ian Susu playfully patted Ruan Jilan's hand. "Miss Ruan, don't worry. After we catch that person, I'll bring the 2 gentlemen to thank you personally." Ruan Jilan looked gratefully at Ian Susu, then told her everything she knew. "That man is called Wang Weishan. He's never had a proper job. He learned some basic martial arts and made a living as a doorman at brothels and as a thug for gamblers. About 3.5 months ago, he suddenly came to find me. He said he had received a big deal. When he earned the money, he would marry me. Then I found out that he had suddenly transformed into a scholar. I didn't know what he was doing, so I secretly went to look outside his house. As a result, I saw a masked person with him and overheard them talking about killing someone." Ian Susu asked with some surprise why she didn't report it to the authorities. Ruan Jilan's eyes reddened. While wiping her tears, she continued, "After hearing about their plot, I was always afraid they would discover I had eavesdropped. So I hid in the courtyard and didn't dare go anywhere." Then she looked at Ian Susu with gratitude. "Thank you all so much. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long we'd have to live in fear." Ian Susu comforted her outwardly, but she became suspicious of this delicate Jilan. Logically, If that man was harassing her, why would a normal woman secretly run to the Harriser's courtyard to spy? Looking at the woman constantly wiping tears before her, crying like this, if it was an act, her acting skills were truly admirable. After understanding most of it, they left the Rouen residence and took a carriage to In Susu's estate. Lu Yi cupped his hands. Thank you for today. I appreciate your hospitality. I'll stay at the estate tonight. In Yuanqing waved his hand. Our man's estate is big enough for so many people. Besides, we still need to go out together tomorrow. In Susu suddenly remembered and reminded, Brother, young Master Xiao asked to borrow the estate. I said Mother is currently managing it. Don't let it slip. In Yuanqing turned to look at In Susu. Xiao Jingyan loses his mind whenever he encounters that misbuy. All right, brother knows what to say. Hearing her brother say this, she felt reassured. Because according to the original plot, that Xiao Jingyun should now be waiting for them at the estate with the female lead by Ru Shuang. After about an hour's journey, the carriage stopped at the estate's gate. Lu Yi alighted first, and then heard Xiao Jingyun's voice. Lord Lu, why are you here? Lu Yi calmly surveyed Xiao Jingyun and the woman beside him. I was about to ask the same question. Young Master Xiao, why are you here? Bai Ru Shuang, with a cold expression, spoke first. He's the young master. Naturally, he can go anywhere. But you, the deputy chief of the Court of Judicial Review, why aren't you investigating cases, but coming to this estate outside the city? Inside the carriage, In Susu, hearing Bai Ru Shuang's every word laced with thorns, immediately felt a surge of anger rising to her head. She hurriedly tried to get off the carriage. Seeing In Susu, Lu Yi quickly extended his hand to help her down. In Yuanqing also alighted afterwards. Bai Ru Shuang was puzzled. How could they be in the same carriage? She walked straight over and asked why they were together. In Susu pretended not to understand and asked back, Why can't we be together? Miss Bai, what are you doing here? Seeing this, Xiao Jingyun interjected. After inquiring with Mrs. Yin, I learned you were at the estate, so I brought Shuanger along. Bai Ru Shuang spoke up again, arrogantly asking In Susu, Is this estate for sale? In Susu knew they would have designs on her estate. With a smile on her face, a flash of annoyance passed through her eyes. This estate was given to me by my parents in times of need. I can't sell it. Bai Ru Shuang's cold gaze fell on In Susu. I thought this estate was given to you by Jingyun. After all, he often gives you things. This mockery stunned even Xiao Jingyun. In Susu no longer wanted to maintain surface politeness. She said bluntly, The princess consort has given me far more things than her son. If you want to know exactly what, you can ask the princess consort yourself. Bai Ru Shuang suppressed her displeasure and said coldly, Miss Yin, there's no need to get angry so quickly. I only asked because I fancy this estate. If it displeases you, I apologize. There's no need. I'm not displeased at all. It's just that this estate is absolutely not for sale. After In Susu finished speaking, she became more certain of her guess. This Bai Ru Shuang must have learned some plot details through some means. The so-called fancying was all fake. It must be that in the plot, this estate belonged to her, so she wanted it. But that was the plot of the previous life. If simply knowing could make wishes come true, that would be a huge joke. Now let her understand what it means when plans can't keep up with changes. In Susu pretended to be wronged. She went to In Yuanqing's side and said pitifully, Brother, look at her. The overprotective brother, In Yuanqing, stepped in front of her. Jingyun, what exactly are you doing here? Xiao Jingyun said somewhat helplessly. To resolve the street assassination incident, I had Shuang a heal the Qian young master. As a result, many people in the capital learned of Shuanger's medical skills and came seeking treatment. Shuanger couldn't handle the disturbance, so I thought of bringing her to Man's estate to hide for a while. Louis chuckled. That's really unfortunate. I just rented this estate from young Master Yin to work on a case. I'm afraid we can't accommodate you too. Rent it out. Xiao Jingyun straightened up, his eyes narrowing slightly as if realizing something. He looked at Lu Yi and asked in a deep voice, Is Lord Lu still investigating the Shangshan Temple fire incident? Lu Yi shook his head. The Empress Dowager, Su, hopes this matter ends here. How dare I continue investigating? I'm investigating a corpse theft case. Does a corpse theft case need the Court of Judicial Review to investigate? Xiao Jingyun's face was full of disbelief. Louis deliberately said, If it were someone else, it would be fine. But the one who lost something is the Duke's mansion. Xiao Jingyun understood the implications and knew he shouldn't ask further. In Susu secretly laughed behind them. This Lu Yi really knew how to talk, half truth and half lie, quite skilled at fooling people. Unexpectedly, Bai Rushuang spoke up again to ask, "What was lost? Is something really missing? Or is this some made-up reason? Anyway, we can't investigate the Duke's mansion's affairs." Lu Yi retorted irritably. "Whether it can be investigated or not, what does it have to do with you?" Yin Yuanshin coldly sneered. "Miss Bai, you're overstepping. 2 of the 4 beauties of the capital, right?" Bai Rushuang's hands involuntarily clenched, her expression very unpleasant. But she still wanted to use these 2 people in front of her. She immediately put on a smiling face. "I was just curious. Nothing more? Just joking around." Lu Yi looked very seriously at Xiao Jingyun. "It's not that I don't want to say. It's just that it involves some internal matters of the Duke's mansion. It's not convenient to make public." Xiao Jingyun cupped his hands and responded, "It's our fault. This is not something we should inquire about." In Susu didn't bother to think about what Bai Rushuang's intentions were. She was about to speak to Yin Yuanshin, but seeing her brother's furrowed brow and strange expression, she turned to Xiao Jingyun instead. "Young Master Xiao, if you have no other business, you may leave now. We need to rest." Xiao Jingyun knew he had angered In Susu. He could only wait until Bai Rushuang left. In Yuanshin's expression also recovered. He turned his head and asked Lu Yi very seriously, "What did you feel when you just saw that, Miss Bai?" Lu Yi nodded slightly, seeming a bit surprised that In Yuanshin asked her this question. He answered honestly that she was a bit annoying. In Yuanshin laughed out loud. He patted In Susu's head. "Yes, that person is indeed a bit annoying. Aman, don't worry. She absolutely cannot take this estate away, no matter what scheme she tries. Brother will help you guard it together. Brother will help you guard it together." In Susu nodded heavily. "Whether it's the estate or anything else, as long as Bai Rushuang wants it, I absolutely won't give it to her." Bai Rushuang suppressed her dissatisfaction and sincerely pleaded with Jingyun, "I always dream of us staying in this estate, not caring about anything happening outside. I really like it. Why don't you ask your sister In again if this estate really can't be sold?" Xiao Jingyun sighed. "I was too rash. I must have angered Yuan Xin and Amon." Bai Rushuang hurriedly grabbed Xiao Jingyun's sleeve, pleading again, "Then can we ask Madame In?" Madame In prepared this estate for Miss In, surely intending it as part of her dowry. "If I take this estate, I can compensate with several more. That way, Miss Yin's dowry will be even more substantial." Xiao Jingyun pulled back his sleeve that was being grabbed. "In this world, you can't get everything you want just because you want it. It's not like you can buy this estate just by offering money. If Amon doesn't want to sell, asking anyone else is useless." Xiao Jingyun pulled back his sleeve that was being grabbed. "In this world, you can't get everything you want just because you want it. It's not like you can buy this estate just by offering money. If Amon doesn't want to sell, asking anyone else is useless." Bai Rushuang got angry. She pursed her lips and turned around abruptly, lifting the curtain and entering the carriage. Xiao Jingyun's expression turned slightly cold. He also got into the carriage. "Servants, go find a farmhouse nearby, preferably one similar to this estate." Early the next morning, after In Susu washed up and had breakfast, she wondered why she didn't see her brother and Lu Yi. The maid Xiaya told her that an hour ago, the young master and Lu Yi went out. In Susu's hand holding the soup spoon paused in surprise. "So early?" Xiaya had a strange expression. Yes, Lu Yi looked flustered. The young master asked a few questions and then went along with him. "I see. You may go now." Xiaya curtsied and withdrew. In Susu ate a few bites absent-mindedly, then said to Momo, "I remember the case in my previous life wasn't this complicated, was it?" "Momo, I remember the case in my previous life wasn't this complicated, was it?" In the original plot, the case was handled by the government office. Because it didn't involve the female lead much, it wasn't elaborated on. In Susu suddenly discovered something new. So after my rebirth, not only did I get side plots, but even the main plot on the female lead side has started to deviate. The female lead's plot hasn't changed much, but she seems to know some plot points in advance. However, her knowledge is incomplete, so her actions appear chaotic and stubborn. In Susu clapped her hands in approval. "This is good for me. The more confident the female lead is in her known plot, the less she can handle unexpected situations. If it gets more serious, she might even start doubting herself." In Susu's mood improved, and so did her appetite. After finishing her breakfast happily, she tidied up and decided to take a walk around the estate. Momo announced, "Check-in. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a defense suit and magic staff. In Susu's mood got even better. She didn't expect to get something she had never seen before on her first check-in at this estate. Momo, how do I use these? Momo told her that the defense suit could be directly applied to her body and would automatically disappear only after being destroyed. Such a good thing. Insusu immediately asked Momo to use it on her. Momo also tempted her. After the host completes the investigation task, the system can be upgraded. Then Momo will have even more good things. Insusu understood and couldn't help but laugh. I naturally know that, so I will definitely try my best to complete the task. Xiaoya looked at the rice fields by the road and exclaimed, "Miss, are all these nearby fields yours too?" Insusu nodded with a smile. Back then, Mother bought up all the good fields around here to save for my dowry. That's how we got this estate. When it's time for Xiaoya to get married in the future, I will also prepare some good fields for Xiaoya. Xiaoya's face turned red, and she cried out embarrassedly, "Miss!" Insusu was amused by this cute reaction and stopped teasing Xiaoya. Just as she turned around, she saw the male and female leads not far away. She couldn't help but sigh that she truly deserved the title of #1 female supporting character. Even on a morning walk, she could run into the main couple. Seeing the newcomers, Xiaoya frowned and urged her mistress, "Let's go. Don't face them." Insusu knew that pretending not to see them at this point wouldn't work. Even if they confronted each other, she wouldn't lose out. "Why are you out in this cold weather?" Xiao Jingyan asked with some concern. Insusu pointed at the package Xiaoya was carrying. "The estate manager here came with my mother from the Qin family. He's honest and has been helping me look after this estate. The harvest has been good every year. Now I heard he has a new grandson, so mother asked me to send some gifts. This estate is indeed nice, and the fields yield good harvests," Bai Ru Shuang said softly. She looked around, seemingly not giving up on her plan to buy this estate. Insusu immediately felt uneasy and said to Xiao Jingyun, "Young Master Xiao, I'll go ahead with Xiaoya." Xiao Jingyun smiled bitterly. "Oh man, are you angry with me? I was wrong before. When I get back, I'll find that half-meter-tall golden Buddha statue from my mother's storehouse to apologize to you." Insusu's eyes lit up, her previous irritation completely gone. "Thank you, Brother Jingyun. When it's time to brew the snow wine, I'll personally go thank the princess." With the most precious gold, Insusu was happy, but Bai Ru Shuang's expression became increasingly unpleasant. She was thinking about how to annoy them. To apologize for Bai Ru Shuang, Xiao Jingyan promised to give Insusu a golden Buddha. Bai Ru Shuang sarcastically mocked, "Miss In is so capable, getting a golden Buddha with just a few words." Insusu knew the female lead was jealous and unhappy. But the more upset the female lead was, the happier she became. She deliberately said, "That's nothing. The princess once gave me a tribute from the South Sea, a jewel-encrusted dagger. When you take it out, the jewels shine brilliantly. It's a rare treasure." Insusu was overjoyed inside. If she could reveal her space, she would take out that dagger right now and wave it in front of the female lead's face. It would infuriate her. Xiao Jingyan laughed when he heard about the dagger. "The emperor said that dagger was too gaudy, so he gave it to my mother. My mother also thought it wasn't practical. Only you, little money lover, adore it so much." Insusu, seeing Bai Ru Shuang's darkening face, added another jab. "Brother Jingyan, I also love that golden money tree you gave me for my birthday this year. It's so shiny." Bai Ru Shuang's expression suddenly softened. Her eyebrows drooped slightly, and her voice carried a hint of sadness. "I've relied on my master since childhood and never received birthday gifts. Miss In is loved by so many people. You're truly blessed." In an instant, Insusu felt goosebumps all over her body. As expected of the female lead, she could be both humble and assertive. After saying this, Xiao Jingyan felt very sympathetic. He embraced Bai Ru Shuang and said, "From now on, I'll remember your birthday every year." Bai Ru Shuang pursed her lips, seemingly with tears glistening, full of emotion. Insusu couldn't help but shudder. Looking at the female lead's current appearance, her eyes were about to go blind. Insusu also knew that Bai Ru Shuang was deliberately displaying their affection in front of her. This female lead was truly formidable. She appropriately showed her vulnerability in front of the male lead, deepening their relationship while subtly excluding others' presence. It must be said that although this tactic was old, it was effective. However, sorry to say, you're guarding against the wrong person. Brother Jingyun, I'll go deliver the gifts now. I won't disturb your leisurely stroll, In Susu said. She was about to leave with Xiaoya, but Bai Rushuang suddenly blocked her way with a sword, saying calmly, Jingyun, how can we let Miss In go alone? Let's accompany her. In Susu knew she hadn't given up and directly refused. This is my estate. They're all honest farmers. There won't be any danger. Bai Rushuang wanted to say something more, but In Susu didn't wait for her to speak and quickly left with Xiaoya. Bai Rushuang frowned, pretending to be concerned for Jingyun. I'm just worried that Miss In is too delicate. A young lady who hasn't experienced the dangers of the outside world. What if something happens? No need to worry, Xiao Jingyun said. He glanced at the fleeting shadow. Lewis left some men behind. They will protect her. Bai Rushuang smiled faintly. I guess I worried for nothing. Miss In was born lucky. She has her brother, you, and this Lord Lewis she just met. Everyone treats her so well. Xiao Jingyun's expression dulled slightly. He didn't speak for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. In Susu, who had already walked far away, felt that the female lead was acting strange today. It made her feel uneasy. Yesterday, the female lead was as cold and aloof as a high-necked flower. Today, she knew how to be more restrained. Could it be that someone was coaching her behind the scenes? In Susu suddenly had a realization. Could it be that the female lead's master had arrived? This wasn't good. Bai Rushuang's master, Ling Yue, was In Susu's nominal father's lost love. In the original plot, before In Hung passed the imperial exam, In Susu's grandfather went to the mountains to gather herbs. He accidentally fell, and In Hung carried him on his back to seek medical treatment. They happened to enter Ling Yue's clinic. Ling Yue treated him with acupuncture. Because studying expenses were high and the family was poor, In Hung couldn't pay Ling Yue. He offered to repay with medicinal herbs. So In Hung frequently brought herbs over. As time passed, their feelings grew stronger, just short of confessing. Later, after In Hung passed the imperial exam, he wanted to propose to Ling Yue, but she refused and then disappeared without a trace. Only then did In Hung give up. In the original plot, In Susu, as the female supporting character, was so troublesome that her mother worried herself sick over her. Her health deteriorated until she finally passed away from illness. As for Ling Yue, she entered the In household 3 months after In Susu's mother's death, becoming In Heng's second wife. Thinking of this, In Susu's expression cooled. If in this life her father dared to meet Ling Yue in secret, even if it meant being labeled unfilial, she would definitely make her mother divorce him. Stay far away from that pair of lovebirds. But for now, even if the female lead had learned from her master, it had nothing to do with her. The male and female leads could fall in love however they wanted. She no longer cared. In Susu had cured the estate manager Song's grandson before Bai Rushuang could, disrupting Bai Rushuang's county magistrate plot. By the time she and Xiaoya returned to the estate, Lewis and her brother In Yuanxing were already sitting in the courtyard waiting. Seeing her enter, they asked concernedly, "Where did you go? It's already noon." In Susu had Xiaoya put away a basket of return gifts she couldn't refuse, then hurriedly sat down. She asked, "Did something happen?" Lewis shook his head. Everything went unbelievably smoothly. We not only caught Wang Weishan, but he also confessed very quickly. In Susu was very surprised to hear this. He confessed so easily? Lewis nodded. He confessed. It matches Miss Ruan's testimony. A masked person told him to kill Empress Dowager Su. When he was about to kill her, he encountered a maid getting up. Fearing a commotion, he knocked the maid unconscious. Then to destroy evidence, he set the fire. In Yuanxing added, "Actually, the target was always Empress Dowager Su. The maid just became a scapegoat, so this case can be closed for now. As for who the masked person is, that's another case. We need to report to superiors to see if we should continue investigating." After hearing this, In Susu felt somewhat anxious. The system hadn't prompted that the mission was complete. This case couldn't be closed like this. She urgently asked Lewis, "Can I meet that person alone?" Lewis also didn't want this case to be misjudged. Wanting to see if In Susu could bring any surprises, he agreed. Later, In Susu wore a veil and came to the dungeon at the estate. Looking at Wang Weishan with his shoulders chained, he appeared quite miserable. He didn't look like a vicious criminal. Hearing the sound, Wang Weishan slowly raised his head. Seeing it was a woman, he was stunned for a moment and softly called out, "Jilan." In Susu paused her steps. Imitating Ruan Jilan's delicate voice, she softly called out, "Brother Wang." Upon hearing this, Wang Weishan's lips curled into a somewhat relieved smile. They say you see the most important person in your life before you die. Now that I've seen you, my life hasn't been in vain. Seeing his unclear state of mind, In Susu thought she could extract information from him. She decisively used a drunken truth talisman and opened the wine flask she had brought. She sprinkled some wine on Wang Weishan. Then, pretending to be soft-spoken Lan, she gazed at him and said gently, "Brother Wang, the people from the Ministry of Justice have found me." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Weishan became agitated. "That shouldn't be. I didn't reveal you. Quick, run away. Go to the madam. Go take the jade pendant from my room. With the jade pendant, the madam will surely see you." This also confirmed In Susu's previous suspicions about Ruan Jilan. She felt this case was inextricably linked to him. In Susu looked at the anxious Wang Weishan and suddenly had Momo use a ghost talisman. The effect of the ghost talisman wasn't just to make a ghost appear, but to evoke the fear in one's heart. He tried hard to disguise it. The old nanny's voice asked, "Why did you kill me?" From Wang Weishan's perspective, he saw an old, semi-transparent figure. His eyes widened in shock, and he tried to back away in terror, his face growing increasingly pale. "I didn't mean to kill you. I wanted to kill Empress Dowager Su. It was Empress Dowager Su who pushed you. It was her. It was her. She used you as a shield." Wang Weishan's eyes bulged, blood vessels spreading around his eyeballs. His entire face hit the ground, creating a pool of blood. In Susu was startled. Judging by his appearance, he had been poisoned. She immediately drew out a silver needle and stepped forward quickly, inserting it into Wang Weishan's brow point. After a while, the tip of the silver needle turned black, and Wang Weishan stopped breathing. "The poppy seeds have already taken effect. It's a goo worm, and strong alcohol draws out the shadow of the goo worm. I shouldn't have used wine. This was human evidence. Lewis brought him here secretly, but he died suddenly while I was questioning him alone. This is troublesome now." After In Susu went up, she told Lewis and her brother everything in detail, except for the ghost talisman incident, which she described as pretending to be a ghost to scare him. Finally, she looked at Lewis apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Lewis shook his head. "The Ministry of Justice has a legendary torture method. They whip a person half to death and then pour strong alcohol over them, making life worse than death. This way, they can pry open anyone's mouth and get answers." "You mean this poison was designed by the mastermind to counter the Ministry of Justice's interrogation techniques? But I accidentally triggered it." Lewis nodded. "Exactly." In Susu felt a bit better. "Now that Wang Weishan is dead, are we still going to arrest Ruan Jilan?" Lewis smiled. "We can. After we visited yesterday, Ruan Jilan tried to send a message out. I gave her a hand and sent the letter to the Duke's mansion. Let's wait and see who at the Duke's mansion receives her message." After Lewis finished speaking, his smile grew more wicked. In Susu had only one feeling. This person was too formidable. Even without her involvement, he would probably have discovered something sooner or later and solved the case. By evening, the Ministry of Justice's exclusive carrier pigeon landed on Lewis's shoulder. After reading the message, Lewis said, "This case can be wrapped up now." In Susu was surprised. "It can be wrapped up? Who did Ruan Jilan contact after all?" "The Duke's stepmother's surname is Su. She's Empress Dowager Su's elder sister by blood. The person Ruan Jilan contacted was the old madam of the Duke's mansion." In Susu exclaimed in surprise, but quickly covered her mouth. If that's the case, it explains why Wang Weishan was trying to sneak into the Duke's mansion's courtyard to change clothes and slip away when he was at Jingguang Temple. Lewis crossed his hands and organized his thoughts before speaking. After the old madam of the Duke's mansion married, she cut off ties with the Su family. That's why the investigation took some time. In Susu didn't understand her motive. Lewis cleared his throat and continued slowly. "Years ago, the old madam of the Duke's mansion lost her virtue while drunk, so she married into the Duke's family as a ritual wife. Empress Dowager Su, on the other hand, entered the palace as a substitute for her during the imperial selection. Their life paths diverged from there, naturally breeding resentment." In Susu asked uncertainly, "So it was the old madam of the Duke's mansion who was dissatisfied. Years ago, she deliberately had someone attempt to assassinate Empress Dowager Su while she was worshipping at Jinshan Temple. Then she instructed Ruan Jilan to do this. Luyi no dit. Ruan Jilan and the old madam most likely knew each other for a long time. I've checked. Someone from the Ruan family held an official position in the capital and had some connections with the Duke's mansion, but they were posted elsewhere a few years ago. Yin Yuanqing slowly spoke up at this point. I've organized the information we've received. In fact, it's quite simple. The masked person was the old madam of the Duke's mansion, who harbored resentment towards Empress Dowager Su. She had Ruan Jilan deceive Wang Weishan into taking action. She probably used marriage as bait if he succeeded. In Susu picked up the teacup beside her, took a sip of the warm tea, and sighed. Everything was well planned. It's just that Wang Weishan was foolish. He failed to kill Empress Dowager Su and even caused a fire at Shanshan Temple, making the whole a fair blow-up. So he had to go into hiding. Then the Duke's people cleared all traces, and Ruan Jilan kept her mouth shut. Just as In Susu was wondering where the goo worm in Wang Weishan's body came from, Momo excitedly popped out. Congratulations, host, for solving the case. You've earned an upgrade opportunity. In Susu let Momo upgrade. However, there were still many unclear aspects of this case. The note she had found earlier at Jingguang Temple, specifically mentioning Shanshan Temple, probably wasn't meant for Wang Weishan. And there were also the black-clad men chasing him. Louis slowly stood up and glanced at In Susu. Actually, there are many points I haven't clarified, but we can only know the truth after returning to the capital and interrogating the old madam of the Duke's mansion. In Susu understood inwardly. They had the same doubts. In Yuanqing then asked Lu Yi about his next plans. Lu Yi cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your help recently. I've decided to return to the capital tonight and submit a report tomorrow. As for you, I suggest you stay a few more days to avoid getting involved. In Yuanqing nodded. We'll definitely return a few days later. He stood up to see Louis off. In Susu called out Momo. I still haven't fully figured out this case. Momo told her that the system indicated the case had been solved. It was indeed the old madam of the Duke's mansion who, through Ruan Jilan, found Wang Weishan and prepared everything to assassinate Empress Dowager Su. By the way, host, you've completed the mission. The system has upgraded. You're rewarded with an information processing center. In Susu was surprised. Is it like the 1,000-feather pavilion of Luang Tower? Yes, host, but it will be more precise and safer. Just as In Susu was about to be happy, Momo told her that the staff of the Information Processing Center needed to be purchased with gold. An administrator costs 30,000 gold, an information processor 10,000 gold, and a spy 3,000 gold. So expensive. In Susu's eyes widened. Was this a reward or a debt collection? No wonder Momo had been telling her to save money. Without savings, she couldn't afford this at all. Does the host want to exchange? Your money tree is worth 3,000. In Susu thought for a moment and said, not now. Let's relax for a few days. When we return to the capital, it'll be just in time for the blood wine brewing. Yinran will definitely be there then. A few days later, In Susu and her brother returned to the Yin mansion. After pampering their mother for a while, they brought back some fresh cabbage, planning to add it to the cabbage and tofu soup for dinner, which was warming and light. Their mother smiled and agreed, then took out an invitation card. In Susu smiled. The princess's invitation for the snow wine brewing has arrived. You're never left out. Her mother opened the invitation and said fondly. In Susu asked in surprise, why is there only one? Mother, don't you have one? Her mother explained with a smile. This time, none of the ladies are going, only you young girls. In Susu felt a strange feeling rise in her heart, but remembering she had important matters that day, she suppressed the odd feeling and nodded. All right, I'll go by myself. Mother, wait for me to come back. I'll bring you several large jars of blood wine. Afterwards, her mother told In Susu and In Yuanqing to go back first and come again in the evening. After leaving, In Susu smiled and linked arms with her brother. I saw Mother making knee pads for you. I told her, brother, you're a genius master of which generation? You can dispel the cold with your inner energy. You're not like those weak scholars. But Mother insisted on making them. In Yuanqing smiled. He tapped In Susu's forehead. You talk too much. Big brother, sister, you're back. An excited voice rang out from the end of the corridor. In Yuanqing came limping over. In Susu glanced at him and knew he had been waiting here for a long time. This meeting must have been planned for a while. In the dead of winter, couldn't he just stay put? What happened to your leg? In Yuanqing looked at him and asked gently. In Susu pursed her lips. Good. She didn't need to intervene. Her brother was already angry. In Yuanqing had calculated the time his father would return. Looking at In Yuanqing, he deployed his green tea princess act. I'm not as smart as Big Brother, so I thought of a stupid method to study. I simply knelt while studying. Doing it for too long caused some damage. In Hung happened to walk by and heard this. He looked sternly at In Yuanqing. You're all my sons. How different can you be? In Yuanqing nodded heavily. Yes, father. I will definitely follow Big Brother's example, study hard, and strive to enter Qingyuan Academy. In Hung was very pleased and put his hand on In Yuanqing's shoulder, encouraging him. In Susu and In Yuanqing watched speechlessly. This routine again. Then her eyes rolled, and she made a mental note. She coquettishly went to hold In Heng's arm. Father, didn't you see me? Your daughter just returned from the estate. She half-dragged In Heng away. In Yuanqing wanted to follow and continue his act, but In Yuanqing blocked him, scolding sternly, "It's cold outside. You'd better hurry back to your room and continue kneeling to study. If you can't get into Qingyuan Academy, you'll never be able to hold your head up high." After everyone left, In Yuanqing revealed his true colors, cursing, "Damn it, why doesn't Big Brother like me?" When In Susu returned to Qingzhou courtyard, she thought of In Yuanqing, that little green tea, and still looked irritated. Xiaya helped In Susu sit down and handed her a cup of hot tea. She said angrily, "Miss, the people in the courtyard are not behaving. Today when I went to deliver vegetables to the kitchen, I saw concubine Lu send her maid Zhou over. She came saying concubine Lu wasn't feeling well and wanted some light food." After hearing this, In Susu sneered, "She dares to covet my things?" Xiaya nodded proudly. "So, I refused without hesitation. These are Mrs. Things. Who dares to touch them?" "Xiaya, you did well. You'll get double pay this month." This also allowed In Susu to vent some anger. "Thank you, Mississippi." Xiaya was extremely happy. "But be careful. That Zhou woman isn't easy to deal with. If she gives you trouble, come find me." Xiaya looked unconcerned. "I'm Mrs. Only personal maid. Even if they don't respect me, they'll respect you. I doubt they dare to really do anything to me." After saying this, she worriedly asked, "Will the second madam make a fuss to the master, and then the master come to miss?" "Come on." In Susu sneered, "I'm not afraid if he does. If he dares to give me trouble, I'll make sure he swallows his teeth with blood. He won't gain any advantage." The little green tea In Yuanqing and his mother conspired to set a trap, inciting In Heng to come to In Susu's door to question her. In Susu in the room was still unaware of the situation when she heard a series of voices approaching outside the door. She immediately stood up. "They're really here. Xiaya, come with me to greet them." The door slowly opened. In Heng led the way, with concubine Lu dabbing her handkerchief, following with a panicked and pitiful expression. In Susu stood there solemnly, looking at the group approaching angrily. Her feelings towards this father grew colder inch by inch. In Heng roared angrily, "You unfilial daughter!" In Susu gave a curtsy and said coldly, "Father, what wrong has your daughter done? Please enlighten me as to why I deserve such questioning." "That's right, explain clearly. Let's see who dares to bully my daughter today." In Susu's mother walked over slowly with her people, her face as cold as water. Looking at concubine Lu, who was trying to hide to the side, she hated her to the bone. She stood in the middle, protecting In Susu behind her. The master said, "What did my daughter do wrong? Why are you making such a fuss to punish her?" In Heng coldly glanced at In Susu, without a trace of his usual fatherly love. He sneered, "You've raised your daughter well. You want to ask? I'll bring people to question her." After saying that, In Heng had some people come forward. In Susu knew that most of these servants had nothing to do with concubine Lu. So even if this matter was investigated, concubine Lu would remain unscathed. What a vicious plan. This was meant to ruin her reputation. In Heng pointed at In Susu and shouted. Yuanqing was sick with a fever, feeling very unwell all over. He only wanted to eat something light. Nanny Zhou kindly went to the kitchen to ask for some medicine and vegetables, but was chased away by this spoiled girl's maid. Not only that, this spoiled girl also had people block the door, preventing Nanny Zhou from going out. Calling for a doctor. That was his own brother. If it weren't for Sulian being forced to come find me, and I want to call a doctor, Yuanqing might have been deliberately left like that until he became feverish and turned into an idiot. After listening, In Susu found it laughable. She calmly spoke. "Father, if I say I didn't do it, would you believe me?" In Heng's face was full of anger. "So many people can testify. How could it be wrong?" In Susu calmly surveyed the people kneeling below. "Father must have been deceived. When we met earlier, Yuanqing was fine. Father saw it with your own eyes. How did he get a high fever after going back?" In Heng's anger deepened. "You wretched thing. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? How can you be so vicious? You've harmed a life. Don't you feel guilty?" In Susu looked innocently at In Heng. "I didn't harm anyone. Why would I feel guilty? You're simply incorrigible. We'll go to Yuanqing's place right now. I want to see how your glib tongue can explain this. And call Yuan Xin too." If it weren't for him leaving Yuan Cheng waiting there, he wouldn't have gotten such a high fever. After saying this, In Hung flicked his sleeve and strode off. He took large steps as he left. In Susu patted her mother and softly comforted her. Mother, don't waste words with him here. Your daughter has done nothing wrong and can hold her head high. Don't worry. As the group was grandly heading towards the outside of Xiao Courtyard, In Yuanqing just arrived. After In Susu gave him a look, he spoke up, I'll enter later. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself clearly. After all, I saw that concubine Lu's gestures were quite lacking. Upon hearing this, concubine Lu wailed and fell to her knees. Master, the young miss is accusing me of bribing them. I only used some jewelry to invite the doctor. Master, you must stand up for me. In Hung helped her up, then angrily glared at In Susu. You come in with me. I want to see what else you can say. Concubine Lu quickly followed. This plan was flawless. Her son was indeed feverish. The doctor's testimony couldn't be false. She was almost wearing a victorious smile on her face. After entering, In Susu secretly took out a cure-all pill from her space. She hadn't drawn many of these and didn't expect to use one on this little green tea. It was truly a waste. The high fever of In Yuancheng, who was lying on the bed, immediately subsided. His complexion also became rosy. In Susu asked in feigned surprise, Is this what being sick looks like? Concubine Lu was also stunned. Just now he was drenched in sweat. How come now his complexion was rosy and his eyes were bright? He didn't look sick at all. Seeing In Yuanqing's rosy complexion, In Hung was a bit bewildered. He called for the doctor to carefully examine the situation again. The doctor was also confused. He hurriedly came forward to check the pulse, then changed to the other hand. Under the pressure of In Heng's gaze, he spoke, The pulse is strong and vigorous. He was probably just a bit weak earlier. Young people recover quickly. He's fine now. Oh, so he wasn't sick after all. In Susu laughed. Father just made a big fuss about wanting me to admit guilt. He said I harmed my brother. How did I harm him? In Hung was speechless. He looked towards Concubine Lu. Concubine Lu fell to her knees with a thud, squeezing out 2 tears. Master, you must believe me. You saw it yourself. Cheng was truly ill. Fine, if he wasn't sick, then he was pretending to be sick. I didn't expect so many people to help him pretend. In Susu chuckled lightly, turning to walk to the outer room. Looking at those trembling people standing together, she smiled gently and asked, What did you all say just now? Tell me again. Also, you said my personal maid was disrespectful and wouldn't give food to Nanny Zhou. Everyone fell to their knees with a thud, each terrified and uneasy. They didn't know how the situation had suddenly changed. In Susu smiled and called for Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, I've read a few medical books. These winter vegetables are cold in nature. What happens if a person with a fever eats cold green vegetables? Dr. Wang immediately responded, It would worsen the condition. In Susu let out a meaningful "oh" and glanced at In Hung, who had walked out. So it would worsen the condition? In Heng's face darkened. He said sternly, Enough. In Susu swept her sleeve, directly knocking a tea set off the round table. It made a crisp sound as it fell. She said loudly, Father, I still have to go to the princess's mansion in a few days to brew blood wine. Yet today you accuse me at home, giving others a chance to cause trouble. You're the one who should say enough. In Hung looked disappointedly at In Yuancheng lying inside. He said softly, Today was Father's mistake. Oh man, Father. In Susu secretly used a tears streaming down face talisman. Father, I'm not upset about being slandered, but about being misunderstood by you. Her eyes were red. After letting out a sob behind her hands, she turned and ran. Her mother chased after her. In Yuanqing also stood up, looking somewhat dejected. Father called me out at the most crucial time of my studies, just for this farce. It seems in Father's eyes, the eldest son still can't compare to the youngest. These words were severe. Just as In Hung was about to speak, In Yuanqing turned and left. Concubine Lu was now completely panicked. How had everything changed in just a moment? Damn it! In Hung shook off Concubine Lu's hand. He hadn't expected to be tripped up by a concubine this time. When In Yuanqing went to the green bamboo courtyard, In Susu was lying on her mother's lap, crying softly. Her mother comforted her lovingly, while gritting her teeth hatefully. That Lu Sulian, she must know the old madam is coming back. That's why she's causing such trouble. In Yuanqing, who had just entered the room, was startled. Grandmother is coming back? Mother, how do you know? Your uncle sent news not long ago. He said she's coming back by boat with your second uncle's children. In Yuanqing thought for a moment. This time, grandmother didn't send a letter in advance about returning to the capital. He wondered if it was a sudden decision or if she had other intentions. A man was just slandered, and mother is also exhausted. Let father worry about grandmother's return himself. In Susu sat up, sniffling. Brother, don't let anyone into my courtyard. Of course they can't come in. There are still a few rooms in the West Wing, right? Arrange for them to stay there. I need to study now. I don't want idle people disturbing my learning. I'll talk to them when the time comes, In Yuanqing said. He patted In Susu's head reassuringly. Don't worry, brother won't let you be taken advantage of. In Susu felt a bit better. Brother is the best. By the way, the second branch has 2 young ladies, and the day they return happens to be the day of brewing snow wine. In Yuanqing nodded, then reminded In Susu, the princess's invitation was only for you, and you're not allowed to bring anyone. Remember this well, otherwise if the princess gets angry, it won't be easy to resolve. In Susu indicated that she understood. Moreover, after brewing snow wine comes the Spring Festival. The Spring Festival is basically a large-scale matchmaking event. That's probably why the old madam is bringing those 2 sisters back from the countryside. So he also needs to bring some helpers. Brother, why don't you write a letter to third uncle and ask cousin Rui and the others to come back too? Marriage is also a matter of the heart. Those from the second branch are probably not honest, especially in Wanner. It's good to have someone from the third branch by Amon's side. I immediately agreed. I'll write a letter when I get back. After In Yuanqing finished speaking, he looked at In Susu hesitantly. What are you planning to do about father? In Susu asked seriously. Brother, mother, if father and I don't plan to reconcile, is that okay? In Yuanqing immediately said it was fine. A father who doesn't trust his own daughter isn't considered a good father. His mother supported In Susu's decision. In Susu pursed her lips and hugged her mother. If it was just aimed at her, she could endure it. But thinking that her stepfather might hurt her mother in the future, wouldn't it be better to use this as an opportunity to let her mother leave her father? In Hung received news that his old mother had arrived in the capital. He paced back and forth in the room. There was no news before, and the children from the second branch came along too. They must have some requests. In Susu's mother frowned slightly. The second branch has 2 sons and 2 daughters. The girls can be arranged in the small tent courtyard in the west. But what about the 2 nephews? In Hung nodded. Arrange the girls as you said. As for the nephews, rent the original courtyard of the second branch outside for them to continue living in. It will be more convenient when the second branch returns. In Susu's mother glanced at In Hung. It seems he doesn't want the second branch to move in either. She picked up a handkerchief and lightly wiped her lips. Then, my lord, we can't still pay the rent, can we? If outsiders knew, it would seem the second branch can't even support their own children and are taking advantage of our family. In Hung paused for a moment before saying, I'll talk to mother about this matter. The next morning, In Hung and his mother were already waiting in the front courtyard. His brother In Yuanqing waited for him to come together. The old lady arrived earlier than everyone expected. In Wanner and In Mingzhu supported her on both sides. After sitting in the main seat and resting for a while, she felt much better. In Susu carefully observed the old lady's expression, secretly laughing to herself. This old woman, who previously insisted on following her precious son to the countryside to be an official, must have suffered quite a bit. Even her demeanor had changed. In Susu's mother spoke softly, explaining the arrangements for In Wanner and her siblings. The old lady looked displeased, glancing sideways at In Susu's mother. Zaheo and Ziwang have to live outside. In Susu's mother smiled and said, yes, the master has just arranged for the previous residents of the second branch to be rented again, and 3 more courtyards for the 2 brothers to live in. The old lady's expression changed as she looked at In Hung. What about Wanner and Mingzhu? Naturally, in the West Wing, In Hung coldly glanced at the 2 men sitting there. The 2 nephews are after all outsiders. How can they live in the inner courtyard? Besides, they're not children anymore. Can't the second branch support themselves? Do they need to rely on me as their eldest uncle? At this point, In Wanner became anxious. She didn't want to live in the West Wing, which was small and remote and had to share with concubine-born daughters. She hurriedly said, Uncle, Aunt, do we have to live in the West Wing? Why can't we? In Susu's mother asked in return. If you siblings get along well and want to live together, that's fine. Just remember to come back often to visit. The old lady cares about you the most. In Susu's mother spoke with a slight smile and a gentle tone, directly cutting off In Wanner's hopes. In Mingzhu hadn't expected this either. This time, the main branch was so disrespectful. She finally decided to speak up herself. Whatever Anne arranges is naturally the best. It's just that we sisters have always been by grandmother's side. The West Wing is quite far from grandmother's red jade garden. We're a bit reluctant to part. She finished speaking and lowered her head sadly. The old lady couldn't help but feel sad too, and looked at In Hung, saying, I think Amon's green bamboo courtyard is quite close and the rooms are big. The sisters living together won't be lonely. In Susu smiled and interrupted her grandmother. Don't worry about Amon being lonely. Amon is very happy. It's just that grandmother, the standards in the capital are strict. One can't have a courtyard to oneself. Outsiders would think our family rules are lax, which could affect brother's future marriage prospects. In Hung immediately spoke up. That's true. If mother misses the children, you can live with them. I can come pay my respects every day. That's fine too. In Mingzhu was stunned. What was wrong with the main branch? They weren't even willing to keep up appearances anymore? The old lady couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. She had never imagined that one day her opinions would be rejected. And he even wanted him to move out. Where would he put his face? He didn't want to live in that kind of rented house. He eventually compromised. Let's arrange it like this. There was still one more bomb. In Susu's mother had to be dealt with now. She looked at In Mingzhu and In Water. It's filial to stay with grandmother for a few days. Then you can go back to your own courtyard. How can siblings be separated? After all, it's time for matchmaking. If you often stay here, people might think the first branch wants to control the second branch's marriages. Hearing this, the old lady became anxious again. You are their elders. Even if there's matchmaking, outsiders shouldn't have a say. Mother, you're mistaken here. With you helping to look for matches, how could it be my turn? In Susu's mother still smiled gently. She planned to clarify everything today to avoid future troubles. The old woman's face turned ashen, gritting her teeth. At this moment, Xiaoya came in to report to the young miss that the carriage from the prince's mansion had arrived. The old woman looked at the two granddaughters from the second branch, an idea forming in her mind. Today is the day for brewing blood wine. Oh man, the princess has only invited you young ladies this time. In Susu nodded with a smile. Grandmother, one invitation for each person. The steward still needs to verify each one. I don't know why they're being so meticulous. In Yuanqing suddenly mentioned, I heard a bit from Jingyu. He said his mother attaches great importance to this event. She's making such a fuss that everyone in the prince's mansion is on edge, not daring to make any mistakes. In Waner and In Mingzhu's faces turned pale. Their little scheme was foiled again. In Susu, thinking about how her mother had dominated the conversation today, leaving the old lady speechless, felt joyful and couldn't help but laugh. As they approached the Jinan prince's mansion, she drew a talisman and obtained a good luck charm. She immediately used it. Entering the prince's mansion gate, she saw Bai Rushuang. Her invitation was personally given by Xiao Jingyun. Seeing In Susu wanted to enter together, they were stopped by the steward. Miss Bai, you're going to see a hall. Miss In has been invited by the princess. You're not going to the same place. Bai Rushuang frowned slightly. My master and the princess are close friends. It shouldn't be a problem if I go along. The steward smiled but didn't make way. I'm sorry, Miss Bai. The princess only asked for Miss In to come over. In Susu nodded to the steward and went directly to see the princess. Bai Rushuang watched In Susu's retreating figure puzzled. Why didn't it match with her dream again? What happened outside the prince's mansion gate before In Susu arrived had already reached the ears of the Jinan princess. She frowned and snapped the jewelry box shut. It's that Bai Rushuang causing trouble at the gate again. What is Jingyun trying to do? In Susu entered the inner room and curtsied. Princess. The Jinan princess immediately beamed with joy. She looked closely and said, How come you look thinner? In Susu quickly touched her face. Princess, I haven't lost weight, but I haven't gained any either. The Jinan princess hurriedly pulled In Susu to sit down. You've come at the right time. I was just worrying about which one to choose. In Susu's eyes lit up. She smiled and asked, Princess, aren't you afraid of revealing your wealth, you little money lover? That golden Buddha in my treasury, you took it, didn't you? The Jinan princess tapped In Susu's nose. In Susu deliberately clung to the Jinan princess's arm and acted coquettishly. Brother Jingyun said he would give me the golden Buddha as an apology, but he hasn't given it to me yet. The Jinan princess smiled. I know about your brother Jingyun's apology. It was his fault. I'll have that golden Buddha sent back with you today. As for that Miss Bai, what do you think of her? In Susu directly replied, not much. The Jinan princess felt like she had found a kindred spirit. She held In Susu's hand and instructed her, I don't think much of her either. It's a pity my son likes her. A man, among the noble ladies coming today, help me keep an eye out. If there's any young lady who stands out, let me know later. In Susu was stunned. This was about selecting a consort for Xiao Jingyun and doing it right in front of the female lead by Rushuang. Outside, by Rushuang and several young ladies were gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. In Susu looked at the jade hairpin the princess had given her, wondering how much gold it would be worth in a different system. Then she heard Chung Yinran's voice from ahead. "Aw man, let's take a walk." In Susu nodded with a smile. The person she had been looking for had finally come to her. The two walked to a long corridor. With no one around, they stopped. "I'm on. Thank you for the Cheongyu Tower matter." In Susu got straight to the point. "Yinran, you know I've always considered you a good friend, but you've been hiding something from me." She sighed again and asked, "Is that person worth it?" Chung Yinran's face was sorrowful, her eyes slightly red. "He's not worth it, but my heart is already given. I can't take it back. On. You guessed it was me when Mr. Liu returned the bath items to you. That blood jade was what he wanted. I was truly blinded by love." In Susu asked in confusion, "What does Brother Luoang want my blood jade for?" Chung Yinran looked at In Susu very apologetically. He said a close friend of his always dreams of a blood jade. So he inquired around the capital and learned that only you had such a treasure in the entire city. He said the blood jade was inauspicious, and only his close friend's fortune could suppress it. He promised to exchange it for something else, so I agreed. Aman, I'm sorry. In Susu was speechless. Love rarely turns people into fools, but she happened to encounter both Xiao Jingyun and Chung Yinran. You two are truly a match. In Susu asked with some frustration, "Do you know who Luoang's close friend is?" Chung Yinran straightened up and shook her head slightly. "He didn't say, and I didn't ask." In Susu pulled Chung Yinran, pointing at the most eye-catching person among the group of girls, and spoke word by word. "It's that medical fairy by Rushuang over there. To save her love-struck friend." In Susu tore off Luoang's facade and told her the truth. Bai Rushuang was originally from Yunga Mountain. Luoang sought medical help due to severe injuries and met Bai Rushuang. Bai Rushuang took care of her attentively for 3 months. She felt deeply in love with Bai Rushuang. After hearing this, Chung Yinran still held onto a glimmer of hope. Isn't Miss Bai with young Master Xiao? And Miss Bai even visited today. In Susu took out the blood jade, looking at Chung Yinran. The rumors in the capital about Xiao Shi and I being childhood sweethearts probably reached Bai Rushuang's ears. So she arranged for someone to steal my blood jade to embarrass me. But she's new to the capital and unfamiliar with the place. The only one who would help her is Luoang. Then young Master Liu used me. Chung Yinran seemed unable to accept the truth for a moment. She stood there stunned. In Susu pressed on, continuing to persuade. Luoang would dare to do anything for Miss Bai. What does it matter if your reputation is ruined? If necessary, he could even do more despicable things. Look, Yinran, a woman revered as a medical fairy like her is different from us. Luoang and she both come from the Jianghu world. But you and I are not like that. In Susu waved the blood jade and asked Chung Yinran, "Do you still want this blood jade now?" Chung Yinran was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "No need. If I still can't see clearly, I'd be a fool." In Susu chuckled. "Let's not talk about it now. Let's gather some snow before we leave." Chung Yinran nodded, seemingly relieved. "Where did you get your blood jade?" A cold voice rang out. Bai Rushuang asked with a strong tone of accusation. Her voice was so loud that all the young ladies gathering blood around them heard and came over. Bai Rushuang looked at In Susu with anger and asked loudly again, "Was your blood jade given by Xiao Jingyun?" In Susu looked at Bai Rushuang with confusion. "What does it have to do with you where my blood jade came from? Why should I tell you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Susu suddenly realized inwardly. In the original plot, the blood jade was obtained by Xiao Jingyun and given to Bai Rushuang. And Bai Rushuang could predict the plot through some means. So she thought this blood jade was from Xiao Jingyun. But now Bai Rushuang found the blood jade in my possession. So she exploded. At this moment, Bai Rushuang's face was filled with anger, her eyes red. All those vows and promises, all that talk of only you, it was all fake. Fake! Xiao Jingyu, you bastard. Everyone in the capital knew how In Susu got her blood jade. They all thought this Bai Rushuang was acting rather strange. In Susu sensed Bai Rushuang's killing intent, but wasn't worried at all. She just held the blood jade, her face innocent, but with a fleeting look of provocation in her eyes. You want my blood jade? Fine, buy it with money. Chung Yinran had already realized. From Gigi's birth until now, this blood jade belonged to Amon. Buying it wasn't an option. At this moment, Bai Rushuang suddenly made her move, pulling out her soft sword from her waist. She directly struck at the blood jade from close range. The blood jade's cord broke and fell into Bai Rushuang's hand. She had always believed her dream wouldn't be wrong. The blood jade appeared in her dream, so it should have been hers to begin with. In Susu nervously grabbed Chung Yinran's hand to check. A drop of blood fell on Chung Yinran's jade-white hand. There was now a conspicuous blood mark. This caused all the noble ladies to exclaim in shock. Someone come quickly. There's been an attack here. Feng Yurong stepped forward, coldly looking at Bai Rushuang. So this is the person young Master Xiao likes. You dare to use violence in the prince's mansion? I'm asking you, do you dare to use violence in the prince's mansion? Have you gone mad? Everyone knows where In Susu's blood jade came from. You're robbing in broad daylight and even hurting people. But In Susu understood that Feng Yurong wasn't standing up for her. She just wanted to use this opportunity to tarnish Bai Rushuang's reputation to prevent the female lead from competing with her. Jingyu, just let these people fight over it. I'll just watch the show. I'll just sit back and enjoy the drama. In Susu softly comforted Chung Yinran. I just looked. The cut isn't deep. I'll ask the princess for some medicine later. It won't leave a scar. Chung Yinran immediately burst into tears. Aman, I suddenly feel relieved. If this is the kind of woman Lu Wangao likes, then let him like her. In Susu also suddenly felt relieved. Yinran had finally understood. She could never become a Jianghu woman. She and Lu Wangao were not from the same world. When the Southern Pacification Princess heard the maid's report, her face filled with anger. She took her accessories and hurried over with Zhao Yinjin. On the way, they happened to meet Xiao Jingyun. He immediately went up to ask, Mother, why are you and cousin in such a hurry? Where are you going? Zhao Yinjin gritted her teeth and said, Where else could we be going? Your dear miss Bai stole Amon's blood jade and even injured Yinran. We're rushing over there now. Xiao Jingyun didn't believe it and defended Bai Rushuang. Mother, how could Shuang hurt someone? There must be some misunderstanding. The Southern Pacification Princess's face turned cold. Oh, so your dear Shuang using a weapon in my prince's mansion is Amon's fault? You come too. We'll see who's right and who's wrong. The truth will be clear soon enough. Hearing this, Xiao Jingyun couldn't say anything more to plead. He quickly followed along. The group arrived in grand fashion, just in time to see the two sides confronting each other. All the other noble ladies looked nervously at the soft sword in Bai Rushuang's hand. Give me back my blood jade. It's mine. In Susu suddenly shouted. The Southern Pacification Princess looked at Bai Rushuang with fury. Who dares to hurt someone in my Southern Pacification Prince's mansion? Xiao Jingyun hurriedly stepped forward. Shuanger, what are you doing? Quickly return the blood jade to Amon. Bai Rushuang looked at Xiao Jingyun, feeling a sense of betrayal welling up in her heart. It felt so painful. Xiao Jingyun, have you really betrayed me? Then she looked fiercely at everyone. If I can't have this blood jade, so be it. I'd rather destroy it than give it to you. She immediately channeled her inner energy into the soft sword. She threw the blood jade up and slashed fiercely. The blood jade was split in two. Xiao Jingyun was shocked and asked loudly, Shuanger, what are you doing? Zhao Yinjin couldn't help but step forward to accuse. This blood jade was given to Amon by my mother. You stealing it was bad enough, but you even destroyed it. Bai Rushuang stood there stunned, staring straight at Zhao Yinjin. What did you say? Zhao Yinjin gritted her teeth and said, Who in the capital doesn't know? This blood jade was taken by Brother Amon from my brother. Back then, my mother even sent this blood jade to the temple, personally asking the abbot to chant blessing sutras before giving it to Amon. How can you be so vicious? The other noble ladies also complained a few words, then stayed far away as if they had seen a plague god. Only then did Bai Rushuang realize she had made a mistake. Crouching on the ground covered in blood, Zhao Yinjin hurriedly came over and quickly pulled In Susu to her side. Amon, come here. This person is crazy. What if you get hurt? Forget about the blood jade. The princess of Jinan was even more angry now. She scolded Bai Rushuang, Put away your weapon now. Do you want me to come and subdue you myself? Only then did Bai Rushuang put away her weapon and stand aside. In Susu and the other noble ladies grievously came forward to greet the princess. Go! Amon and Yinjin accompany Yinran. I'll handle things here. I want to see how far she dares to go. The princess of Jinnan's anger grew as she glared at Xiao Jingyun. The noble ladies glared fiercely at Bai Rushuang before leaving. You're in for it now. Xiao Jingyun stepped forward and softly called out Amon. I'm Sora. In Susu coldly snorted without turning her head. I can't be bothered to talk to a love-brained idiot like you. Xiao Jingyun turned to Bai Rushuang. That blood jade was given by Madame Zhao. It was hung around Amon's neck on his first birthday. Why did you try to snatch Amon's blood jade? Bai Rushuang opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. If she told him, I dreamed that Jingyun gave me a blood jade exactly like this one. So I misunderstood and hurt someone. Would anyone believe her? Then misunderstood and hurt someone. Would anyone believe me? The princess of Jinnan couldn't help but think of when In Susu was also injured because of the blood jade when she was young. She looked at Xiao Jingyun with disappointment. Is this the kind and understanding person you told me about? The one you insist on marrying? Xiao Jingyun could see his mother was truly angry and didn't dare speak for the moment. But Bai Rushuang stepped forward. Princess, please calm your anger. I am Bai Rushuang, disciple of Ling Yue. I came to your mansion when I was young. So you're that woman's disciple. I was glad I'd never see her again in this life, but I didn't expect you to end up with my son. Xiao Jingyun, let me tell you, if you insist on marrying her, I'll consider my son dead. The princess of Jinnan said coldly before turning to leave. To think she's that woman's disciple. She even suspected in her heart if her son had been set up. Xiao Jingyun also didn't know what was wrong with his ears. He had finally gotten his mother's approval, but it ended up like this. He couldn't help but ask Shuang, why did you try to snatch Amon's blood jade? And even hurt the third miss of the Shang Guogong family. Jingyun, I thought that blood jade was given by you. Xiao Jingyun looked puzzled. I often give gifts to Amon. You know that. Do you want to snatch back everything? Bai Rushuang believed that the blood jade in her dream was their token of love, different from those other things. Xiao Jingyun felt helpless. That blood jade is indeed different. There's only one in the whole capital. Given the situation, let me take you back first. I'll think of a way to deal with my mother later. He was very troubled inside, not to mention his mother. Just today, In Susu was wronged by Bai Rushuang, and the blood jade was ruined. When he comes out of seclusion, he's afraid In Susu won't let him off easily. When In Susu returned from the princess of Jinnan, she not only brought back the golden Buddha and other valuable gifts, but also a luxurious exclusive carriage sent by Xiao Jingyun as an apology. It could be considered a full harvest. The maid immediately understood. Since it belongs to the young miss, I'll watch over it and not let anyone else touch it. The incident at the prince's mansion quickly spread throughout the streets. The blood jade was destroyed and someone was injured. In Susu's mother, worried that her daughter had been bullied, rushed over. Mother, what's wrong? In Susu hurriedly went to greet her. Her mother anxiously looked around. Quick, let mother see where you're hurt. In Susu quickly comforted her mother. I'm not hurt. That miss Bai tried to snatch my blood jade. Yinran helped block for me. The news spread so fast. In Susu already understood. It must have been Feng Yurong deliberately tripping up Bai Rushuang by spreading the news, just to watch the show. His mother first breathed a sigh of relief, then worriedly asked if Yinran was all right. She's fine. The princess gave her some medicine for wounds. The doctor also bandaged her carefully, but she needs to rest for a while. His mother nodded. She quickly asked Qingzhu to take some people to the storehouse to pick out some tonics and send them to the duke's mansion for Yinran. After all, she was injured because of her daughter. This uncle he needs to do his part. Then she pulled In Susu to the old madam's courtyard. In Susu asked her mother in surprise, what does grandmother want to do? Let's go. Your grandmother wants you to pay respects to her as soon as you return. What else could it be? She's the old madam of this family. She can see whoever she wants. Whoever she asks to pay respects must go. In Susu laughed lightly. Grandmother still wants to return to the days when she was in charge. Mother, I don't care. She's just a toothless paper tiger. Who's afraid of whom, oh man? you're back." The old madam's face showed a smile. She glanced lightly at In Susu, paying respects below. In Susu nodded. "Yes, grandmother. Something big happened today. The princess kept me a bit longer." The old madam received news slowly. She eagerly asked what happened. "It's nothing much, just that my blood jade was destroyed. The duke's third young lady spoke up for me and was also stabbed." In Susu laughed inwardly. With this distraction, the old madam probably forgot most of the harsh words she had prepared. She must have forgotten 7 or 8/10 of it. In Susu took out the blood jade, neatly split into 2 halves. The old madam was extremely distressed. She felt that although the blood jade had always been worn by In Susu, it was still a treasure belonging to their In family. She hurriedly asked who was so bold. In Susu sighed. "That person has a deep relationship with young Master Xiao. They're inseparable now. Young Master Xiao even bought a house for her on South Street." "Bought a house here on South Street?" The old madam was even more shocked. "Yes, grandmother. It's said that the 5th prince and the behind-the-scenes owner of Cheongyu Tower have both visited her. It's very lively. Anyway, grandmother, this residence is nearby. You should be careful when going out in the future. Otherwise, if you accidentally run into the 5th prince or young Master Xiao, who knows if that Miss Bai will be happy or not." In fact, In Susu deliberately said this to the old madam. The old madam would definitely pass the message to In Hung. They both wanted to curry favor with the powerful. It was just right that she didn't want to compete with Bai Rushuang herself. Let the other female supporting characters go instead. In Susu and her mother left the old madam's courtyard. Her mother said lightly, "After you told your grandmother these things, I'm afraid your 2 cousins will move out tomorrow." This was exactly what In Susu wanted. She shrugged. "That's natural. Only by leaving our sight can they go out and create chance encounters. But that won't be our business anymore." Her mother snorted coldly. "Your grandmother is really daring, letting your cousins set their sights on the 5th prince and young Master Xiao." In Susu pouted. "Anyway, we don't need to care about these maids. Who knows? They might succeed if they try hard enough." Just as she finished speaking, Xiaoya hurriedly came over. "Madam, young Miss Mr. Liu from the Ministry of Justice just came. He said this is a book that young Master asked him to find, and told me to pass it to young Mississippi." In Susu took the book, curious why her brother asked him to give it to her instead. After casually flipping through a few pages, she saw a letter tucked inside. Her mother said happily, "It seems your brother has made new friends recently. That's great. It's good to keep some distance from young Master Xiao." In Susu immediately put away the book and smiled. "Good, I'll give it to brother later." "Mother, why do you say that?" Her mother sighed lightly. "That Miss Bai hasn't been in the capital for long, but she's already caused so much trouble. Young Master Xiao follows behind, dealing with who knows how many problems. I really want your brother to stay away from young Master Xiao." In Susu immediately nodded, feeling that her mother was absolutely right. They should let them handle their own affairs. Why should her brother be implicated? Moreover, judging by the female protagonist's law, Bai Rushuang's troubles would only increase, not decrease. In Susu took the book given by Liu Yi and went to In Yuanxin's winter plum courtyard, admiring the plum blossoms unique to her brother's place. In Yuanxin smiled and pushed open the door, walking out. He immediately saw In Susu lost in thought under the winter plum tree. "If you like them, pick a few to take back. Put them in a vase. Change them every 3 days. Trim the stems once. They can last longer." In Susu looked over and shook her head. "No need. They're fine as they are. If I want to see them, I can come to brother's courtyard." After In Susu finished speaking, she handed over the book in her hand. "In Yuan Xing, I came this time to give this to brother." She revealed the letter. In Yuanxing took the book and casually flipped through it, then laughed. "He really put in effort. This book is very precious and beneficial to me." In Susu exclaimed, "I thought he just randomly chose a book just for this letter." In Yuanxing accepted Liu Yi's goodwill, holding the book in his hand. He looked at In Susu affectionately and said, "Let's go inside. It's cold out here." In Yuanxing's room was filled with books on almost every subject, crammed tightly. As expected of the original best male supporting character. Brother's room is full of the scent of ink. In Susu sighed. "I've already gotten used to it." In Yuanxin smiled helplessly, pulling In Susu to sit down. He opened the letter, glanced at it briefly, then handed it to In Susu. Empress Dowager, Su has disappeared. In Susu was stunned. It seems the people sent by the higher-ups also made a mistake, actually letting her escape. In this world now, the information left about Empress Dowager Su is that she slipped and fell off a cliff, leaving no remains. Inyuan Xian said, taking back the envelope and throwing it into the charcoal brazier to burn. In Susu was also lost in thought. This was indeed clean and efficient. In Yuanshin reminded her with a serious expression. Amon Lu Yi specifically passed on this news. It's likely that the people behind Empress Dowager Su have already set their sights on us. In Susu's expression changed. Lu, he wants us to be vigilant. Then she said regretfully, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on investigating the case, I wouldn't have implicated brother in this. Inyuan Xian shook his head. I don't think so. The fault doesn't lie with us who discovered the problem, nor with Lu Yi who wanted to investigate. It lies with those who committed the crimes. He stood up and looked out the window, continuing, in the future, if I become an official, should I turn a blind eye to injustice for fear of retaliation? Deceive those above and bully those below, just to keep my position and life? We're doing the right thing. Human life should be respected. After In Yuanshin finished speaking, he patted In Susu's head. Wait for him to understand on his own. In Susu smiled bitterly in her heart. I'm sorry, brother. I'll never call you a supporting character again. You are In Yuanshin, flesh and blood, my best big brother. She looked up with a worried face and asked, Brother Inyuan Xian, you understand? Ido. But what if the people behind Empress Dowager Su really come to cause trouble? Inyuan Xian smiled. Empress Dowager Su spent so much effort to escape, she probably won't dare to show herself easily. Besides, if she dares to come, our martial arts skills honed over so many years won't be for nothing. However, more pressing than Empress Dowager Su is dealing with Xiao Jingyun. I heard about today's incident at the prince's mansion. Although I originally wanted you to destroy Blood Domain, since Bai Rushuang made a move, we can't let him off easy. In Susu smiled. He's already not getting off easy. The prince's mansion sent me many gifts because of this, worth quite a bit of silver. They even compensated me with the carriage Xiao Jingyun bought for Bai Rushuang. Hearing this, In Yuanqing felt it wasn't such a bad thing after all. He felt it wasn't such a bad thing after all. In Susu suddenly held back a laugh. Brother, Yinran said after being stabbed, he felt especially relaxed, like finding his way back. Even when mentioning Luwang Pavilion, he didn't have such deep admiration anymore. In Susu said seriously. In Yuanqing found it amusing. What? Don't tell me you want me to be stabbed by Rushuang too. In Susu held In Yuanqing's hand, persistently persuading. Brother, just find a way to let her make a small cut. Maybe it will cure your obsession. In Yuanqing laughed and tapped In Susu's forehead. Nonsense. Don't even think about it. By the way, this Miss Bai has excellent medical skills. She probably has many friends in the Jianghu. Since things have settled for now, don't get into conflicts with her again for the time being. In Yuanqing advised worriedly. In Susu nodded outwardly, but rejoiced inwardly. Don't worry, brother. I won't personally conflict with her. But I've already told In Mingzhu quite a bit. There will be people to bother Bai Rushuang. Ever since Bai Rushuang drew her weapon at the Zenin Prince's mansion, the streets and alleys of the capital have been buzzing with malicious gossip about Bai Rushuang. Meanwhile, Bai Rushuang's other male friend Tang Xiao happened to hear the dissatisfied comments from passersby. He immediately punched and injured one person. The other, being quick-witted, quickly ran away to report to the authorities. Miss Bai's matters are my matters. Before speaking ill of her behind her back, you'd better ask if Tang Xiao approves. As soon as he finished speaking, people from the Yamen arrived. Because today was the imperial examination, security was particularly important. Just as the officials were about to take Tang Xiao away, Bai Rushuang took out the token from the Jinnan Prince's mansion. She stopped them. She gave them a gold ingot, claiming it was a misunderstanding to settle the matter. The officials accepted it, as they had recognized Bai Rushuang as young Master Zhao's woman and naturally didn't dare to offend her. Given the last incident at the Jinnan Prince's mansion, Bai Rushuang had learned to be low-key. But Tang Xiao couldn't accept others tarnishing Bai Rushuang's reputation. Bai Rushuang was ungrateful. You always act like this. Nicely put, it's called being hot-blooded. Bluntly put, it's called being thoughtless. This is the capital, not a place for you to show off. Do you know how much trouble this will cause Jingyan today? Tang Xiao gritted his teeth as he looked at Bai Rushuang's profile, a hint of sadness welling up in his heart. What's so good about that Xiao Jingyan? Apart from his status, how am I inferior to that young master? Just as Bai Rushuang was about to say something, she saw the carriage that was originally prepared for her. In Susu suddenly lifted the curtain. I saw someone holding up the prince's mansion's token from far away on the street. I was wondering who it was. So it's Miss Bai. Where are you heading, Miss Bai? Bai Rushuang cursed inwardly. In Susu, relying on a bit of etiquette, had once again taken away the carriage Xiao Jingyan sent for her. But on the surface, she smiled brightly. It's been a while, Missine. I'm just out for a casual walk. It's rare for you to go out. Where are you coming back from? In Susu looked at the person beside Bai Rushuang, her smile growing wider. Daring to fight on the street, this thoughtless style of doing things must be that Tang Xiao from the Tang family who rose to power through drug manufacturing. Bai Rushuang knew she couldn't cause more trouble for Xiao Jingyan and had to outwardly improve relations with In Susu. Forcing a smile, she said, Miss In, you haven't answered my question yet. I'm sorry, I just came down from the mountain. I just sent my brother to the Imperial examination venue. I must say, this carriage is both comfortable and warm. Our whole family is hoping for my brother to return as the top scholar. We can't let him be uncomfortable on the road. Don't you agree, Miss Bai? This carriage was originally his. Bai Rushuang suppressed her anger. She apologized softly. I offended you greatly a few days ago, Miss In. It was my mistake in identifying the blood domain that caused Miss Chung to be injured and ruined your blood domain. It was my fault. In Susu smiled faintly at Tang Xiao beside her. Miss Bai has deep feelings for brother Jingyun, so it's natural to be nervous and afraid. I won't take it to heart. As for the ruined contract, let it be. After all, the princess compensated me with a box of rubies. And Yinran's hand injury has healed, just some marks left. I hope it won't leave a scar. Tang Xiao clenched his fists, wanting to fight again. Bai Rushuang stopped him. She knew this matter wouldn't pass so easily and also knew she couldn't cause more trouble for Xiao Jingyan at this time. She apologized again softly. Then I won't delay Miss Bai any longer. I'll head back to the mansion first. In Susu smiled and lowered the curtain. She told the coachman to leave. So that's the young lady from the Yin family, Tang Xiao snorted. She looks harmless, but I don't think she's a magnanimous person. Who knows if she deliberately threw out the blood jade to trick you? Bai Rushuang shook her head lightly. That's true. We can't blame her. She was showing that blood jade to Chung Yinran. Tang Xiao didn't think much more about it and asked, Shuanger, where are we going now? Bai Rushuang lowered her eyes slightly. Let's just wander around here. Without Jingyan, everywhere is the same. Then, following the scenario in her dream, she came to the gate of the Jiang family mansion. Because in her dream, Madame Jiang had fallen ill and she would cure her. Then Madame Jiang would tell her some important things. Now the Jiang family seemed peaceful, but she firmly believed her dream wouldn't be wrong. She just needed to wait for the right moment. In Susu had just returned to the Yin mansion when she saw Chung Yinran and Zhao Ninjin waiting for her. She was surprised to see them suddenly at her place. Zhao Ninjin immediately started cursing. It's all because of my cousin. He's such a jerk. Chung Yinran quickly covered Zhao Ninjin's mouth. What nonsense are you saying? How can a young lady speak so crudely? Zhao Ninjin pushed away Chung Yinran's hand and continued ranting. He's my own cousin. I can curse him. Didn't he also come to your house? From Zhao Ninjin's gritted teeth, In Susu knew there was some juicy gossip. She quickly sat down. Ninjin, don't be hasty. Tell me what happened. It's all because of the blood jade. My cousin went to both my and Yinran's houses to apologize. At my house, he kept asking my mother where the blood jade came from. I thought he wanted to apologize to you, Amon, and find a new one for you. But he said, what? Bai Rushuang dreamed of an identical blood jade, so he wanted to know where to buy one to give to Bai Rushuang. My cousin's words angered my mother so much that she immediately kicked him out. She even returned all the gifts he brought. In Susu couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Ninjin slapped In Susu. I'm standing up for you, and you're laughing at me? I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at that Miss Bai. She can come up with any excuse. And young Master Xiao believes her wholeheartedly. In Susu laughed even more brightly. She even brought up her dreams. Looks like her dreams are quite incomplete. Then she asked Chung Yinran with a smile, what did young Master Xiao say to you? Chung Yinran replied, nothing much on my end, just a simple apology. But young Master Xiao said he would send someone to treat my injury. That person is Bai Rushuang. This gossip made In Susu laugh even more uncontrollably. He's trying to regain some reputation by healing you. isn't he? Chung Yinran nodded. Ever since I was wounded by his sword, I'd rather stay away from them. Of course, I refused. But after young Master Xiao left, the fifth prince also sent gifts for the same reason. I couldn't refuse, so I had to hide here at your place. So you came here to avoid trouble? Yin Susu laughed and asked. In the end, did young Master Xiao ask about the whereabouts of the second blood jade? Zhao Yinjin and Chung Yinran couldn't help but laugh too. Don't even mention it, she waved her hand. The blood jade was given to my mother as a thank you when she saved a stranger years ago. Where can we find another one now? It was originally meant to be given to my cousin by my older brother, but your brother ended up taking it, Amon. Hearing this, Yin Susu had a sudden realization. In the original plot, this blood jade was indeed meant for Xiao Jingyun, but because she had repaired family relationships, she inadvertently disrupted the plot. Zhao Yinjin interrupted Yin Susu's thoughts. I just realized you're all here, but where's Jiang Rong? Chung Yinran replied languidly. It seems Madame Jiang is ill. Jiang Rong was originally coming to see me, but after getting the news, she left in a hurry. You sent some medicine pills yesterday, saying they could prevent colds. I gave her a few grams to take back. Yin Susu was both amused and exasperated. If Madame Jiang is sick, what use would my medicine pills be? Zhao Yinjin excitedly grabbed Yin Susu's hand and said, What do you mean? Everyone knows your young lady is well-read. Last time when I was sick, I got better after taking the pills you sent. My brother even asked your older brother, who said you made them yourself. Yin Susu quickly reminded her not to spread this around. If Bai Rushuang hears about this, she'll think I'm opposing her again. Zhao Yinjin immediately covered her mouth and said no more. Yin Susu pursed her lips in silence. She had just thought of a plot point. Madame Jiang had fallen ill with a strange disease, and the cause couldn't be determined. Just then, Bai Rushuang's reputation as a medical fairy was at its peak, so she was invited to the mansion. Usually, Bai Rushuang treated patients based on her mood, but this time she went without hesitation. Under her treatment, Madame Jiang gradually improved. Bai Rushuang asked Madame Jiang about something related to the Bai family. Yin Susu had a sudden realization. No wonder she saw Bai Rushuang strolling with Tang Xiao on the street near the Jiang mansion today. Just then, a servant knocked and entered, handing Yin Susu a letter. It was from Jiang Rong. Yin Susu opened it and read it. Yin Susu was pleasantly surprised. The letter said that Madame Jiang was fine after taking her medicine. Zhao Yinjin smiled happily. I told you your medicine was effective. It's a good thing Yinran was smart enough to let Jiang Rong take a few pills back. This is wonderful. Yin Susu was both amused and worried. I don't know if it's good or not. I only know that after this, Bai Rushuang will probably hold another grudge against me. After being kicked out while apologizing, Xiao Jingyan returned to the Jinnan prince's mansion, still wondering where to find a second snow jade for Bai Rushuang. At this moment, the Southern Pacification princess angrily slammed a letter on the table. Tell me, is this true? After reading it, Xiao Jingyun's face darkened. He could only say, Son, I'll investigate this immediately. The Southern Pacification princess's eyes turned red with anger. She looked at Xiao Jingyun with disappointment. No need to investigate. This is absolutely true. Your dear Shuang really has the guts of a leopard, daring to stop the Jiang family's carriage on the street. She scared Lady Jiang and her daughter badly. You need to resolve this personally. At this point, Xiao Jingyun couldn't say anything to defend Bai Rushuang. He could only plan to go to the Jiang mansion to apologize. The Southern Pacification princess stopped him and reminded him again. You were just kicked out by Madame Zhao. Now you're going to the Jiang mansion to apologize for Bai Rushuang. If this gets out, you'll become a laughingstock. Anyway, you handle this yourself. But remember, don't embarrass our prince's mansion again. Xiao Jingyun reluctantly comforted her. Mother, don't worry. I'll find a way to resolve this. Mother, please rest assured. I will find a way to resolve this. The Southern Pacification princess angrily flicked her sleeves and strode away. A good son, ever since meeting Bai Rushuang, had put all his attention on her, not only neglecting his career, but also repeatedly crossing his own boundaries for her. If this continues, his life will be ruined. This Bai Rushuang is just like his master. She's really a disaster. To resolve this matter, Xiao Jingyun went directly to the Yin mansion. As he entered, he felt deeply nostalgic. I used to come to the Yin mansion often as a child, but later, when Amon grew up, Yuan Xing didn't let me come anymore. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Amon is like a half-sister to me. Having watched her grow up, why should I care about those rumors? At this moment, In Susu was just seeing off Song Chung Yinran and Zhao Ninjin waving goodbye. Because of Bai Rushuang, Zhao Ninjin now dislikes her cousin. She coldly snorted and left directly. Seeing Xiao Jingyan arrive, In Susu was also surprised. She coldly asked, "Young Master Xiao, what brings you here?" Xiao Jingyun immediately smiled apologetically and said seriously, "Amon, I'm here to apologize." In Susu raised an eyebrow at him. "You've already apologized." She completely denied him the chance to ask for help. Xiao Jingyun looked apologetic and distressed. But for his Bai Rushuang, he still spoke up. "Amon, can you help me one more time? Go put in a good word for me with Jiang Rong and Shuang." Hearing this, In Susu's face darkened slightly. She responded angrily, "I don't believe I've ever done anything to wrong her. I've never said anything bad about her either. Why must I always be the one to tolerate and step back? Now you even want me to clean up after what she's done." "Young Master Xiao, for the sake of our childhood friendship, let me advise you. You'd better stay away from this woman. But if you love her deeply and don't want to leave, then please keep your woman in check. Stay away from me in the future. I don't have time to deal with her." Just as she was about to leave, Xiaya came running in shouting, "Miss, it's not good. Miss Bai is at the main gate now. She's about to force her way in." "Force her way in?" In Susu laughed coldly. "Speak of the devil. Young Master Xiao, did you notify your woman before coming here today? Don't let her go crazy today and implicate Yinfu as well. Don't let her madness implicate Yinfu too." Xiao Jingyan suddenly remembered what Yin Yuangxin had said. "You may not care, and Amon may not care either. But what if someone else cares?" He finally realized that Yin Yuangxin was right. If Shuanger cared so much, she had repeatedly caused trouble for Amon, becoming sensitive and suspicious, completely different from when they first met. "Amon, I'll take my leave first." Xiao Jingyan hurriedly left. In Susu straightened her clothes, a smile on her lips. "Let's go take a look too. See what kind of trouble she's stirring up this time." Xiaya quickly said in a low voice. It seems it's because she recognized the horse young Master Xiao rode here. She insists on coming in. The servants are stopping her, but the more they try to stop her, the more she tries to force her way in. In Susu sneered. "It seems Bai Rushuang's possessiveness is quite frightening. This time you came looking for trouble yourself." She slowly walked out with her maid. At the gate of the Yin mansion, Bai Rushuang brought her close male friend. Tang Xiao drew his sword to threaten the Yin family servants to let him in. Assistant Xiao Jingyun hurriedly rushed over, which made Bai Rushuang temporarily put away her sword. As they say, love rivals see red when they meet. Tang Xiao ignored Bai Rushuang's attempt to stop him. He struck at Xiao Jingyun with a knife hand. However, he underestimated Xiao Jingyun's skill. With just a casual block, he repelled him. He was also amazed internally, realizing that the palm power of the Xiao family member was so astonishing. "What do you want to do?" Xiao Jingyun said word by word, his eyes sharp as he looked at Bai Rushuang. Bai Rushuang was also startled by Xiao Jingyun's aura. She explained, "I saw your mount at the gate of the Yin mansion, so I wanted to come in and take a look." At this time, In Susu stepped out of the mansion. She waved for the Yin family's people to retreat first. "How ridiculous. Miss Bai wants to brandish swords at the gate of my Yin mansion. At least find a more plausible excuse. This place doesn't allow outsiders to run wild." Tang Xiao immediately spoke up in defense. "Bai Rushuang, why speak like that? If we hadn't seen young Master Zhao's mount, we wouldn't have thought to come in and take a look." In Susu laughed in anger. She asked Tang Xiao, "Without the owner's permission, you draw weapons and force your way in. Even so, do you still expect me, In Susu, to welcome you with a smile?" This matter is indeed excessive on their part. Tang Xiao was momentarily speechless. "And suddenly she likes me. Miss Bai, are you trying to be funny?" Looking at In Susu, Bai Rushuang gritted her teeth and said, "I definitely trust Jingyun, but I don't trust." In Susu laughed and interrupted her. "Miss Bai, you mean to say you trust Xiao Jingyun won't change his heart, but you don't trust me, right?" Xiao Jingyun quickly spoke up. "Shuanger, you're being unreasonable. How could I develop romantic feelings for someone I watched grow up?" In Susu calmly raised 3 fingers. "I, In Susu, swear to heaven that I only have sibling-like feelings for Xiao Jingyun." As her words fell, Xiao Jingyun didn't understand why a hint of discomfort welled up in his heart. In Susu chuckled lightly. "As for why young Master Xiao came to my mansion today, it's thanks to you, Miss Bai." Bai Rushuang glared fiercely at In Susu. looking innocent. What does it have to do with me? Insusu took a few steps forward. Because of you, he came to apologize to me and also to ask me to speak on your behalf at the Jiang Mansion. Otherwise, your reputation for blocking roads, threatening, and intimidating would spread. I know you're a fairy, and I can't compete with you, but you've repeatedly targeted me. What exactly do you want to do? Bai Rushuang secretly gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I found the wrong person. I will compensate. This matter has nothing to do with you. I don't need you to help me. I don't need your estate anymore. From this, Insusu could already see that Bai Rushuang's fragmented dreams had a great impact on her. Relying so much on dreams, aren't you afraid of making mistakes? She looked at Bai Rushuang with some impatience and continued to press. Miss Bai, since you don't want the estate, then why are you against me? Earlier at the prince's mansion, you drew your sword at the slightest disagreement. Are you planning to take my life too? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Rushuang began to gather her internal energy. She then struck directly at Insusu, but was caught by Insusu, unable to move. Tell me, have you been wanting to teach me a lesson for a long time? Let me tell you, although I'm not like you martial artists who have seen great storms, I'm not a coward either. Bai Rushuang and Tang Xiao were both shocked. They had originally thought that a noble lady from the capital would be weak and helpless, but now her hand couldn't move an inch. This Miss Yin was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Xiao Jingyan walked over and separated their hands. He looked apologetically at Insusu. Amon, this is all because of me. The fault lies with us. When there's an opportunity in the future, I'll make it up to you. Let's end things here for today. He finished with a deep look at Bai Rushuang, but his eyes no longer held that tender look. He said nothing and turned to leave. Jingyun Bai Rushuang called out and chased after him without hesitation. Insusu sighed inwardly. As expected of the male lead, he effortlessly inflicted tons of psychological damage on Bai Rushuang. Tang Xiao was left standing there for a long while before leaving with a dejected expression. At this moment, Insusu felt relieved. It was a good opportunity to completely reassure those who still had doubts. In the future, if Xiao Jingyun had any more emotional troubles, it would no longer concern her. Bai Rushuang barging in with a sword and her male friends made Insusu realize she couldn't sit idly by. After all, he had so many male friends, she also needed to find some helpers. Moreover, with the precedent of Lu Wanggu, if the female lead's male friends all took matters into their own hands to cause trouble, it would be overwhelming. Momo, bring out the administrator, information processor, and spy for me. If there's not enough gold, use the valuables stored in my space. As for the location, arrange it at my estate outside the city. Momo opened the system, revealing the character options one by one. Insusu chose a spy with 8th rank cultivation, an information officer with master level cultivation, and surprisingly, the administrator was at the great master level. She was delighted. With this combat power, she could rest easy. Then she selected 3 templates. Her information processing center would take effect immediately. Momo reminded her that in this world, great masters cannot intervene casually, otherwise they would face joint suppression from other great masters. Insusu nodded. No problem. I can say he's my master. This way, I can also reveal my martial arts skills. I'll go tell my mother now that my master wants to stay in the capital for a while and would like to borrow the estate to live in. Momo, it's best to have them come here and show their faces. A few days later, Insusu told her mother that her master would be coming to their mansion today. Her mother had always heard about her having a master, but had never seen him, so she was full of curiosity. But because of Bai Rushuang's recent disturbance at the mansion, everyone was still on edge, worried that her master's arrival might frighten the servants again. Insusu quickly reassured her mother. Don't worry, not all martial artists are like Miss Bai. Near noon, Qingzhu came to report that someone had arrived at the gate, saying they were looking for the young miss. Insusu's mother was afraid it might be someone like Bai Rushuang from the martial arts world, so she quickly asked what kind of people they were. The 3 of them looked extraordinary, like fairies descending from heaven. I'm sure they're from the young Mrs. sect. Hearing this, her mother relaxed and ordered them to be invited in. Upon seeing the 3, her mother's eyes lit up. So my daughter's talent in zither playing was taught by such fairy-like people. Her goodwill increased dramatically. Insusu also stared unblinkingly at Si Lin, Fu Ling, and Chen Yuan Yuan. Although these 3 were created by the system, she hadn't expected the system to give her such perfect people. Insusu's mother complained to her, "Really, you have such masters. Why didn't you invite them home earlier? You made me worry that you might have encountered strange people." Master, please take a seat. She smiled respectfully, gesturing with her hand. Lin smiled faintly and said, we've come suddenly, so we won't trouble you for long. We'll leave soon. Susu forgot to ask Momo if they knew they were playing the role of her sect. She hoped they wouldn't slip up. Happily, she said, it's no trouble, Master. I'm overjoyed that my senior uncle and senior sister could come. Lin sat down, a faint smile on her lips. This time, we came just to see if my little disciple has made any progress. Also, we plan to stay in the capital for some time. Susu's mother quickly asked if Master Lin had any business in the capital and if there was anything they could help with. Fu Ling shook her head, just some personal matters. Then Susu came forward to ask her mother's opinion. Mother, I'd like to lend the estate to Master and also renovate it. Her mother smiled. That estate is yours. You can renovate it however you like. Use the money from the palace, and if it's not enough, I'll give you more. Thank you, Mother. Susu smiled. Fu Ling also smiled and said, we plan to stay in the capital for some time. We hope Madam won't restrict her. Let her come to us often. We'll take the opportunity to teach her more things. Susu's mother immediately responded happily. Of course. Thank you for your efforts, masters. I'll go call someone to prepare the carriage right away. Let Amon take you to the estate. You can catch up here. Amon, is that what we should call you from now on? The commander asked. Susu smiled and nodded. Consider it your official identity in this world. You are my master, grandmaster, and senior sister respectively. Fu Lin smiled and said, all right then. From now on I'll call you my disciple. Then I'll be the senior sister. That's nice. Getting such a beautiful and cute little junior sister right away. It was Susu's first time seeing this. The system person hurriedly asked, what's the difference between you and us? Chen Yuan explained with a smile. Little junior sister, don't worry. We're exactly the same as the people here. The only difference is that after death, we'll turn into code and return to the system. We'll need to recharge to appear again, but we'll retain our memories. Hearing this, Susu became even more excited. That's great. This way, even if they're ambushed, I can pay to bring them back. Now I don't have to worry about the male supporting characters causing trouble anymore. Susu took her master to the estate. Manager Song, who knew about it in advance, had arrived early. Upon seeing them, his eyes widened. Immortals have descended, he thought, then immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Shall you help them up? Manager Song, from now on this estate won't need servants. My master and the others will be staying here regularly. If they need anything, they'll naturally come find you. Manager Song nervously responded, no need to come personally. If there's anything, just send someone a call for me. Chen Yuan smiled and handed over a purse. There's nothing else. We just need to take care of our own meals 3 times a day. Just send some fresh vegetables and meat daily. Here's some money. If it's not enough, let me know and I'll give you more. Susu stepped forward and instructed, have Xiaoya take Manager Song to prepare things. Don't let anyone come to the back courtyard for now. With no one else around, Susu asked her master how to renovate the information processing center so she could arrange for people to prepare. Lin smiled and said, no need for such trouble. Based on the housing characteristics here, I'll find the most impressive one and generate it directly. Then with a wave of his hand, suddenly a 3-story building rose from the ground, with carved beams and painted pillars, looking majestic. Susu's eyes lit up. Amazing, just like in a game. Won't this building be too eye-catching? And this mist room, Chen Yuan explained with a smile. This mist is a maze formation. Only you and people who come out of the system through recharging can freely enter and exit. For others, it's like entering a maze. They can't get close to the information processing center at all. Susu couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Indeed, she could still feel a barrier there. Truly worthy of being a system creation. She nodded with great satisfaction. Then this place of mine must be safer than Chinyu Pavilion. What's Chinyu Pavilion? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Chinyu Pavilion is an organization that collects and sells information. Its owner is the female leads male confidant. The commander smiled and said, in that case, Amon, you don't need to worry. The information your senior sister finds, we can know directly here without spending time sending messages. For an information war, that Chinyu Pavilion is no match for us. Susu suddenly thought of a good way to make money. Then couldn't we steal their business and hit them hard? Chen Yuan gave an affirmative answer. Of course we can. It's just that we've just entered this world and don't know what information is valuable. We need to follow someone from Chinyu Pavilion first to get a general idea. Susu excitedly grabbed Chen Yuan's hand. Currently, the only person I know from Chinyu Pavilion is Lu Wanglu. He's the pavilion master of Chinyu Pavilion and the behind-the-scenes owner of Cheongyu Tower. His strength is probably at the master level. Chun Yuan smiled confidently. Then I'll find an opportunity to watch Cheongyu Tower. As long as he has contact with others, I can track them down. In Susu's eyes lit up. If so, we might really be able to steal this business. This money was well spent. Leave this to us. You can go back without worries. I'll contact you if anything comes up. In Susu nodded. She returned to the Yin mansion with Xiaoya by carriage. In the carriage, Xiaoya couldn't help but say again, "Miss, your master really is an immortal from heaven, right?" In Susu smiled helplessly. On this journey, Xiaoya had said the word immortal countless times. I originally thought Miss was an extremely beautiful woman, but Commander Master has an additional feeling that makes people hesitant to approach. In Susu understood this feeling. It seemed the system had put effort into giving her the most perfect administrator. Xiaoya suddenly looked outside and said in surprise, "Oh, Miss, isn't that Miss Bai? Why is there another woman with her?" In Susu immediately looked over. Indeed, it was Bai Rushuang and the person she was intimately talking with. As the carriage moved, In Susu saw the side profile. "Lung Yu, you really did come to the capital early." In Susu called for the carriage to stop. "Xiaoya, let's get off and buy some snacks." Then Xiaoya helped In Susu get off. They slowly walked towards the snack shop. In Susu was a regular customer. By paying extra, she didn't need to queue. She took the VIP route. She quickly bought 2 portions of pastries and was about to leave when she heard Lung use dissatisfied voice. "Everyone else is queuing, but you just cut in line. Is it because officials' families are more important than us ordinary citizens?" Lung Yu spoke coldly, looking up to observe. In Susu inwardly sneered. Sure enough, as soon as Lung Yu saw me, she couldn't hold back and had to speak up for her good disciple. Now that Lung Yu has come to the capital, I wonder if my father knows or not. In Susu suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Lung Yu. "Madam, what do you mean?" This young lady was just following the shop's rules to buy some pastries. Someone in the queue chimed in. "Yes, madam, you're mistaken. VIP customers don't need to queue, but they pay 50% more. It's written on the sign over there." People around immediately agreed. Yes, some VIP customers who don't want to queue pay more. They have a special window. It doesn't affect our queue. It's very fair. Lung Yu's face turned cold, about to leave with the pastries. But In Susu quickly stepped forward, looking at Bai Rushuang, deliberately asking, "Miss Bai, it's been such a short time, and you've already arranged for someone to cause me trouble again?" "I didn't. It's just that my master is new to the capital and doesn't understand the rules here." "Miss Chin, please don't be so unforgiving." In Susu snorted coldly. "I wonder if Miss Bai caught up with young Master Xiao when he left in a hurry earlier? It's none of your business." Miss In, goodbye. After Bai Rushuang finished speaking, she helped Lung Yu leave quickly. And now that Lung Yu has appeared, she must have reconnected with my father and is going to his Yin mansion to cause trouble. Just you wait. I'll see how long you can remain smug. In Susu watched Lung Yu leave in the distance. It was because of this woman that her father betrayed her mother. No, I must go back and test my father's reaction. She turned and left with Xiaoya. Back at the Yin mansion, In Susu immediately asked if her father had returned. Qingju quickly replied that both the master and madam were in the study. In Susu, with a grim face, immediately headed to the study. Xiaoya asked, "Young miss, what's wrong? You look so upset." Probably because she met that Miss Bai on the street earlier. It must have ruined her mood. As soon as she entered, In Hung noticed her poor expression and quickly asked, "Amon, what's wrong?" In Susu deliberately sat down with a sulky face, looking very unhappy. "Nothing. On the way back, I met some unreasonable person and got upset." "Who?" Her mother immediately asked with concern. In Susu said through gritted teeth, "It was that Miss Bai again. I had just finished buying pastries and was about to head home. Her master suddenly stopped me for no reason, saying I cut in line." In Susu frowned, deliberately looking up to observe her father's expression. Her heart sank halfway. Judging by her father's reaction, he must have already met with Lung Yu. Her mother also frowned slightly. Bai Rushuang's master has also come to the capital? In Susu nodded. She even said I was taking advantage of being an official's daughter. ignoring the cue to buy pastries. She clearly meant to accuse me of being ill-mannered. Fortunately, a few kind-hearted people nearby helped explain, otherwise I really couldn't have cleared things up. After hearing this, In-hung quickly said, maybe she's new to the capital and doesn't understand things here. It wasn't intentional. In-susu's heart completely sank. Rushing to defend her like this, what a good father indeed. Her mother frowned and scolded, I don't care if she's new to the capital or not. This master and disciple are clearly targeting Amon. It's so unreasonable. I don't think they're good people. In-hung immediately retorted, Mother, you're being too harsh. They just said one thing to Amon, and it wasn't intentional. Why be so unforgiving? In-susu stood in front of her mother, looking at In-hung, and asked, Father wasn't there and hasn't met Bai's master. How do you know she didn't come to the capital on purpose? In-hung felt inexplicably guilty. Does Amon know something? He coughed lightly to cover up and said, any news in the capital spreads quickly. Just like when your master visited, all the neighbors knew about it. In-susu lowered her eyes. Her voice grew colder. Father is too rational. When your own child is inexplicably criticized, you should stand up for me and seek justice. In-hung pursed his lips and stood up. All right, it's just a trivial matter. Don't let it affect your mood. I have other important matters to attend to. I'll go now. In-susu's mother, still in the dark, hurriedly asked, are you going out now? What about dinner? I'll have dinner at a friend's house. Don't wait for me, In-hung said before turning to leave. In-susu leaned against her mother's embrace and said softly, Father really doesn't want to help me seek justice. Her mother gently patted In-susu to comfort her. Amon, be good. Maybe it's because your older brother hasn't left the examination hall yet. His thoughts are probably all on your older brother. At this moment, In-susu made up her mind. When brother comes out, I'll definitely let mother see with her own eyes how this stepfather is deeply in love with that Lingyue. Only when her mother sees it with her own eyes can she make a decision. No matter what choice mother makes then, I will definitely protect you. In the blink of an eye, it was the day for the examinees to leave the hall. In-susu prepared her large carriage and was about to help her mother in when she saw her stepfather bringing her half-brother, In-yuanqing. Sister mother, Chinger also wants to personally welcome brother. In-susu had no time to deal with the little green tea's act at this moment. Come if you want, her mother said irritably before pulling In-susu into the carriage. In-hung also pulled In-yuanqing into the carriage. The coachman immediately urged the horses, and the carriage slowly started moving. The road was quite crowded, with carriages from various households coming to pick up their young masters. Inside the carriage, In-yuanqing said with an envious look, Sister's big carriage is so comfortable. Because her stepfather was present, In-susu deliberately responded, after all, it was originally a prince's carriage. Miss Bai destroyed my blood jade, so young Master Xiao compensated me with this. Young Master Xiao compensated me for it. Upon hearing this, In-yuanqing said angrily, that Miss Bai is simply ill-mannered. In-hung frowned and scolded him. Shut up. How old are you? What do you know? In-susu's mother stared at In-hung with a puzzled look. In-susu inwardly sneered, thinking her stepfather's love extended even to Bai Rushuang. In-yuanqing looked at his father with a wronged expression. In-hung noticed In-susu's expression. He coughed lightly to cover up and said, Miss Bai has the fifth prince and young Master Xiao behind her. We should avoid trouble if we can. The little green tea said emotionally. So father was worried I might speak carelessly and offend important people. Father, Chinger knows his mistake. It's good that you know your mistake. Don't mention it again. In-hung lifted the curtain to look outside, wondering if Amon knew about his affair with Lingyue. He turned back and saw In-susu's normal expression. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In-susu didn't care at all and just held on to her mother's arm. But her mother felt somewhat strange and could only pat In-susu's hand. In her heart, she thought, the master's behavior has been increasingly odd lately. He must be hiding something from me. The carriage traveled on and soon arrived at the examination venue. In-hung lifted the curtain again to look outside. There are quite a few people out there. You all stay in the carriage, don't get out. In-susu also glanced outside and widened her eyes in surprise. Why are there so many more people than when we came to send them off? Suddenly, there were exclamations from outside. They're coming out? The examinees are coming out. In Hung immediately got out of the carriage. In Yuanqing quickly called out, "Father, I'll go with you to welcome brother," and followed him out. The little green tea just knew how to score points in front of her stepfather. In Susu didn't care about this little green tea's various performances. She just lifted the curtain and looked out carefully. While describing the situation outside to her mother, she said, "Mother, someone's coming out, but I don't see brother yet." Her mother responded nervously, carefully looking through the window. After a while, In Susu excitedly called out, "Mother, this time it's really brother coming out." In Yuanqing looked very energetic, forming a stark contrast with the scholars beside him, attracting quite a few gazes. Right behind her brother was Zhao Xiaolu. Although not as spirited as her older brother, at least he was walking on his own 2 feet. However, by the looks of it, he probably wouldn't last much longer. In Susu was just laughing at Zhao Xiaoyu's way of walking. His eyes inadvertently glanced at In Yuan City. He followed closely behind In Hung, his gaze fixed intently on the distant In Yuan star. Then he slowly took out something. Taking advantage of his brother talking with his father, he placed that thing on his brother's body. In Susu almost instinctively pulled out a piece of silver. In an instant, she threw it out. It flew straight and hit In Yuanqing on the head. In Yuanqing suddenly collapsed right in front of In Yuanqing, just half a step away, and lost consciousness. Someone had committed violence. The crowd erupted in chaos, with many people nervously looking around. The military police immediately dispatched people to surround the area. All those present were not allowed to move. Everyone in the carriages, no matter who they were, had to get out and wait to be questioned. In Susu quietly followed her mother out of the carriage. Not good, she thought. She had acted too hastily, and her mother had seen her do it. After her mother managed to calm herself down, she said to In Susu, "Aman, don't worry. Mother won't let anything happen to you." The students leaving the exam hall were already on edge. Now many of them were starting to lose their footing. The military police looked at this group of students. Their faces were pale, as if their bodies had been emptied. "Keeping them here, if something happened, I would surely be held responsible. This situation is not easy to handle." Outside the exam hall, little green Ti In Yuanqing was still lying unconscious on the ground. Since In Hung and his family were relatives of the injured person, they were allowed to stand together. In Yuanqing naturally guessed who had acted. From that direction, with such a quick reaction, his cousin In Susu nodded slightly. It was indeed Aman who had done it. In Hung half squatted on the ground, anxiously and lovingly looking at his son, but not daring to move. They were all waiting for the doctor to arrive. In Susu's mother also squatted down, looking at the unconscious In Yuanqing. Her eyes swept over the pouch In Yuanqing was clutching. This pouch, the color of this pouch, why is it identical to the one he prepared for Yuanqing? At this moment, In Yuanqing also noticed the pouch. He frowned and, just as his mother was about to take a closer look, reached out and took it first. He immediately opened the pouch and poured out some pearls with engravings on them. Although In Yuanqing hadn't looked closely, he already understood what was inside. He immediately took the pouch to find the military police. "Commander," In Yuanqing bowed formally, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, exuding an air of dignity. The commander glanced at him and smiled. No need for formalities. "Young Master In, after this imperial examination, we'll likely be seeing each other in the imperial court, won't we?" In Yuanqing smiled gently and elegantly. "You flatter me, sir. Please look at this." The commander took the pouch and looked. These pearls have engravings. Could someone be cheating? This pouch was picked up from near his half-brother. Meanwhile, In Yuanqing had an identical one hanging at his waist. The commander understood in his heart that this was likely someone trying to frame In Yuanqing, who had the best chance of becoming the top scholar. The commander bowed and said, "Young Master In, everyone knows of your vast knowledge and potential to be the top scholar. But duty calls, and I must offend you for now." He raised his hand to summon his men, intending to detain In Yuanqing and temporarily take him to jail. Some students who hadn't left yet came forward to speak up for justice. "Sir, young Master In would never do such a thing." "Sir, we all saw clearly. This was discovered outside. It wasn't brought into the exam hall at all." Commander Chen Sheng said, "This official is not blind. Of course I can see clearly, but In Yuanqing must come with me to prove his innocence. As for his half-brother, he will also be taken away after he regains consciousness." The students wanted to say more, but the commander raised his hand to silence them. "You may leave now. In Susu knew the force of her strike. This In Yuancheng would at most be stunned. He should have woken up by now, but was still pretending to be unconscious. In Susu showed no mercy. She stepped on In Yuancheng's fingers and applied pressure. In Yuancheng immediately let out a painful cry, waking up. He looked at his reddened fingers. "Sister, why did you step on me? What happened?" In Yuancheng asked pitifully with a whining tone. In Susu directly kicked him again. She said coldly, "You asked me why I stepped on you? I'm asking you why you were pretending to be unconscious." In Yuancheng was kicked flat on the ground, feeling pain in his back. Before he could react, he was lifted up entirely by In Hung, who asked through gritted teeth, "Where did you get that pouch?" In Yuancheng played innocent and pitiful. "Father, what pouch?" "I don't know." In Hung was now furious. He questioned through clenched teeth, "The pouch in your hand, identical to your elder brother's. Where did you get it?" In Yuancheng cried loudly, "Father, it's unjust. The fabric of elder brother's pouch is so expensive. How could my concubine mother afford it? Cheating in the imperial examination is no small matter. Who is trying to harm my son?" In Hung immediately gave In Yuancheng a harsh slap. In Susu knew this was trouble. Although the students could testify and her brother's literary talent was genuine, to avoid suspicion, this spring examination result might have to be invalidated. If he had to retake it, it would be another 3 years. Moreover, this stain would follow her brother forever, impossible to wash away. How vicious! In Yuancheng gestured to In Susu to relax, saying this matter must be made public, otherwise his reputation could never be cleared. "Your Honor, this student In Yuancheng requests to be immediately detained. The Court of Judicial Review, I have acted righteously and properly. I hope the court can prove my innocence." The commander's expression changed, asking, "Do you know what methods the court uses for interrogation? People who go in, whether innocent or not, lose half their life just by entering." In Yuancheng bowed, neither servile nor overbearing. "Your Honor, the imperial examination is the most important test for selecting talents for the emperor. It cannot allow even the slightest stain." In Hung also brought In Yuancheng over. "If you're taking him, take this concubine's son too. We must give an explanation to the examination candidates." The remaining students suddenly raised their arms and shouted, "Young Master In, don't worry. We'll write a petition for you. We're all willing to testify for you. We'll definitely prove your innocence." In Yuancheng's expression changed, calmly following behind the commander. He walked forward step by step with determination. In Hung took In Susu and her mother onto the carriage back to the mansion. As anxious and happy as they were coming, they were now as sad and angry going back. In Yuancheng had always been cautious and shouldn't have offended anyone. After In Hung finished speaking, In Susu's mother sneered. "How did he not offend anyone? Didn't he offend your precious little son, who framed him into jail?" In Hung frowned and sighed. "My lady, don't be anxious. Yuancheng is still young. He couldn't possibly do something like engraving pearls." In Susu looked at her father speechlessly. "The problem isn't the pearl itself. Now we're afraid someone might accuse brother of indeed bringing pearls into the examination hall." In Heng's face changed drastically. If there really was someone working from the inside, then Yuancheng's suspicion would only grow. "No matter what method, I must rescue my son." In Susu was also using the information processing center, trying to prove her brother's innocence. At this moment, what In Susu feared was happening. An examiner voluntarily reported that during the inspection of students, he personally saw pearls in the pouch at In Yuancheng's waist. In the imperial study, the emperor glanced at the report and then set it aside. Looking at the kneeling person below, he smiled. "This In Yuancheng is known for his talent. Even I have heard of him. Yet he's been detained in the Court of Judicial Review for suspected cheating." Master Sun from Qingyuan Academy was so anxious his face turned red, tears almost falling. "Your Majesty, please be clear-sighted. In Yuancheng would absolutely never cheat. With his literary talent, who could write an essay for him to copy? It would be embarrassing." The emperor rose from his dragon throne and slowly walked down. "You've praised him several times. Plus, most of the students who came for this exam are willing to vouch for him. It seems he's a person of excellent character and a rare talent." Master Sun kowtowed heavily, begging the emperor to order a thorough investigation of the case to clear In Yuancheng's name. The emperor had already come in front of Master Sun and said meaningfully, "The official in charge of the exam, before I personally reviewed it, opened In Yuancheng's exam paper and reported. Its content matched what was on the pearls. The evidence seems conclusive. Master Sun, now with both witness and physical evidence. Tell me, how should I investigate in this situation? Master Sun, feeling extremely unfortunate, respectfully begged the emperor. Why not personally conduct a palace examination? His talent could be determined with just one question. The emperor snorted softly and slowly turned around. Yin Yuanqing voluntarily allowed himself to be detained by the Court of Judicial Review. Am I supposed to go there to conduct a palace examination? Originally, as soon as the emperor left, Master Sun had just breathed a sigh of relief. But hearing this sentence, he immediately prostrated himself in fear. This old minister was foolish. I beg for your majesty's mercy. The emperor returned to his seat and sat down again. All right, rise. The cheating matter was clearly arranged by someone. Even if I believe in Yin Yuanqing, I can't directly judge him innocent. In this case, the answer is fake, but the question is real. Do you understand, Master Sun? I will order a thorough investigation of this case. You may go. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Master Sun thanked him and retreated from the hall. His expression didn't improve much. If the question was real, it meant there really was a cheating case this time, and Yin Yuanqing was being used as a scapegoat. Someone dared to open the exam papers privately to check. I must go see that exam paper myself. Around the same time as Master Sun, the minister of the Court of Judicial Review, Yang Chunshan, who was in charge of Yin Yuanqing's case, also came to examine the exam papers. Yang Chunshan was upright and impartial. With him handling Yin Yuanqing's case, Master Sun felt more at ease. He sincerely invited him to go in together. The exam paper was brought out. Master Sun, you know Yin Yuanqing better than I do. Can you see any clues from this exam paper? Master Sun carefully examined it and felt greatly relieved. A person's writing style doesn't change easily. The handwriting on this answer sheet might be very similar, but it's definitely not written by Yin Yuanqing. Yang Chunshan frowned slightly. Indeed, there are some subtle differences, but this alone is far from enough to suspect the exam paper was switched. Master Sun shook his head and smiled. It's not for evidence, but to give me a reason for peace of mind. As long as there are subtle differences, I know Yin Yuanqing was indeed framed. All I need to do now is continue to believe in him. Thank you for your trouble, Minister Yang. I'll take my leave now. Yang Chunshan chuckled softly, tidying up the exam papers. For Master Sun to trust this Yin Yuanqing so much, it really doesn't waste the commander's guarantee. Lu Yi walked out from the shadows and sneered. Sir, I told you before, Yin Yuanqing has real talent and doesn't need to cheat. These people really went to great lengths for this. Yang Chunshan looked at him disapprovingly. You should avoid suspicion. You need to consider your reputation. Lu Yi smiled nonchalantly, looking at the exam paper. I'm indeed acquainted with him, so I can't participate in the investigation. But there's no one else here. Besides, I asked Yin Yuanqing about the answers on the exam paper. What he recited is completely different from what's on this paper. I've already written down Yin Yuanqing's oral answers and submitted them to the emperor. Hearing this, Yang Chunshan was furious. This should have been my job. You're supposed to avoid suspicion, yet you asked for answers and even submitted them? Go home and reflect on your actions right now. Lu Yi's lips curled into a smile. He bowed seriously. Student understands. Student will go home now. Lu Yi was extremely intelligent and capable. Because his parents died early, he viewed everything coldly. Yang Chunshan, his superior and uncle-in-law, valued and was very tolerant of Lu Yi. He quickly waved for Lu Yi to leave first. As he was leaving, Lu Yi suddenly asked, Sir, Yin Yuanqing's sister is also an acquaintance of mine. I want to tell her some latest news. May I send a message to her? Yes, yes. Yang Chunshan immediately replied happily. You can say these small things freely. Just tell Miss Yin not to spread it outside. Lu Yi was stunned. He circled Yang Chunshan in disbelief, then asked in a low voice, Sir, what's wrong with you? Before, you never allowed us to spread news outside. Go away and spread your interests. Yang Chunshan didn't answer directly. He just drove the person away. No wonder he cares so much about Yin Yuanqing. It turns out it's because of Miss Yin. This boy has finally figured it out. These people just had to drag out Yin Yuanqing, who has real talent and learning. Just wait for the emperor to get angry. Yang Chunshan thought that Louis would personally inform Yin Susu. In reality, Louis only wrote a letter, letting Yin Susu know that things had been taken care of here, and her brother wouldn't suffer too much in prison. Although Lewis couldn't participate openly, he had already been investigating in secret. Susu was also taking a carriage to his estate to find his master. The fraud case was a major one, and people from top to bottom must be involved. This is when the Information Processing Center comes into play. Susu's large carriage had just left South Street when she ran into Bai Rushuang and her master Lung Yu. It was quite annoying. Originally, Susu didn't plan to pay attention, but Lung Yu suddenly called out to her, "Miss last time I apologized, I misunderstood you," without clarifying the situation. Susu lifted the curtain and casually made a sound of acknowledgement. People in this capital have been well educated since childhood. They must do things properly. Please be more careful in the future. You absolutely cannot misunderstand randomly. Lung Yu gave a faint smile, looking at Susu, and continued, "We just came back from the bustling market over there. We heard your brother was arrested for cheating. I hope Miss won't worry too much." After hearing this, Susu's expression remained unchanged. She pointed at Lung Yu and smiled. "My brother is upright and proper. Countless students are rallying for him. What do I have to worry about? On the contrary, some people, even though they've done wrong, hide like cowards and only know how to let others apologize for them." Bai Rushuang gritted her teeth and was about to draw her sword, but was held back by Lung Yu. "Miss if your brother really hasn't done anything wrong, then naturally he will be safely released." Susu coldly looked at the two. "The person I just mentioned can still go to the market, so my brother naturally won't have any problems." She coldly dropped the curtain and ordered the coachman to leave. "Go quickly, don't let stray dogs catch up." "Yes, miss." The coachman responded loudly on purpose, driving the carriage away immediately. Bai Rushuang was grinding her teeth in hatred. "Master, this woman has provoked me several times. I must teach her a lesson." Lung Yu calmly pulled her back. "What lesson will you teach? Even if she's using excuses to scold you, you have no reason to take action." Still calling herself a noble lady, but her mouth is quite sharp. What kind of noble lady is she? The family is just a minor official family. Those who ask me to see patients, which one of them would look up to her? This family is just relying on their relationship with the Southern Garrison King. Bai Rushuang said coldly, her eyes becoming more vicious. "Susu, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make her pay." Lung Yu lightly patted Bai Rushuang's hand. "Shuanger, don't forget why you came to this capital. How can such an insignificant person be worth wasting your time on?" Bai Rushuang lowered her eyes. Her voice was slightly cold. "But recently, everything has been going wrong for me. That Madame Jiang is in good health. I even stopped her carriage and personally took her pulse, but didn't find any problems. Master, do you think my dream has become ineffective?" Lung Yu calmly shook her head. "Your dreams, most of them have come true. Maybe a small part has changed, but it won't affect the big picture." After hearing this, Bai Rushuang gritted her teeth. "Master, this person is really too much." Lung Yu smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter. You just need to follow your dream step by step to overturn the Bai family's case. As for the people you find unpleasant, your master will keep them in mind." Bai Rushuang immediately smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, master. Shuanga knows that master treats me the best. In a few days, I'll come to settle this score with you properly." The eldest Miss knew Susu was coming. Chun Yuan had been waiting on the street early. Susu got off the carriage, held Chun Yuan's hand and asked, "Senior sister, where are Master and Uncle Master?" "They're in the house." "You came here so urgently. Is it about the Chinyu Pavilion matter?" "No, it's about my brother. He's been implicated in the Imperial Examination fraud case." Chun Yuan nodded. "This matter needs to be addressed to Uncle Fulling. The information area on the second floor of the Information Processing Center is his responsibility." Then, Chun Yuan quickly led Susu up to the second floor. "Uncle, with the current Information Processing Center, is there a way? Can we find information related to the fraud case?" Fulling smiled and said, "We can. By directly investigating the officials involved in the examination, we can always find clues. Follow the trail." Susu spoke concisely. Fulling smiled and said, "That's right. As long as we can establish the relationships between these relevant people, there's no mastermind we can't uncover." Chun Yuan sighed. "It's a pity that I'm the only spy now. If only we had more people distributed in various places, infiltrating different households." Susu understood immediately, but due to lack of funds, she could only say, I still have a box of rubies in my space. I estimate we can summon 2 more worlds with it. Chun Yuanyuan laughed heartily, patting Susu's shoulder. No need. We can create temporary ones. Susu was confused and immediately asked the system mentally. Imo, what does temporary mean? Host, there are temporary spies available. You can pay to choose a specific profession and infiltrate a designated household to gather intelligence. But they can only exist for 3 days at most. Susu thought this shouldn't be expensive, right? She quickly asked, how much for one? Host, 100 gene per person. Susu deflated immediately. The price was indeed not low. Imo, can these spies guarantee 100% infiltration into the target household? Host, we guarantee 100% success in infiltration. But 3 days seemed too short. Susu felt that paying for this might not be very useful. 3 days is indeed short. But if we give specific orders and distribute them purposefully, we might have unexpected gains, Fulling said, looking at Susu, waiting for her decision. Susu gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and directly offered the box of rubies from her space. If you don't risk the bait, you won't catch the fish. I'll take this gamble. Mo immediately displayed many cards for Susu to choose spy identities and target individuals. Susu thought, it's better to leave this to Uncle Fulling. While selecting cards, Fulling said to Susu, let me and Sister Silin decide on the appearance, gender, and age. Amon, do you have any suspects you're particularly suspicious of? We can invest more in those. Susu thought for a moment. I'll write a list for you later. Fulling, holding the cards, nodded at Susu. All right, I'll go to the 3rd floor now to find Sister Silin. Just give her the list when you're done. After speaking, Fulling flashed directly to the 3rd floor. Susu watched in amazement. Uncle Fulling and her brother were both grandmasters, but his movement was clearly more than twice as fast as her brother's. Susu silently vowed, I must practice hard too. When my skills reach Uncle's level, let's see who dares to bully me. Chun Yuanyuan saw through Susu's thoughts with just one glance. She called out, Amon, Junior's sister. Susu was startled. Chun Yuanyuan looked enviously towards the 3rd floor. Junior sister Amon, can you assign me more missions in the future? I can accumulate experience and level up through missions. Susu wanted to cry. If she had known, she would have summoned a senior sister instead. A senior sister could accumulate experience and level up on her own. Afterwards, Susu wrote down a list of her main suspects. Chun Yuanyuan took it and told her to rest here, promising to inform her of any news. After arranging this most important matter, Susu took out the phoenix tail zither she had obtained earlier while completing the task of repairing her relationship with her brother. Because the phoenix tail zither could disturb people's minds, she hadn't had the chance to practice with it before. Now, with no one else around, she could practice its power. The moment she plucked the strings, an intact teacup shattered into pieces. Susu smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Once I master this, I'll have another trump card. 2 days later, a spy infiltrated the Feng household and deliberately spread rumors that the real cheater was their young master. Coincidentally, the Feng household's young master overheard and killed the spy with one blow. This is what happens when you spread false rumors. Throw him out of the mansion immediately and let him fend for himself. The servant immediately obeyed and threw the spy outside the mansion gates. It's just that the newcomer is too gossipy. In the deserted night, the spy turned into a card, lying quietly at the entrance of the Feng mansion, and the data before death was transmitted back. Chun Yuanyuan appeared, picked up the card. The spy sent to the Feng mansion had been eliminated. Feng Wenjing of the Feng family is an important suspect on Amon's list. Since I've come all this way, let me see what's really hidden. He leaped onto the eaves, just in time to see Feng Wenjing push open a door. Then came a torrent of curses. It's all because of you, useless fool. You can't even ghostwrite properly. You've made this young master constantly be overshadowed by that Inuan accent. This time I even gave you the questions in advance, and you still couldn't outdo him. Chun Yuanyuan smiled unexpectedly. The harvest was quite substantial. He immediately returned to the information processing center. He sent a message to Susu. Amon, I've found out. Come to the 2nd floor. Susu, who was in love, felt a surge of joy. She immediately came up and asked, who was found cheating? Flynn smiled bitterly. Who would have thought? It was those noble family sons you suspected. It's a pity about that box of jewels. Susu shook her head. not a pity. At least we confirmed these people indeed have issues. So how were they exposed? I had the spy deliberately gossip about Yin Yuanxing's matter in private. As a result, Feng Wenjing of the Feng family heard it and flew into a rage, killing that spy. Chun Yuan smiled smugly. Then I went there personally, following Feng Wenjing to a secret room in the Feng mansion. Inside, there were not only the exam questions, but also someone ghostwriting for him. Who was it? Yin Susu asked instinctively. It was his elder brother ghostwriting for him, the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Wenxue. Yin Susu was somewhat shocked. Feng Wenxue? I've never heard of such a person in the Feng family. Senior sister, what happened next? Chun Yuan's eyes gleamed with gossip. She pulled Yin Susu close. Later, Feng Wenjing got drunk. I went in and quietly knocked them both out. Then I dismantled the door of the secret room and the chains on Feng Wenxue's wrists. Afterwards, Feng Wenxue disappeared. Feng Wenjing passed out in the secret room. The entire Feng mansion is in chaos now. Yin Susu nodded. These families who bought the questions must have agreed to cover for each other. So when the Feng family is in chaos, the others can't sit still either. The commander also nodded. Yes, the current problem is to find out where they bought the questions from. Yin Susu had a premonition and blurted out. No need to guess. It must be Luoyang Pavilion. The commander paused. If we're starting with Luoyang Pavilion, then let Yuan investigate. As for the noble family sons, only Amon, you find a way to get someone to help you investigate. Help her. Yin Susu immediately thought of Louis. She nodded. All right, I'll go back today. On the carriage back to the mansion, Xiaoya, carrying a bundle, looked at Yin Susu and asked, Miss, this time when sending off the candidates, they brought quite a lot of fresh fruits for you. Yin Susu pondered. These fruits are not bad. We can give them away when we go back. Who does Miss want to give them to? To Miss Bai. If the mastermind behind this is really Luoyang Pavilion, then starting with Bai Rushuang, we might be able to get some useful information. Bai Rushuang was appreciating flowers in the back garden when Yin Susu arrived at her mansion, carrying fresh fruits. This was the first time in both her past and present lives that she had actively sought out Bai Rushuang. Seeing Yin Susu actively seeking her out, Bai Rushuang felt uneasy. She looked at Yin Susu in disbelief. Yin Susu smiled and praised her well-maintained garden, saying the flowers were particularly beautiful. It's just a pity that things that grow beautifully are often poisonous. I don't understand what Bai Rushuang intends by keeping such poisonous flowers at home. Without minding Bai Rushuang's expression, she sat down directly and placed the fruits on the stone table. There were 3 cups on the stone table, obviously used, which means before I came, Bai Rushuang was drinking tea and chatting with someone. Tang Xiao lives here, and there were no carriages from the prince's mansion or the 5th prince at the door, so the remaining person should be from Luoyang Pavilion. Bai Rushuang coldly asked, Miss Yin, do you have business barging in uninvited? Yin Susu responded with an innocent look. Nothing else. I just harvested some fresh fruits from my estate and brought them for Miss Bai to try. This woman deliberately emphasized her estate so much. She must be trying to provoke me. But Bai Rushuang's face showed no politeness as she thanked her. Yin Susu chuckled. No need to be polite, Miss Bai. The fruits from my estate are fresh and delicious. Some people can't even get to taste them. Bai Rushuang felt another stab in her heart. Gritting her teeth, her face turned ashen. Miss Yin, your brother is implicated in a cheating case. Jingyan is running around trying to help him. Yet you went to your estate to avoid the trouble. Don't you have a conscience? Yin Susu put on a wronged expression, suddenly slammed the table, and stood up. What are you saying, Miss Bai? I want to ask my master for help. Your master? Bai Rushuang was somewhat contemptuous, thinking Yin Susu's master must be a nobody. Yin Susu hurriedly said, My master lives on my estate. I went there this time to ask him to help investigate the truth of the matter. Bai Rushuang scoffed, laughing mockingly. What can your master do? What did he find out? Yin Susu deliberately revealed. My master found out about the Feng family. Feng Wenjin's literary talent was all ghost-written by his brother Feng Wenxuan. Now Feng Wenxuan has run away, and the Feng family is in chaos. Bai Rushuang took it in and confirmed again. You're saying it's Feng Wenjin, the 5th-ranked candidate? Of course, my brother was framed for him. I'm going to tell my father now, so he can clear my brother's name. With that, Yin Susu left angrily. After Yin Susu left, Lu Wanga and Tang Xiao emerged from behind. Tang Xiao immediately took out silver needles and started pricking the fruits one by one. Don't bother, she's not that stupid. She wouldn't poison these, Bai Rushuang said impatiently, telling Tang Xiao not to waste his efforts. Wanga, Do you think what Ian Susu said is true? Although I don't like the Ian siblings, I don't want Jing Yun to work hard in vain. You should go tell Jing Yun about this. Lu Wanga looked at her. Schwanner, do you really want Ian Yuan to be released? Of course not. One Ian Susu is troublesome enough. It's mainly her brother. I have an indescribable feeling about him. Regarding these two male friends, Bai Rushuang spoke frankly without reservation. Lu Wanga looked at her lovingly and comforted her. Then there's no need to say anything. Didn't Ian Susu say she was going to tell her father? The Ian family will handle it themselves. Bai Rushuang thought it made sense and decided not to bother. But she found the basket of fruits annoying to look at, so she told Tang Xiao to distribute them to the servants. In Susu had achieved her purpose for this visit. Some of what she said to Bai Rushuang was actually meant for Lu Wanga, who was hiding in the shadows. Because if he was really the one selling the eye drops, he would definitely go to the Feng family to take action to avoid exposure and trouble. In Susu immediately sent a mental message to her master and the others, informing them that Lu Wanga might make a move on the Feng family tonight. Alright, host. After returning to the Yin mansion, In Susu immediately told In Hung about the information her master had found. Upon hearing it, In Hung gritted his teeth. How outrageous. The Feng family actually pushed my son out to take the blame for their useless son. This is intolerable. I'll expose this matter right away and see how the Feng family explains it. In Susu then took out a letter and gave it to Xiaoya, telling him to secretly deliver it to Lu Yi at the Ministry of Justice. As long as the Ministry of Justice was informed, Feng Wenjin would surely be taken away. And once Feng Wenjin let something slip, they could follow the information to investigate further. In Susu then sat quietly in her room, waiting. That night at the Feng mansion, originally, Feng Wang had planned to kill Feng Wenxue after confirming he passed the exam. Unexpectedly, his son got drunk and actually let the person escape. Having such a useless son was truly a headache. While the Feng family was cursing Feng Wenjin as useless, Feng Wenjin was confined to his room, drinking alone. Suddenly, he saw a bright light shooting towards his face. He swayed and barely dodged it. A flaming sword had pierced the curtains. Immediately, the fire spread rapidly. Feng Wenjin sobered up instantly, screaming frantically, "Fire! Someone's trying to kill me! Help!" Luo Wanga appeared on the roof of the Feng mansion, his eyes cold. He didn't understand who had acted before him and caused such a commotion. He had planned to make it look like an accident, but now there was no time to waste. He had to take Feng Wenjin's life before anyone arrived. He rushed down. Just then, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. A light veil directly entangled his sword, stopping him in the courtyard. "Who are you?" Luo Wanga asked, puzzled. He had a photographic memory, but he was sure he had never seen this person before. When did such a formidable woman appear in the martial arts world? Fu Lin looked at the masked person and directly revealed his name. Luo Wanga, I'm here on Imperial orders. What are you trying to do? Is Qinyu Tower challenging Imperial authority? Luo Wanga's face changed drastically. How did he know his name and his connection to Qinyu Tower? He absolutely couldn't let him live. No longer hiding his techniques, he attacked with all his might, intending to kill Fu Lin directly. Fu Lin effortlessly deflected his attacks, not taking any damage and holding off Luo Wanga for a long time. When the Feng family's people arrived, he immediately withdrew. Luo Wanga gritted his teeth and was about to pursue. But as soon as he leapt up, he encountered an ambush of flying swords shooting towards him. Luo Wanga swung his sword to cut through the flying swords, finding gaps between them. Damn woman, setting up a sword array ambush. The mission failed, he could only retreat. After a few leaps, he disappeared without a trace. Feng Wang rushed over. Seeing his son covered in soot and smelling of alcohol, he immediately slapped him across the face. "Father, you actually hit me?" Feng Wenjin looked incredulous. "If you weren't my son, I'd kill you right now." Feng Wang looked at him with disappointment. "Someone throw him into the ancestral hall. Don't let anyone release him, no matter who begs." "Yes, master," the servants thought secretly. This useless young master is finally getting what he deserves. Soon after, a servant nervously reported, "Master, the pursuers have returned." They lost track of the attacker. A flash of killing intent appeared in Feng Wang's eyes. "These brainless fools. As long as I insist that Feng Wenxuan is talking nonsense, I still have control over the narrative. But these idiots, so impatient to send assassins after Wenjin, have only substantiated the cheating allegations. How stupid. The next morning at court, an imperial censor immediately impeached Yang Chunshan, the deputy chief of the Court of Judicature. He reported that someone had accused Feng Wenjin of the Feng family of cheating, and that Feng Wenjin had been targeted for assassination last night, possibly to silence him. He requested the emperor to order a thorough investigation of the Feng family. Feng Wang immediately stood up, stating that the cheating allegation was spread by his illegitimate son Feng Wenxue, who couldn't take the exam due to his status and wanted to ruin Feng Wenjin's reputation. As for last night's disturbance at the Feng mansion, it was Feng Wenxue who, out of resentment, hired assassins. Using this explanation, Feng Wang left the imperial censor speechless. Yinheng didn't expect Feng Wang to be so shameless, pushing all the blame onto the escaped Feng Wenxue. Moreover, this way, there was no way to pursue the cheating case. Feng Wang's excuses were well-crafted, making it clear he was shirking responsibility, yet leaving no room for criticism. Just as Yinheng was at a loss for what to do, the emperor suddenly spoke. "We have personally tested Yin Yuanxin. He indeed has talent. His answers were completely different from the content in the open exam papers. He is not the one who cheated. Release him." Yinheng was still in a daze until Yang Chunshan, the deputy chief of the Court of Judicature, nudged him. He then reacted, immediately kneeling and thanking the emperor for his grace. At the same time, several officials responsible for the imperial examination knelt trembling. They had opened the exam papers without authorization to prove Yin Yuanxin had cheated. At this point, they still dared to cry out in injustice. The emperor gave them a cold glance, then ordered the Court of Judicature to thoroughly investigate the matter. He immediately adjourned the court. Yinheng slowly stood up, glaring hatefully at the kneeling officials. "Heaven sees what men do. I hope you gentlemen can live up to the official hats on your heads." Upon receiving the news, Yin Susu immediately rushed to the Court of Judicature to pick up her brother. The emperor had just given the verbal order to release Yin Yuanxin during the morning court session. By now, many students had gathered at the entrance of the Court of Judicature, also coming to support Yuanxin. Suddenly, someone knocked on the carriage window. Yin Susu lifted the curtain. "Lord Lu, my brother has been released. You no longer need to avoid suspicion." Lu Yi nodded, holding the letter Yin Susu gave him. "Indeed, those names in your letter match my guesses. I will investigate them thoroughly." Lu Yi had many methods, comparable to a fox. Yin Susu hurriedly asked if he had found anything. Lu Yi nodded, then shook his head. "I can't draw conclusions until the very end." Turning to look at the students arriving one after another, he couldn't help but sigh that young Master Yin had quite a reputation. Yin Susu lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. "Lord Lu, it's not that my brother has a reputation. These students are fighting for fairness. Lu Yisikit, the 5 evils of the imperial examinations. This isn't the first time, but it persists despite repeated prohibitions. Where is the so-called fairness?" Yin Susu looked at Lu Yi with some surprise. Just then, the tightly closed gates of the Court of Judicature were finally opened. Yin Yuanxin's somewhat thin figure appeared at the entrance. "Yin Gongzi," someone shouted, and all the students turned to look at Yin Yuanxin with excitement. Yin Yuanxin bowed deeply to the surrounding students. "Everyone, I am humbled. You have all gone to such trouble for me. I believe the truth will eventually come to light. I trust that the emperor will give us justice." Lu Yi stepped forward, protecting Yin Yuanxin and escorting him to the carriage. Yin Yuanxin bowed to the students once again before preparing to board the carriage. Yin Susu took out a medicine bottle and handed it over, asking her brother worriedly, "Are you all right?" Yin Yuanxin held the medicine bottle, his dry lips showing some blood, but he still smiled lightly. "Lord Lu took good care of me. I was fine in there." Seeing her brother's gaunt appearance, Yin Susu almost burst into tears. At this moment, a wave of voices suddenly came from outside the carriage. Yin Susu lifted the curtain to listen carefully. "In this world, there should be at least one thing that is fair. Young Master Yin, we're waiting for the truth to come out." Yin Susu was deeply moved and said softly, "Brother, we will definitely uncover the truth. How can they do whatever they want just because they have money and power?" Although Yin Yuanxin had been in jail before, his mind had never stopped working. He had already realized that this whole affair was probably not as simple as just uncovering a cheating case. Yin Susu indeed couldn't quite understand. Although her brother's suspicion had been cleared now, they still hadn't found any clues. What's more absurd was that the pattern embroidered on the pouch was exactly the same as her mother's needlework. Yuanxi nodded. There are many extraordinary people in the world. If someone can imitate my handwriting, naturally someone can imitate mother's embroidery. Susu suddenly thought if Qinyu Tower could collect information from all over the world, they could naturally also recruit all kinds of extraordinary people. Brother, if I say Luo Wanga is behind this, do you believe it? Yuanxin looked puzzled, feeling that there wasn't a life-and-death grudge between them and Bai Rushuang. How could it be because of Miss Bai? Susu nodded and asked seriously, Brother, can you understand the feelings of a platonic friend? Yuanxin still looked confused. I don't understand. I can't understand. Susu had to explain. This Luo Wanga is in love with Miss Bai. He can't bear to see her suffer, even a little bit. In his eyes, there's no right or wrong. His entire sense of good and evil revolves around Miss Bai alone. Yuanxin shook his head. Even if this woman has another lover? Yes, this is what a platonic friend is, commonly known as unrequited love. Yuanxin let out a soft sigh. I can't empathize with such nonsensical things. But since they've schemed against us, this matter can't end so simply. The male lead has truly become cold-hearted. The female lead is truly making a fuss. Are they really going to break up? Xiao Jingyun learned that his good friend Yuanxin had been released. He came early to the Yin residence to visit Yuanxin. Are you alright? Yuanxin initially wanted to shake his head, but then nodded instead. He indeed still felt somewhat unwell. Hearing this, Xiao Jingyun's eyes flickered slightly. Because of Bai Rushuang, he had grown distant from the Yin siblings, with whom he had been close since childhood. He didn't want to be so estranged. If they were willing to let Shuang treat them, if they could become good friends, that would be the best outcome. He said, Yuanxin, since you're not feeling well, if you don't mind, let Shuang take a look at you. Susu was speechless. A love-struck brain is indeed love-struck. Every third sentence this male lead speaks is about Bai Rushuang. Yuanxin was about to refuse on behalf of his brother, but seeing his brother's expression, he immediately understood. His brother deliberately wanted to go to Bai Rushuang's place, so he agreed to go together. The three of them left the Yin residence together. This Bai residence was bought by Xiao Jingyun, so he led the Yin siblings smoothly all the way to the back courtyard. At this moment, a sudden cry came from Bai Rushuang's room, as if someone was in pain. Without a word, Xiao Jingyun immediately rushed forward. Yuanxin raised his hand, signaling Susu to wait outside. He immediately followed. Hearing this sound, Susu guessed it was Luo Wanga. There must be some drama to witness. How could she stay put? She naturally followed as well. Last night, Luo Wanga had suffered a sword wound. He had taken off his clothes, and Bai Rushuang was worriedly examining the wound. Even though they had used wound medicine, why was it still bleeding? The door was suddenly kicked open by Xiao Jingyun with a bang. He rushed over and grabbed her hand. Bai Rushuang, why are you so intimate with this man? I'm a doctor. Treating patients is my duty. He's wounded in the waist and abdomen. Of course, I need to carefully examine and apply medicine. Xiao Jingyun, take your friends and get out of here right now. Susu arrived just in time to see this scene. She thought to herself, this is being caught red-handed by the main character. How exciting! Bai Rushuang's attitude made Xiao Jingyun feel a lump in his throat. I'm asking you, do you need to be this intimate to treat him? Bai Rushuang also became angry. She coldly looked at Xiao Jingyun. When you met me, didn't you know I was a doctor? When I treated your wounds, why didn't you think I was being intimate then? Xiao Jingyun widened his eyes, looking incredulous. This is the woman I love deeply. How can this be the same? We are lovers. How can lovers be the same as outsiders? Bai Rushuang shook off the hand that was grabbing her. Xiao Jingyun, I am a doctor. Treating patients is my duty. Moreover, Wanga is my good friend. He's injured, of course I'm concerned. I'm just treating him, that's all. If you want to overthink it, I can't help that. Xiao Jingyun, if you love me, you should accept everything about me. Xiao Jingyun suddenly laughed, his face full of disappointment and anger. I doubt you. When Tang Xiao was staying here, did I ever doubt you? When the fifth prince met with you privately, just the two of you drinking together, did I ever doubt you? You can treat him, but why isn't there a single servant you can order around? Even if you had a few little maids beside you, even if Tang Xiao just sat there doing nothing, I wouldn't doubt you. Bai Rushuang suddenly drew the soft sword from her waist, pointing it directly at Xiao Jingyun. You've gone too far. You think I dismissed the servants because I wanted to be alone with him? Then she pointed at the door. What about you? When you go to see Susu, Can't I doubt you? In Susu was speechless. It was just some drama, but the blame fell from the sky. In Yuanxin stepped forward to shield his sister from that unfriendly gaze. Xiao Jingyun suddenly calmed down, looking straight at Bai Rushuang. Have I ever been alone with Susu? When have we ever met without paying Rand present? Indeed, never. Bai Rushuang turned away coldly, still forcing herself. You treat her differently because of your past connection. Seeing that the farce was almost over, he stepped forward and asked, May I know where young Master Lu was injured? As far as I know, in this capital city. Only the Feng mansion fired arrows when surrounding the bandits. Lu Wanggao calmly replied, I'm a Jianghu person. Getting injured is nothing unusual. What, does young Master Yin want to arrest me? But he was immediately stopped by Rushuang. The wound is still bleeding. Don't wrap it for now. Let's change the medicine again. Lu Wanggao nodded obediently. I'll listen to you. Seeing the two like this, Yin Susu interrupted. I'm not an official. How can I arrest you? But if I report to the authorities, they will come to verify if your wound matches the arrowheads from the Feng mansion. Young Master Yin is seeking revenge for his friend. Lu Wanggao chuckled, looking mockingly at Xiao Jingyun. Fine, I'll go with you to the officials for comparison. Bai Rushuang immediately spoke up. I'll go with you. I'll accompany you. In Susu couldn't help but cover her mouth, afraid she might laugh out loud. Lu Wanggao was clearly trying to steal Xiao Jingyun's girl. Where did Bai Rushuang get the confidence to do this in front of Xiao Jingyun? This time, Xiao Jingyun was truly hurt. He calmly said, If you really go with him, don't come back. You can pack your things now. Bai Rushuang, still angry, spoke even more coldly. Fine, I'll leave. I could have forgiven your unreasonable ignorance if you had taken a step back. But Xiao Jingyun, you've gone too far. Xiao Jingyun's heart was truly chilled, and Bai Rushuang was genuinely furious. In Susu was surprised. The male and female leads were really breaking up. Today was truly exciting. That Bai Rushuang actually angered Xiao Jingyun away and even went to the government office. It made her a bit happy. In Susu paced alone outside the government office, waiting for their comparison results. She was also very confused. Uncle Feline only delayed him. He didn't injure Lu Wanggao. Mo mischievously chimed in. Host, do you think Lu Wanggao might have intentionally injured himself to make the female lead sympathize with him? In Susu shook her head. Lu Wanggao's personality shouldn't be capable of doing such a thing. It was probably injured later. At this moment, In Susu suddenly thought of something. She slapped her forehead. For an old noble family, like the Feng family that has been in officialdom for generations, they would surely employ some martial arts experts to protect their residents. Lu Wanggao's injury must have been caused by being chased and attacked by the experts employed by the Feng family. At this time, the government office door opened. In Yuanxing and Xiao Jingyun came out with gloomy faces. In Susu linked arms with her brother and asked, How was it? Did it match? No, but the person who came from the Feng mansion to verify the injury had a very strange expression. Lu Wanggao's injury must be related to the Feng family. Where's Lu Wanggao now? He left through the back door with Miss Bai. Xiao Jingyun glanced towards the back door direction. He couldn't understand why Lu Wanggao dared to come for injury verification if he was indeed injured by the Feng family. Wasn't he afraid of being exposed and retaliated against by the Feng family? In Susu suddenly leaned in and told Xiao Jingyun, Lu Wanggao is the master of Qinyu Pavilion. Qinyu Pavilion is famous for collecting information. They can find out anything. Xiao Jingyun was shocked. I didn't know that. How did you know? In Susu smiled. My master found out, including Feng Wenjin's matter. It was also discovered by my senior sister. In Yuanxing knew that his release was largely due to his sister's masters. He planned to personally thank them later. In Susu suddenly understood. The source of the 5-victim case might be with Lu Wanggao. Lu Wanggao's backing should be the others who bought the corpses. So even if it's matched, they can't act for now. At this moment, Xiao Jingyun also realized something. His fists clenched tightly. I'll personally investigate this scoundrel Lu Wanggao. I'll teach him a lesson. In Susu was confused. Why did Xiao Jingyun seem even angrier than before? In Yuanxing chuckled. He probably just realized Lu Wanggao is a martial artist. He couldn't possibly not hear our footsteps, so that shout was intentional. It was just to lure him to look. In Susu also let out a chuckle. There really was that possibility. She shrugged. Let's not talk about them anymore. Just let them deal with it themselves. I need to find a way to restore my grades. In Susu asked, pursing her lips. Brother, What do you plan to do? Een Yuanqing smiled. He reached out and patted Een Susu's head. I'll go to Qingyuan to find Teacher Sunday. See if there's a way for me to take the exam again. I want to rightfully reclaim the grades that belong to me. Een Susu felt a bit sad inside. There had never been a precedent for retaking the exam in any dynasty. It would be too difficult. Later, Een Yuanqing found Teacher Sunday. He bowed deeply, thanking him for running back and forth for him these past few days. Seeing his most outstanding student come out was good. The people from the Ministry of Justice didn't give you a hard time, did they? Student, I was fortunate to make friends with someone who works at the Ministry of Justice. He took good care of me. Luckily, I didn't suffer. Teacher Sun was relieved to hear this. He had been worried that you might be depressed from being locked up and unable to participate in the upcoming palace exam. The Emperor has decided to summon you to the palace. The civil and military officials will freely ask you questions as your second chance. Are you afraid? Een Yuanqing expressed that he was not afraid at all. Teacher Sun also believed in Een Yuanqing's abilities. After all, he was the most outstanding student he had ever seen. But the pressure in front of the palace would be unimaginable. He reminded him not to be careless. For giving him this unprecedented opportunity, Een Yuanqing was full of gratitude. He confidently said, "Student understands. To not disappoint those who believe in me, and the family and friends who have been working hard for me, I will do my best." On the day of the exam, Een Susu personally saw Een Chung take out the pouch. Wanting to frame her brother, it was impossible to just let Een Chung off like this. However, after the little green tea was released with her brother, she had been hiding at the old madam's place and not coming out. But if the little one was hiding, there was still the big one. When a son gets into trouble, the mother naturally panics and wants to find help. So Een Susu had arranged for Chen Yuanyuan to keep an eye on her early on. She discovered that concubine Lu secretly went out and went to the Cheongyu Tower of Luoyang Pavilion. This way, it could be confirmed that the pouch was also Luoyang Pavilion's doing. So, Een Susu persuaded her father Een Hung to accompany her to Cheongyu Tower to buy some good food to reward her brother, who was preparing for the palace exam. The siblings' relationship was so good. Een Hung was also happy to do so. Father is so good. Een Susu smiled. She was really looking forward to her father's expression in a moment. In the carriage, Een Susu lifted the curtain and looked outside, then pointed to a place. "Father, look. This is where Miss Bai kicked Madame Chien out of the carriage that time." Een Hung was stunned. "What? Father forgot?" Een Susu smiled. It was the incident with official Chien. Een Hung shook his head. That incident was also for a reason. Een Susu secretly mocked. "It's only been such a short time, and his heart has changed so quickly." Een Susu didn't show it on her face and continued. "Then, brother took me to Cheongyu Tower to pay my bail. Oh right, the owner of Cheongyu Tower is also Miss Bai's close friend, called Luoyang Pavilion." After hearing this, Een Hung frowned. A girl's reputation is so important. How can they be close friends? Amon, you can't go around saying such things. Een Susu smiled innocently, but Miss Bai herself acknowledged it. She even said it in front of young Master Xiao. Luoyang Pavilion was also injured. Brothers suspected it was a sword wound from the Feng family. But unfortunately, it didn't match the arrowheads from the Feng family. Een Susu sighed in feigned disappointment. "I thought we had finally caught the person who framed brother." Een Heng's expression changed. He anxiously grabbed Een Susu and asked, "Amon, are you saying Luoyang Pavilion was injured?" Een Susu lowered her voice. "Yes. It said that young Master Xiao was extremely jealous and is having people keep an eye on Luoyang Pavilion." "Oh, I see." Een Hung was a bit uneasy. How could the owner of a Cheongyu Tower get injured for no reason and dare to compete with the prince's son for a woman? Could this Luoyang Pavilion have an unusual identity? "Oh, father, isn't that concubine Lu?" Een Hung suddenly lifted the curtain to look. He saw concubine Lu sneaking into Cheongyu Tower. His face immediately turned ashen, and he got off the carriage to follow her. Een Hung was standing at the counter, staring intently at the woman who had just entered. The shopkeeper immediately played dumb. "Sir, what are you talking about? What woman? I really don't understand." Een Susu pretended to be anxious and spoke up. "Father, since the shopkeeper said he didn't have it, why don't we go home and check? Maybe we saw it wrong." Een Heng's expression grew even more unpleasant. How could he possibly have seen it wrong? He turned and walked straight out of Cheongyu Tower. "Een Hung, wearing an expression like he wanted to kill someone, went directly to Xia courtyard. In Susu and her mother also accompanied him. About an hour later, concubine Lu finally returned. Seeing the scene in the courtyard, her legs went weak, but she still tried her best to calm down. Carrying a stone box, she came forward and bowed. "Master, madam, young miss, why are you here?" Yin Hung snorted coldly. "Where did you go? Did I give you permission to go out?" Concubine Lu fell to her knees with a thud. Tears instantly rolled down her face. "I don't know how Chinner is doing at the old madam's place, so I secretly went to Cheongyu Tower to buy some food. I thought of letting Chinner taste it." "You must think I'm a fool," Yin Hung questioned angrily. "You went to Cheongyu Tower to find Lu Wanga, right? The fabric of the purse in Yuan Cheng's hand, was it given by him?" "Master, I've been wronged. I really want to buy some food. I don't know any Lu Wanga at all. Besides, even if I had the fabric, how could I learn madam's needlework? Connor is still young. If he's wrongly accused, what will happen to his future?" Concubine Lu cried even more miserably as she spoke. In Susu's mother smiled coldly. She looked coldly at concubine Lu crying on the ground. "Your son is wrongly accused, but it's my son who has been framed and thrown into jail. Now you dare to twist right and wrong with your barefaced lies." Concubine Lu crawled over crying, clutching at In Susu's mother's clothes. "If madam is angry, why don't you just beat me to death? My son really didn't do anything. Let go." In Susu's mother scolded her, but concubine Lu's hand gripped even tighter. In Susu suddenly squatted down, looking coldly at concubine Lu. She slowly pried open the tightly gripping fingers. "Your son has no future, but if you do as I say, I can give you a good life." "Isn't that what he said, concubine Lu?" Then she violently shook off concubine Lu's hand. Concubine Lu's expression changed, looking panicked. How did she know? Just looking at concubine Lu's reaction, it was clear the guess was mostly correct. In Susu laughed coldly in her heart. Lu Wanga was really arrogant. The mansions in the capital were different from the Jianghu. His promise was nothing more than to ruin her brother, forcing her adoptive father to groom In Yuancheng instead. But there was a difference between legitimate and illegitimate children. For In Yuancheng to rise through such means, her adoptive father would have to elevate concubine Lu to the status of a proper wife. But that was simply impossible. In Susu walked to her mother's side and whispered, "Mother, you'll have to suffer some grievance." Her mother looked at In Susu gently, indicating for her to go ahead. With her mother's support, In Susu felt free to act. "Concubine Lu, what are you doing this for? Everyone here knows. We don't need to beat around the bush anymore." Concubine Lu was still pretending not to understand what she was saying. "Concubine Lu, you should know that an illegitimate son will always be inferior. But if you're willing to tell the truth, with father as witness, my mother will agree to adopt Yuancheng as her own son, making him legitimate." In Susu ignored her father's ashen face, only staring at concubine Lu, waiting for her answer. Concubine Lu closed her eyes briefly, suddenly feeling a wave of sadness. If she followed her plan, it would mean betraying her son. But her son's heart was full of desire to become a legitimate child. Now that they had been exposed, if they lost this opportunity, Chunger would hate her for life. Concubine Lu was very calculating, but she was defeated by her own son. "Young miss, indeed someone gave me pearls and rice grains, but they were all in a purse, given to me directly." In Susu hurriedly asked if it was Lu Wanga. Concubine Lu lowered her head heavily. "I only know he's at Cheongyu Tower, but I really don't know his name. It seems young miss has already figured it out, so I won't say more." In Hung had a sudden realization. In Susu, those words in the carriage earlier, were they intentionally said by Almond for me to hear? In Susu smiled brightly. "I was just testing you. You have a guilty conscience. Think about it. I'm just a young lady in the inner courtyard. What could I investigate?" Concubine Lu suddenly raised her head, her face pale, regretting immensely. In Hung also let go of his suspicions. "That's right. What could Amon investigate?" Those words on the road were probably just her wanting to share what happened. "I overthought it. Young miss is so calculating." Concubine Lu's eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. In Susu smiled slightly. "Well, you're still more vicious." Concubine Lu suddenly burst into laughter. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "The young Mrs. Fabric is very rare. Only the madam has it in the mansion. Guess where it came from? He has already ruined it, so he won't let others off easy either." In Susu's mother tightly grasped In Susu beside her. She had already figured it out. In Susu directly linked arms with her mother, about to leave. Behind them, concubine Lu suddenly called out again, Madam, you figured out who it is, right? You must have. The madam's needlework is so beautiful. Others can't even learn it. Only those of pure heart can learn a bit of it, right? Mother, don't listen to what she's saying. In Susu's heart was beating inexplicably fast. She didn't want to believe it, but had no choice but to. In-hung also guessed it. He quickly asked where Qingzhu went. In Susu's mother had just said he went out. I'll send people to guard the front and back gates right away. Let's see when he comes back. Big mansions fear these kinds of disloyal people the most. In-hung was also furious. After In-hung left, concubine Lu laughed loudly. None of us will have it easy. In Susu's mother closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She pulled In Susu towards Wudong courtyard. In Susu looked at her mother. After careful consideration, she cautiously spoke. Mother, if this matter was really solved by Qingzhu, In Susu's mother sighed lightly. Qingzhu's father was originally a scholar, but he was addicted to gambling. For gambling money, he secretly sold Qingzhu without telling Qingzhu's mother. I just married your father at that time. I happened to need a maid, so I bought him. In Susu nodded, softly responding, I know Sister Qingzhu has been with you since before I was born. Yes, when he first came, he was just a little girl, always with a stern face, not daring to make any mistakes in his work. He's been with me until today. Seeing her mother's tears, In Susu felt a lump in her throat. People's hearts can change. After saying this, she didn't speak anymore. An hour later, Qingzhu finally returned with injuries on his face. As soon as he saw In Susu's mother sitting at the table drinking tea waiting for him, he fell to his knees with a thud. Madam, please sell me off. As Qingzhu finished speaking, tears instantly rolled down. In Susu's mother put down her teacup. It seems you already know about the Xiahe courtyard incident. There are some things I didn't want to ask in front of others. To leave you with some dignity. Tell me everything you know. My son was slandered, almost ruining his life. You should know how angry I am. In Susu's mother's gaze fell on Qingzhu like a knife, staring intently at him. Qingzhu hunched over, looking disheveled and full of endless regret. Madam, I really didn't know at the time. I didn't know they wanted the pouch to frame the young master. If I had known, I absolutely wouldn't have done such a damnable thing. In Susu was also furious. Sister Qingzhu, if you truly know you were wrong, you should explain everything clearly. Madam is right. Your good Qingzhu, will remember this. As he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up and rushed towards a nearby pillar. In Susu quickly rushed over and restrained him. Dying is easy, but if you die, I'll find the people you were in contact with. I'll dig out everyone behind you. I absolutely won't let them off easy. She looked down coldly at Qingzhu. Qingzhu closed his eyes and finally agreed to tell everything. It turned out his father had lost at gambling and owed a large sum of money. He wanted to sell his sister to pay off the debt. His mother had no choice but to come to the Yin mansion to ask for his help. Qingzhu gave all his savings to his mother. But unexpectedly, his sister had long been fed up with the family. She stole all the savings and secretly ran away by boat. His father couldn't pay back the money and was beaten up by debt collectors. At this time, someone contacted his father, saying they wanted a pouch just like Inyuan stars. If he did this, they would give him 100 taels of silver. At that time, Qingzhu thought it was some young lady wanting to create a chance encounter or spread rumors. Nothing too serious. So he secretly went to the storehouse, cut the fabric, and even imitated In Susu's mother's sewing technique. This was the whole story. As for who contacted his father, Qingzhu didn't know. After he did this, that person gave his father 100 taels as promised. But his father abandoned his mother and ran away overnight, even selling the house. He went out this morning. He pawned the jewelry that In Susu's mother had once given him and found a place for his mother to stay. After hearing this, In Susu sighed at the foolishness. Self-indulgent kindness was actually just being stupid. Qingzhu, come with me to the magistrate's office tomorrow to testify. Qingzhu still wanted to plead. In Susu's mother spoke up. Qingzhu, we're not asking for your opinion. Either you go to the magistrate's office yourself and pin everything on your father, or I'll report it directly. Your father, your mother, you, and your runaway sister. I won't let any of you off. Qingzhu suddenly looked up, crying loudly. Madam, please don't. I truly know I was wrong. I'm willing to testify. I'm willing to serve you like an ox or horse to atone for my stupid actions. In Susu's mother sighed lightly. After you testify, I'll give you some money. Then take your mother and leave the capital. Go wherever you want." At this time, In Hung returned empty-handed. He had originally contacted Hao Fuya to go to Cheongyu Tower to catch the waiter who had contact with Liu Yang, but the waiter had died. In Susu nodded and told her father that Qin Zhu had confessed. The person who made him steal the pouch was his birth father, almost causing the Yin family's downfall. He hated the traitor thoroughly. In Hung immediately ordered someone to gag Qin Zhu and send him to the magistrate's office. Qin Zhu shook his head, mumbling, tears flowing nonstop. A misstep leads to eternal regret. The closest person had caused her son great harm. In Susu's mother was heartbroken. In Susu walked over worriedly, helped massage her mother, and softly comforted her. "Mother, it's all right. Getting rid of a traitor is a good thing. The urgent matter now is to quickly find Qingzhu's father and find out who's behind this." In Hung also came over to comfort her. "I'll go to the magistrate's office again now. Tell them to search through the night. As for Qingzhu and the others, they'll be dealt with after being sent to the magistrate's office. Thank you for your hard work, my lord." In Susu's mother nodded, watching In Hung leave. "Mother, don't worry about Qingzhu's matter. I'll get you a new maid later. This time I'll personally vet them." In Susu was already concerned about her mother's safety. This was a good opportunity to place reliable people to protect her mother. The magistrate's officers worked through the night and arrested Qingzhu's father, throwing him in jail. Qingzhu was considered an accomplice. Because he didn't know the truth, he was beaten with a board and then released. He knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. He didn't want to leave, but having made a mistake, how could he possibly return to before? In Susu sighed. "If you knew this day would come, why did you do it in the first place?" In Susu's mother didn't even look at him, just walked away directly. Qingzhu raised his head. In just one short night, he had aged considerably. His face no longer showed its former beauty. In Susu said softly to Qingzhu, "If you truly feel you've made a mistake, then leave. Never come back." After speaking, she walked away, ordering someone to close the courtyard gate. In Susu's mother stared into the distance with a faraway look. She also wanted to let concubine Lu taste the feeling of being betrayed by the closest person. "Aman, let's go to your grandmother's place." The little green tea slapped himself a few times, rubbing his red eyes, pretending to know nothing, pitifully lying on the old madam's lap. The old madam couldn't bear to see her little grandson cry, comforting him lovingly. "The pouch, that's all because your mother was bewitched. It's not your fault. Why be so self-blaming?" At this moment, hearing the voices of In Susu and her mother at the door, the old madam instantly changed to a harsh face, her eyes flashing with anger. She coldly snorted, "They've come at just the right time. Ching-er, you go in first." She really thinks she's the mistress of the back house. In Susu's mother led In Susu in. Mother bowed in greeting. The old woman looked at her indifferently, neither answering nor letting her rise. In Susu's mother crouched for a while, then stood up on her own. In Susu followed, helping her mother to sit upright in a chair. The old madam slapped the low table. "Did I tell you to sit down? You wouldn't think. Are you trying to rebel against your elders?" In Susu's mother coldly glared back. "Mother, if the Coot Dyer incident spreads, it will damage the Een family's reputation. Even for the sake of your own son's name, you shouldn't let this temper dictate your actions. You care for Yuan Chao. I also care for Yuan Xian. My son suffered for 9 days for no reason, and as soon as he came out, he was framed. If we don't catch the person who framed him, it won't ease the hatred in my heart." The old lady was furious. Pointing at In Susu, her mother shouted, "Yuan Chung is just a young boy. What could he do? He doesn't even know." The pouch his mother sent him was the same as before. In Susu stood in front of her mother. "Grandmother, you can't say that. I saw him with my own eyes that day, walking towards my brother with the pouch. You're not even giving him face." The old lady became angrier. "He's already slapped himself several times. He knows he was wrong. Why are you still not letting it go? What, do you want his life?" In Susu suddenly smiled. "Grandmother, you're joking. This is father's son. He's about to be registered under my mother's name. How could we possibly want to kill him?" The old lady was stunned. Would Qinshi really agree to this? In Susu's mother really didn't want to be hypocritical with these people anymore. She spoke directly. "Liu Yang has admitted to everything. I also consider that this is a family matter. Family scandals shouldn't be spread outside. So I'm generous enough to be willing to register Yuan Chung. But Liu Yang must be sent to the Wang estate. She's not allowed to return without reason." The old lady pointed at In Susu's mother and scolded, "Well, I thought you were being generous. You're trying to separate mother and son. In Susu's mother glanced at the screen, behind which a figure flashed by, and said calmly, "If he's unwilling, I can give him another option. He won't be registered under my name, but I'll confine his mother to Xia Garden." The old lady stared at In Susu's mother and snorted coldly. "You never sincerely wanted to register Chun'er. You're doing this to take revenge on me." In Susu's mother didn't avoid the topic, smiling faintly as she accepted it. In Susu also smiled. Grandmother can let In Yuan Ching choose for himself. The choice is in his hands. After all, my brother indeed suffered unjustly. He went to jail and now has to take another exam in front of the court. Who can speak of my brother's suffering? Why are you butting in? You have no right to speak here. The old lady vented her anger on In Susu. In Susu's mother stood up to protect her. "Mother, why vent your anger on Amon? She's just standing up for her brother." "Mother, it's best to let In Yuan Chung make a decision quickly, because I've already sent people to Xia Garden." "You wait." The old lady's face turned ashen, but she had to compromise. "Let Yuan Chung say goodbye to his aunt. Also, I'll arrange this matter. Since you want to be mother and son with Yuan Chung, don't let this incident create a rift." In Susu's mother nodded faintly and left directly with In Susu. The old lady slammed the table, gnashing her teeth in hatred. "This time, we've truly seen the power of the mistress of the house." Lu Yinyang, who had schemed so hard, was ultimately abandoned by her own son and had to leave the Yin residence. Seeing Lu Yinyang's reluctant face, In Susu smiled and said, "Let Yuan Chung plead. Maybe Aunt can stay." Lu Yinyang thought that as long as she left, her son could be registered as wished and become a legitimate son. She couldn't hold him back. She gritted her teeth and left decisively. In Susu felt it wasn't worth it for her, because at this moment, the little green tea In Yuan Chang was behind the door. With In Hung and his grandmother not around, he didn't even bother to pretend. His birth mother was leaving, and he didn't say a word. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, full of mockery. "So what if sister doesn't like me? In the future, I'll also be a legitimate son of the Yin family. I won't have to pretend in front of you anymore." In Susu nonchalantly linked arms with her mother and left. She understood clearly the thoughts of everyone in this family, but none of this was worth caring about. They were all insignificant people. What she worried about most now was her brother. Today was the court exam. Although she believed in her brother's literary talent, serving the emperor was like accompanying a tiger. She couldn't help but worry about the Great Hall, where civil and military officials were divided into two sides. In Yuanxin stood right in the center, a position specially arranged by the emperor. In Hung stood among the civil officials. He felt a bit panicked inside. Now in the court exam, even the slightest flaw would be magnified many times by others. In this court, he couldn't help at all. In his heart, he prayed for his son to stay calm. The emperor sat high on the dragon throne, looking down at the clearly divided sides below. Then his gaze fell on In Yuanxin, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just one look was enough to see that In Yuanxin had an extraordinary bearing. The key was that he wasn't the pride of a century-old noble family, but just the son of a new noble. He stood here entirely on his own merit. Compared to him, these decadent descendants of old families were truly getting worse with each generation. They were all useless. The emperor glanced around indifferently. Those who had been whispering began to speak. In Yuanxin's exam paper had been opened privately, and he had been falsely accused of cheating, so this court exam was held. Both civil and military officials could set their own questions. General Song, you stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have something to say. The exam is for those civil officials. What should we military officials do? The emperor glanced at In Yuanxing and asked, In Yuanxing, how do you think we should test? In Yuanxing bowed and replied, Your Majesty, this student has practiced a bit. If the general wants to test martial arts, this student can only humbly try. General Song, you said, Good, Your Majesty. Then I'll test martial arts. It's best to save those civil officials some time. Don't delay too long. Minister Zhao spoke up first. He wanted to ask a question. He was very reluctant to deal with these military officials. They always spoke so casually, without any proper manners. Moreover, In Yuanxin was his son's classmate. His wife and son praised In Yuanxin every day, saying he was extremely talented. They praised In Yuanxin so much it was as if he was heaven sent. So naturally, he wanted to test In Yuanxin himself. I ask you, if you were the magistrate of Chuanshui County, and due to continuous heavy rain, a flood occurred, leaving people homeless, and the officials involved, fearing implication, abandoned this mess, and ran away, what would you do? As soon as this question was asked, the court fell silent. This was something that had happened recently in the Chuanshui area. The court still hadn't reached a conclusion. Now it was being used as an exam question. The difficulty was extraordinary. Yin Yuanxing smiled bitterly. He didn't expect such a question right at the start. The problem Minister Zhao mentioned is quite difficult for a mere county magistrate to handle. I'll share my humble opinion. Yin Yuanxing didn't refuse the challenge. Minister Zhao appreciated this attitude and indicated for him to speak freely. With people homeless and without food, they could easily lose their lives. Plus, epidemics are most likely to occur after floods. So the first thing to do is to control the epidemic. Then, borrow grain from neighboring counties. Minister Zhao frowned and asked, "How would you borrow grain? The Chuanshui area has always had good harvests. It's originally a wealthy place. If not for the sudden heavy rain destroying fields and houses, the people wouldn't be in such a state. So the borrowed grain can definitely be repaid. Therefore, this student suggests first borrowing grain from nearby counties to temporarily settle the people. Then, have the court gather workers to clear the blocked waterways and rebuild the embankments." Minister Zhao then asked, "What about the corrupt officials? First, deal with them briefly, then arrest and interrogate the corrupt officials. The wealth they've extorted from the people and their family assets can also be returned to the people, used for rebuilding houses and raising embankments." "Your Majesty, I've finished asking." Minister Zhao bowed and returned to the group of civil officials. He sighed inwardly. Yin Yuanxing's answer had no errors. It was indeed what should be done. However, implementing it would still be troublesome. But his care for the people was indeed admirable. Then a few others came forward to ask some exam questions. They were all quite clever, ones Yin Yuanxing had prepared for. But compared to Minister Zhao's, they were child's play. Yin Yuanxing handled them all easily. Finally, the emperor looked thoughtfully at Yin Yuanxing below. "Go to the general for a test of martial arts." General Song Yu's eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. Civil and military officials often compared themselves. Seeing all the questions from these civil officials being easily solved by Yin Yuanxing, leaving them deflated, made him feel very pleased. So he said, "Let's compare strength then." If this wasn't in the Great Hall, his own son, handsome and refined, how could he compare strength with this bear-like general? Isn't this clearly bullying? The civil officials' eyelids twitched. They thought they were black-hearted, making things difficult everywhere, afraid of being outdone by this young Yin Yuanxing. But the military officials were even worse, actually wanting to compare strength with a scholar. Only the military officials knew clearly this was the military's way of welcoming newcomers. It was clear General Song valued Yin Yuanxing, and Yin Yuanxing also satisfied their expectations. Yin Yuanxing smiled bitterly. "Please instruct me, General." Without using internal energy, just comparing pure strength, he really might not be able to beat this battle-hardened general. Song Yu grabbed Yin Yuanxing's arm. Yin Yuanxing's hand couldn't fully grasp Song Yu's arm. Song Yu secretly exerted force, planting himself firmly on the ground like a nail, and pushed back. Yin Yuanxing was more stable than he had imagined. "Good lad. He really has practiced a bit." Song Yu was even more pleased. The emperor leaned forward with interest, looking at the two people taking the written test. His eyes showed deep curiosity. He hadn't expected that in the first encounter, the scholar Yin Yuanxing would actually not be at a disadvantage. The Grand General said, "I'm starting to exert force now." Song Yu was a bit pleasantly surprised. "No need to hold back. Come at me directly." Yin Yuanxing nodded slightly and began to use force. The civil officials couldn't tell what they were competing in. They only saw the two pushing back and forth, sweat appearing on their foreheads. Their facial expressions showed great interest. It was completely impossible to tell who had the upper hand. A moment later, Grand General Song Yusin let go of his hand. He praised, "Good strength. You've passed." Yin Yuanxing also released his hand, stepped back, and bowed slightly. In terms of sheer force, he was definitely no match for this general. The general had gone easy on him. Song Yu laughed heartily. "Your Majesty, I've finished my examination." The emperor smiled. "Since my civil and military officials have all finished examining, it's my turn now. But I don't want to give a question yet. I want to wait a bit longer for Yin Yuanxing. This test is considered passed for you. You may step aside and rest for now. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yin Yuanqing bowed deeply and retreated to the side. The emperor signaled with his eyes to Eunuch Su at the side. Eunuch Su immediately announced, "Summon Deputy Chief of the Court of Judicature and Revision Lu Yi to enter the hall. Summon Feng Wenxue, Feng Wenjin to enter the hall." When Feng Wang heard this, his legs trembled. He had gone to great lengths to send out so many people, even dispatching the master he had supported for many years. As a result, they couldn't find a trace of Feng Wenxue. It turned out he had taken refuge with the Court of Judicature and Revision. Other court officials looked towards the door with interest, seeing 3 people walk in one after another. This matter today would not only be of concern to the court, but would likely cause a stir among the common people for a long time. This Lord Feng had truly lifted a rock only to drop it on his own feet. The 2 Feng brothers came up to the Great Hall. After prostrating themselves on the ground, they appeared calm. No one knew what strange methods Lu Yi had used to make these 2 obediently comply, given Lu Yi's notorious reputation. The emperor seemed very satisfied with this scene. He swept his gaze over the officials below. Since we just tested Yin Yuanqing, now let's test these 2 as well. Feng Wang knew this matter couldn't end well. Now he could only cut the knot quickly. As long as Consort Feng in the palace was still favored, the Feng family would still have a chance. He immediately stepped forward, fell to his knees with a thud, and said, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." "What crime has official Feng committed?" the emperor asked with interest. "Your Majesty, I have selfishly harmed my own 2 sons. I am guilty." Feng Wang spoke with a look of remorse as he slowly raised his head. "My legitimate son Feng Wenjing has mediocre talents, but I didn't know that my wife had secretly imprisoned Feng Wenxue behind my back, making him ghostwrite for Feng Wenjing. This time she even committed a grave error by privately buying exam questions, just to help Feng Wenjin pass the exam." He looked at Feng Wenxue, who had a strange expression, and continued, "After learning of this matter, I couldn't eat or sleep well, not knowing what to do. So on that day in front of the hall, I was willing to reveal this shameful affair in order to protect my 2 sons, hoping they would reform from then on and never enter official service." Yang Chunshan and Yin Heng couldn't help but roll their eyes. This was clearly reversing black and white, distorting facts, and deceiving the emperor. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, but Lord Feng was pushing his 2 sons out as scapegoats. Feng Wenxue was anxious and trembling uncontrollably. This old man had spoken first and turned the tables. What should he do now? They say even tigers don't eat their cubs, but this father was actually pushing out his own sons to take the blame in order to protect himself. Feng Wenxue had been willing to come out and testify because Lu Yi told him that running away wasn't a solution. He would be caught by Feng Jia no matter where he ran. Only by publicly revealing his identity and gaining the qualification to take the imperial examination, obtaining an official title, would Feng Jia not dare to easily make a move against him. But now his father's statement about never entering the court essentially cut off his path. Feng Wenxue looked up at Lu Yi standing to the side. Seeing that Lu Yi remained unmoved by what his father had just said, showing no nervousness, his expression reassured Feng Wenxue somewhat. After Feng Wang finished speaking, Lu Yi bent down and asked Feng Wenjin, "How about it? It's consistent with what I told you, right? You heard what your father just said. In the end, you're just like Feng Wenxuan. You've both been abandoned." Feng Wang suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, "You're spewing lies, Lord Lu. Since I'm willing to bear all the consequences of this matter, it's because I want to protect my 2 sons." Lu Yi ignored Feng Wang and focused on guiding Feng Wenjin. "Whether he abandoned you or not, you should know very clearly, right? If Lord Lu hadn't shown up, he would have already been killed by the assassins sent. Regarding this father, Lord Lu, you are right." After Feng Wenjin finished speaking, he took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took the letter and looked directly upwards. Eunuch Su immediately came down, took the letter, and handed it to the emperor. Feng Wenxuan knelt to the side, also letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, this Lord Lu had an ace up his sleeve. He wouldn't be in trouble now. The emperor looked at the opened letter, scanning it quickly. He finished reading it in just a moment. His anger flared up, and he threw the letter down. Convey our imperial decree. All those who supervise this examination are to be dismissed from office, never to be employed again. Their mansions and family wealth are to be confiscated. Furthermore, the results of those mentioned in this list are to be immediately canceled. Their families are barred from participating in the imperial examinations for the next 6 years. Violators will be executed. After the emperor's outburst of anger, he immediately left the court. All the civil and military officials knelt down, anxious and unsure of what was written in that letter that had angered the emperor so much. Only Feng Wang held back his anger, glaring fiercely at Feng Wenjin. "Father, you didn't expect this, did you? When you were communicating in private, I accidentally overheard everything." Feng Wenjin forced a smile, his eyes filled with the satisfaction of revenge. Louis stepped forward to pick up the letter and asked Minister Zhao with a smile, "Minister Zhao, would you like to circulate this among the court officials?" Minister Zhao, being an old fox, squinted his eyes, neither accepting nor looking at the list. He pointed at Liu Yi and said, "The emperor trusts Lord Liu so much that he issued a golden decree based on just this one list. I think we shouldn't circulate it." Liu Yi simply held the letter behind his back and glanced at Feng Wang, smirking. "That's natural. Since I work for the emperor, I certainly won't betray his trust. Don't you agree, Lord Feng?" Liu Yi said as he casually handed the letter to Yang Chunshan, the Minister of Justice. "Lord Feng has committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Let's not beat around the bush. Please confess your guilt quickly." Then, ignoring the furious Feng Wang, he strode away confidently. As soon as Yin Heng and Yin Yuanxing came out of the Meridian Gate after the morning court session, they saw Liu Yi riding a tall horse not far away. "Father, I'll go over there for a moment," Yin Yuanxing said as he walked towards Liu Yi with big strides. Liu Yi looked at the approaching Yin Yuanxing with a smile on his face. "Based on your performance today alone, you will surely be appointed as the top scholar in the future." Yin Yuanxing smiled. For others, he might have to be modest, but in front of Liu Yi, he didn't need to be modest and was quite confident. Liu Yi took out an envelope and gave it to Yin Yuanxing. "I guess your sister might be curious, so consider this a thank you gift for her providing me with clues." Yin Yuanxing smiled and put away the envelope. "Methods don't need to be overthought. As long as they work, it's fine," Liu Yi said as he pulled the horse's reins and turned to leave. Yin Yuanxing also turned and walked towards the carriage with big steps. Yin Heng curiously asked Yuanxing, "You seem familiar with Lord Liu. Did he say anything to you?" "He said I will surely be appointed as the top candidate in the future." Yin Heng frowned and lowered his voice. "This Lord Liu is really reckless, saying such things casually outside the Meridian Gate. If this spreads, it won't be good for your reputation. There's nothing good or bad about reputation. The top rank will be mine," Yin Yuanxing said as he stepped on the footstool and climbed into the carriage. Upon receiving news that her brother had successfully passed the martial arts examination, Yin Susu helped her mother walk out and headed straight to the mansion gate to greet them. "What are you doing here?" Yin Susu turned her head to look. She saw Bai Rushuang supporting her master, ignoring Xiao Ye's obstruction, slowly walking in. "What are you here for?" Yin Susu looked at Bai Rushuang and Cold Moon with disdain. Cold Moon looked at Yin Susu's mother and said, "Yin Heng and I are old acquaintances. I came here to ask for a favor. If he's unwilling, I'll leave immediately. But I once did him a great favor. I think he shouldn't refuse me." "A great favor?" Yin Susu's mother was surprised inwardly. She frowned slightly, but still responded very properly. "Since it's a favor, of course it should be repaid. But today's timing is not good. Could you come back tomorrow?" Cold Moon smiled faintly. "I also have an urgent matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come at this time." Yin Susu knew Cold Moon was doing this on purpose. In her previous life, she didn't seem to be like this. Why was she so impatient in this life? She smiled and asked, "How should we address this Miss Bai's master?" Cold Moon's gaze moved from Yin Susu's mother to Yin Susu's face. "I believe in the bright moon. You can call me Aunt Moon." Yin Susu pretended not to know and deliberately asked, "Calling you Aunt Moon doesn't sound good. It sounds like a concubine. Why don't I call you Madam? But I don't know what your husband's surname is." Bai Rushuang quickly retorted, "My master has never married. She's single." "Oh, then let's call you Madam Cold," Yin Susu smiled. She then looked at Bai Rushuang and asked with a concerned tone, "Miss Bai, you've come such a long way with your master to our Yin mansion. You must be tired, right? After all, The house you were staying in on South Street wasn't that far. It's a pity that Brother Jingyun sealed off that mansion. Bai Rushuang almost couldn't suppress her anger. She felt that every word and action of In Susu was challenging her patience limit. But today, for her master's sake, she couldn't lose her temper. She could only endure it, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth, not far. It was quite convenient to come. In Susu smiled with satisfaction. Looking at Cold Moon and Bai Rushuang with their stiff expressions, she continued to ask, "Madam Cold, what urgent matter is it that makes you two insist on coming to see my father? People say one should do good deeds without expecting anything in return, but you seem quite eager." Cold Moon, also holding back her anger, said calmly, "Since he owes me, he should repay. Don't you agree, Madam In?" Bai Rushuang also looked at In Susu's mother provocatively. Could it be that Madam In can't make decisions? Since Mr. In owes my master, shouldn't Madam In at least invite us in? In Susu's mother smiled. "There are rules for receiving guests. My husband's affairs, he will handle them himself." In Susu stood in front of her mother, directly facing Bai Rushuang. "Uninvited guests who come to claim favors without proof are indeed not welcome in our In mansion." Bai Rushuang couldn't hold back anymore. She clenched her fists and suddenly stepped forward, but was immediately pulled back by Cold Moon. In Susu also took a step forward. "What's the matter? Is Miss Bai going to use force again? You just used force outside our In mansion last time. Are you already familiar with it now?" Cold Moon's eyes emitted a dense chill, staring directly at In Susu. "Miss In, you're quite sharp-tongued. You've been taunting us master and disciple several times. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" In Susu put on a shocked and wronged expression, covering her chest and speaking softly. "How could that be possible? Your disciple forcibly bought my estate, destroyed my blood domain, and then drew her sword in front of our In mansion. How could I possibly treat her master like she's made of clay?" Cold Moon felt very angry inside. She realized that this young woman was sharp-tongued and never had a kind word to say. She wasn't easy to deal with. Then In Susu's eyes swept over the two of them. "Since you know you've come uninvited, just wait here properly. Wait for my father to return. You can deal with it yourselves. Don't cause trouble for us mother and daughter here." In Yuanshin and the others had just arrived home and heard this sentence. Inhun quickly said, On, she's my old friend. She won't act rashly." In Susu's mother ignored In Hung and looked at her son, hurriedly asking, "Is everything all right?" In Yuanshin smiled and nodded. "Son is fine. Please don't worry, mother." In Hung then turned his head, smiling as he introduced, "Since everyone is here, let me introduce. This is Cold Moon. You can call her Aunt Moon." In Susu's mother glanced over and saw that her husband was all smiles upon seeing this woman. He must be hiding something. She immediately stepped forward, pulling In Susu behind her, and looked at In Hung. "This Madam Cold says she has done you a great favor and wants you to repay it. I don't know what this great favor is. If you have matters to discuss, you can go out to talk. My son has just returned and doesn't have time to entertain guests." After saying this, she took In Yuanshin's hand in one hand and In Susu's in the other, and went straight back to Wutong Courtyard. In Hung looked at Cold Moon, his face full of smiles. "I'll go change out of my court robes first." After saying this, he also went into the inner courtyard. "Master, you had to come find this In Hung. What can he do?" Bai Rushuang looked down on In Hung. She always believed that In Hung only gained his position because of his connection to the Marquis of Zhenang's mansion, and wasn't worth mentioning at all. Cold Moon immediately scolded her. "Be quiet. How many times have I told you to call him Uncle In?" Bai Rushuang pressed her lips tightly, nodding reluctantly. Cold Moon softened her tone a bit. "I've known him for a long time. He's not good at forming political alliances as an official, and he doesn't have Sun Guiying to hold him back. The current emperor trusts him. His future achievements will be limitless." Bai Rushan didn't expect her master to have such high praise for In Susu's father. She couldn't help but think carefully, wondering if she had been too narrow-minded. In Hung quickly caught up with In Susu's mother ahead. As soon as he opened his mouth, he complained, "How could you not invite people in? Having everyone stand outside looks bad." In Susu's mother didn't even look at In Susu's mother. She replied, "He has done you a favor, not me. Why should I entertain him? Right now, my heart and mind are full of my son and daughter. I have no time for anything else." In Hung was about to speak again. At this moment, In Yuanqing spoke up, asking, "Father, when did you meet this old friend? I've never heard you mention him before." In Hung glanced at In Susu's mother, then slowly recounted the events from his youth. In Susu's mother also understood. Her heart felt like it had fallen into an icy hole. This cold moon had indeed come to rekindle the old flame with her husband. The feelings between In Hung and Cold Moon in their youth were innocent and beautiful, but abruptly ended. In the end, it was because of loss, because he never truly had Cold Moon, that he kept her in his heart. Even though his mother married him, helped manage the household, socialized with noble families, bore him children, just because she wasn't that ideal love, all her efforts were taken for granted. After secretly rolling her eyes, In Susu turned back to look at her father. "I see. Cold Madam saved grandfather before. Since it's a debt of gratitude, we should repay it tenfold. Let's pay back the medical expenses." In Xian also came over and said stone shells would indeed work. We could add 2 old ginseng roots and send them together. What do you think? In Hung frowned. Money can be measured, but feelings cannot. But he couldn't say this in front of his children, and his wife was watching him too. So he tactfully said, "It can't be put that way." He saved people without asking for anything in return. Offering money would be insulting his character. "I saw he had urgent business today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find me. I'll change out of my official robes and go discuss matters outside." In Susu's mother looked at In Hung and smiled faintly. "Since you've already made up your mind, we won't interfere in your affairs." Without saying more, she took her 2 children and left. In Hung stood there. In Hung thought his wife was virtuous and understanding. He could slowly persuade her later. He quickly changed clothes and went to find his old friend. Cold Moon first apologized, planning to treat them at a restaurant. Bai Russian immediately suggested, "Uncle In, Cheongyu Tower is owned by a close friend of mine. The food there is very good. Why don't we go there?" In Hung couldn't help but think of what In Susu had said that day. These two, Shuang-er and Lu Wanga, were indeed close friends. Xiao Shitzi was a dragon among men. It would be a pity if she abandoned him for Lu Wanga. "Shuang Yu and Xiao Shitzi." In Hung hesitated. Bai Russian laughed lightly, unconcerned. "It's just an argument. We'll make up soon. Our relationship is special. No one can come between us. Even if it's a childhood sweetheart who's known each other since young, I'm not worried." In Hung was stunned. This was clearly hinting at something. Lost in thought, he helped Cold Moon and Bai Russian onto the carriage. Arriving at a private room on the 2nd floor of Cheongyu Tower, Bai Russian excused herself to find her friend, temporarily leaving the room to let the two catch up alone. Cold Moon looked at In Hung, her thoughts flying back to many years ago. The young man from back then was now graying. Cold Moon couldn't help herself and reached out to touch In Hang's cheek. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. "You've aged." In Hang's back stiffened, but he didn't move away. He smiled bitterly. "But you haven't changed at all." Cold Moon withdrew her hand and sighed. "Did you ever resent me for leaving without saying goodbye? A while ago, I ran into you on the road. I wanted to talk to you for a bit, but I was afraid, so I hurried away. Actually, I know where you live, where you pass by, but I just didn't dare to meet you. I was afraid you hated me." In Hung smiled lightly and shook his head. "I don't hate you. Back then, you probably had your difficulties. Now I'm middle-aged, I've come to terms with some things." This didn't follow the script. Cold Moon's smile froze. Then she smiled bitterly. "You've come to terms with it. I still haven't. If it wasn't for the emergency at home back then, I wouldn't have left without saying goodbye." In Hung asked anxiously, "What happened at home?" Cold Moon feigned sadness. "I seem to have never told you about my background. You never asked. I'm from the Bai family, the one implicated in the tomb raiding case, where the fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. My real name is Bai Lingyue." In Hung widened his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't the Bai family completely wiped out? Cold Moon sighed. She slowly stood up, walked to the window, and said softly, "That's not the case. I survived. Schwangia Izozovivet." Cold Moon opened the window. Outside was a bustling street scene, and eyes peering from the shadows. She inwardly sneered. Sure enough, someone was watching. She quickly closed the window and walked back. "Schwanger and I found some evidence to overturn the Bai family case. But those who framed the Bai family back then seem to have discovered us. So we need an identity that can temporarily hide us. You want to reopen the case?" In Hung suddenly thought of many things. He was no longer the naive young man from before. After years in officialdom, he naturally knew that this long-buried corruption case involved many people and caused deep public resentment. If this case were to be reopened, it would surely stir up turmoil on all sides. Cold Moon walked step by step to In Heng's side. Looking at him, she said, "Only by overturning the Bai family case can Schwanger and I regain our identities. Only then can I drink with you across the table without any barriers in my heart, instead of being cautious like now, even just to meet you outside." In Heng lowered his eyes slightly and sighed. "Cold Moon, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's that I don't know how to help you. This case is not under my jurisdiction. I also can't interfere privately." Cold Moon grabbed In Heng's hand and moved even closer. "I'm not asking you to interfere. I'm just begging you to help me this once. This time, it's mainly because Schwanger found evidence, so I came to the capital to help him. Also to see you." In Heng looked up and asked, "How do you want me to help you?" As their eyes met, Cold Moon revealed her true purpose. "Take me into your household." In Heng suddenly pulled back, looking at Cold Moon in astonishment. Cold Moon began her acting performance again, tears falling on command. "I'm just asking for the protection of an identity. Even if your wife treats me like a slave or servant, ordering me around at will, I won't say a word. Because of the Bai family affair, I didn't dare to meet you. I thought of you, missed you, but could only stay far away from you. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I would never have come back to find you.